Chapter 451 Killing the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, 2 halves. The extremely sharp extreme cold thorn spear made a shrill whistle in the air. The entire spear body exuded an unimaginable cold air, and even the space seemed to be stagnant under the extreme cold. But just when the extreme cold thorn spear was about to hit the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger woke up from the dizzy state. As a top soul beast with the power of the Evil God, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's resistance was amazing. Seeing that the powerful thorn spear of extreme cold assassination was about to hit him, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger instantly activated the skill Wind Escape, and his entire body instantly turned into a breeze, avoiding the piercing of the thorn spear of extreme cold assassination. The thorn spear of extreme cold assassination suddenly hit a big tree in the air, and the whole tree was instantly turned into ice by the extreme cold air, and then exploded into countless pieces. Roar! After dodging the extreme cold thorn spear, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger could not help but look at Bai Ji with some fear, and let out a series of low roars. Did it escape? Bai Ji was a little surprised to see that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger used some kind of wind escape skill to escape the extreme cold thorn spear. However, Bai Ji was determined to get the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Thorn Strangling. Heavenly Dragnet. Looking at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger still in the distance, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he launched 2 major control soul skills again in succession. After upgrading to a 100,000-year soul ring, the speed and power of the Thorn Strangling and Heavenly Dragnet have been improved to an extremely powerful level. If the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is bound, Bai Ji will make up for it with an ultimate absorption, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger will no longer have a chance to escape. Roar! However, facing the Thorn Strangling and Heavenly Dragnet launched by Bai Ji, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger once again turned into a gust of light wind to avoid the restraint of the Thorn Strangling and Heavenly Dragnet. Although after several evolutions, the Moyun Vine has become extremely tough, so that now it is basically impossible for anything other than a divine weapon to cut it, but facing the wind without substance, the Moyun Vine fell into a useless state for the first time. After turning into a breeze, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger immediately rushed towards Bai Ji. However, facing the attack of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, because he knew the life and death arena of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, Bai Ji naturally would not give the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger a chance to approach. Facing the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger trying to approach, Bai Ji directly teleported in the Moyun Sen Luo heaven, but this was not a solution. Star-casting Dragon King, possess. When he found that the Moyun Vine martial spirit alone had no good way to deal with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, Bai Ji activated the Star-casting Dragon King martial spirit to possess him again. As the Star-Blue Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit entered his body, Bai Ji's body suddenly turned into a half-dragon, half-human form, with star-blue dragon scales all over his body, his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and gorgeous golden dragon horns grew on his head, just like the legendary Dragon Blood Warrior. Star-Forging Dragon King's true body. After activating the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit, Bai Ji quickly activated the Star-Forging Dragon King's true body again. As the 7th soul ring around his body lit up, Bai Ji instantly turned into a Star-Forging Dragon King that grew more than 20 meters. Gravity Field Oceanra Tensei. After entering the Star-Forging Dragon King's true body, Bai Ji's gravitational field was instantly greatly improved. Looking at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger that was still approaching, Bai Ji directly activated Shinra Tensei. The invisible repulsive force instantly burst out, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger subconsciously activated the Wind Escape, turning into a breeze, but was still knocked away by Shinra Tensei. Gravity Field Ochibakutan. After knocking the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger away through Shinra Tensei, Bai Ji quickly locked the position of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger through his mental power, and then launched Chibakutan, creating a gravity core directly in the center of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's body. As the gravity core took shape, a strong attraction suddenly burst out in an instant. The gravity core was like a black hole, sucking the breeze incarnated by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger tightly and not letting it leave. In the end, because the time was over, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger broke away from the Wind Escape state and turned back into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. But even if it returned to its original form, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was still entangled by the Chibakutan. No matter how the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger roared, it could not get away under the pull of the gravity core. Strangle with Thorns. Looking at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger trapped by the gravity core created by Chibakutan, Bai Ji launched the Thorn Strangle again. Suddenly, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew out from Moyun Sen Lushan, binding the dark demon evil god tiger tightly. Ultimate absorption. After binding the dark demon evil god tiger with Moyun vines, in order to prevent the dark demon evil god tiger from escaping, Bai Ji's heart moved and he immediately launched the ultimate absorption. As the powerful devouring power burst out from the Moyun vines, the momentum of the dark demon evil god tiger began to weaken immediately. The number of Moyun vines summoned by Moyun Sen Lushan was terrifying. Countless Moyun vines burst out with devouring power together. Even the deep-sea demon whale king could be drained, let alone the dark demon evil god tiger. Angry sea blasts the sky and stars explode. Looking at the dark demon evil god tiger that had lost its ability to resist, Bai Ji did not relax at all, but launched the strongest attack soul skill again. As the red gold soul ring around his body lit up, the brilliant star blue divine light suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body. The dazzling starlight quickly turned into a beam of light and rushed into the sky. Then, a beam of light that rippled the water and shone with lightning and starlight suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying beam of light suddenly hit the dark demon evil god tiger. In an instant, the shining lightning and starlight suddenly burst out, and the rolling lightning lifted up the entire ground. Countless broken soil was blown up into the sky, and then swept in all directions by the whistling wind. In the whistling wind, even the shrill roar of the dark demon evil god tiger and the sound of the breaking of the Moyun vine became almost inaudible. The dazzling lightning and starlight eventually dimmed, and when the light column of the raging sea star explosion dissipated, the entire dark demon evil god tiger was left with only a large pit as if it had been hit by a meteorite and a charred corpse. From the size of the corpse and the still conspicuous black scorpion tail hook behind it, it can be seen that this corpse is the dark demon evil god tiger. On the charred corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger, a black bead flashing with a cyan blue light suddenly burst out from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, ready to break through the void and escape. Want to escape? Seeing that the evil god pearl was about to escape, Bai Ji, who had been prepared, sneered. As Bai Ji's mind moved, the invisible gravity instantly turned into an invisible big hand that firmly grasped the evil god pearl, and no matter how the evil god pearl struggled, it could not resist at all. Bai Ji's current cultivation is Super Douluo, while the dark demon evil god tiger's strength is only at the 100,000 year level. It is almost impossible for him to resist Bai Ji. If it weren't for the fear of the dark demon evil god tiger's life and death arena, Bai Ji would have taken down the dark demon evil god tiger as long as he activated the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit at the beginning. Chapter 452 Unexpected People, 1/2. You still want to run? Holding the still restless evil god pearl in his hand, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Although he didn't know what the evil god pearl was for, since this thing was a treasure in the world of Tianzu transformation, Bai Ji would naturally not let it go. As for Zhu Weiqing, he should stay where he is, since he is not familiar with him. After putting the evil god pearl into the alternate dimension castle and wiping out the dark demon evil god tiger's soul, Bai Ji looked at the huge pit in front of him that looked like a meteorite crater. In the huge pit, above the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, the black soul ring had condensed into shape. Although the dark demon evil god tiger's strength can be compared to 100,000-year soul beast, in terms of cultivation, the dark demon evil god tiger is only a 10,000-year soul beast. And Bai Ji's luck is not very good, and the dark demon evil god tiger did not explode soul bones. However, Bai Ji does not care about soul bones now. Bai Ji is now looking at the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger. Whether he can get the life and death arena of the dark demon evil god tiger after absorbing it is what Bai Ji cares about. Looking at the black soul ring floating above the dark demon evil god tiger's body, Bai Ji's mind moved, and with the traction of the North Sea divine art, the black soul ring immediately flew towards Bai Ji. Seeing the black soul ring flying, Bai Ji released the true body of the star-forging Dragon King, restored his human form, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Under the traction of Bai Ji's North Sea true Qi, the black soul ring slowly moved to the top of Bai Ji's head, then shrank, and finally put on Bai Ji. As the black soul ring entered the body, a warm current suddenly surged out of the soul ring, but for Bai Ji now, the soul power of the 10,000-year soul ring was not enough. Bai Ji just moved his mind, and with the operation of Beiming divine art, the soul power surging out of the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring was instantly devoured. But not only soul power but also an inexplicable evil power surged out of the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring. This evil power was not affected by Beiming divine art, but quickly surged to the spine behind Bai Ji, and finally entered the scorpion tail attached to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion soul bone. With the influx of evil power, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion tail suddenly pulled out of Bai Ji's body uncontrollably. The scorpion tail, which was originally green, turned into a dark black color under the infection of the evil power, and it also exuded a strong evil aura, just like the scorpion tail of the dark demon evil god tiger. After turning the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's tail into pitch black, the evil power gradually subsided, and at the same time, a piece of information suddenly came into Bai Ji's mind. That was information about the ability of the scorpion tail. After being transformed by the evil power, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's tail actually had the power of devouring. Could it be that the evil power just now was the evil power of the dark demon evil god tiger? Bai Ji couldn't help but think. After being transformed by the evil god's power, the emerald green Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's tail has turned into pitch black, and its appearance has also changed from gorgeous to more ferocious, closer to the dark demon evil god tiger scorpion tail. Now it's a bit inappropriate to call it the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's tail. Bai Ji began to think. What new name should I give it? External Soul Bone 8 Spider Lance Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's Tail Devouring Power. That's right, 8 Spider Lance. Bai Ji suddenly had an idea. Since we have the 8 Spider Lance, both are external soul bones, and the spear and the lance have always been inseparable, and they also have the power of devouring, so this external scorpion tail soul bone might as well be called the God Devouring Lance. Although he did not get the soul bone of the dark demon evil god tiger, after the transformation of the evil god's power, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion tail has evolved, and Bai Ji is quite satisfied. After taking the God Devouring Lance back into his body, Bai Ji looked at the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring that had been absorbed around him. As the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul with star attributes, at first glance, the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul seems to have uncertain abilities to absorb any soul ring, but the star attribute is not a single attribute, but a complex composite attribute. And from the gravity field and magnetic field from the perspective of the field, the star attribute actually includes space to some extent, so after absorbing the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, as expected, Bai Ji inherited the life and death arena of the dark demon evil god tiger. But this is also normal. The Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit does not have the attributes of darkness, evil, wind and thunder, so the possibility of inheriting these 4 attribute skills of the dark demon evil god tiger is really not high. When Bai Ji absorbed the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King had returned to Bai Ji again and were protecting Bai Ji. Let's go, let's leave here. After absorbing the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, because the goal has been achieved, after speaking to the 3 souls, Bai Ji prepared to take off with his sword and continue to rush to the city of the future. But just as Bai Ji was about to leave here, a sound of I 1/2 oi 1/2 oi 1/2 at I 1/2 at suddenly came from not far away, accompanied by the sound of I 1/2 oi 1/2 at and heavy footsteps, as if a giant beast was walking here. Following the direction of the sound, Bai Ji turned his head and saw a huge fiery red lion head suddenly poking out of the bushes. After the huge lion head poked out, 2 more huge lion heads poked out, and finally a huge body with a length of more than 5 meters slowly poked out of the bushes. Is this 3 red demon mastiffs? Seeing the 3 soul beasts poking out in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but be stunned. Shwedi! Before Bai Ji could react, a surprised female voice suddenly sounded. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a beautiful woman wearing a green dress, with long green hair and a graceful face suddenly walked out. Looking at Shwedi, the woman's eyes were full of disbelief. Bai Ji! Seeing the woman, Shwedi's cold and pretty face also showed a little surprise. Shwedi! Why are you here? Did you kill the dark demon evil god tiger? Looking at the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger not far away, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Dark demon evil god tiger, this is a problem that has troubled Bai Ji for a long time. Without the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python brothers, she and the Red King can't do anything with the dark demon evil god tiger. Although the dark demon evil god tiger has less than 100,000 years of cultivation, the dark demon evil god tiger's ability is too abnormal. If she is not careful, she may be killed by the dark demon evil god tiger. This does not allow her to be careless. Now that the dark demon evil god tiger has been solved, to be honest, Bai Ji must be very happy. But the person who solved it turned out to be the master of the far north, the Snow Emperor, which made Bai Ji a little confused. How could the Snow Emperor appear in the Star Do Great Forest if he was not in the far north? Although Baiji was very grateful to the Snow Emperor for killing the dark demon evil god tiger, if the emperor of another fierce land appeared in the Star Do Great Forest and was discovered by other beast kings, it would definitely cause a dispute in the end. I brought her here. On the side, Baiji suddenly spoke. Chapter 453 I want to see Dityan, 2 halves. You. Hearing Baiji's words, Baiji couldn't help but show a puzzled look on her face, and turned to look at Baiji. You are a human. Although Baiji exuded a strong dragon aura in the state of martial spirit possession, Baiji still judged Baiji's identity through his figure. Human. Hearing Baiji's words, the three-headed red devil mastiff Red King couldn't help but look at the 3 huge heads at the same time. The 3 lion-like heads were extremely ferocious, with fangs all over their mouths. If ordinary people were stared at by such a fierce beast, they would probably be scared to death, but Baiji's expression was very natural. Xuedi, what's going on, why are you with a human? Although Baiji didn't have much prejudice against humans, she was still very confused about why Xuedi was with a human. I am his soul. Xuedi answered Baiji's question very concisely. Soul? What is a soul? Baiji was even more confused. Now my cultivation has reached its limit. If I break through in the future, I am not sure that I can survive the catastrophe, so I chose to sacrifice and become a human soul ring. My current state is called a soul. If the person I choose can become a god, then I can become a god in the future. Xuedi's cold face was still calm. Soul ring? Become a god. Baiji's mind was in a mess. Xuedi, if you sacrificed, then what's going on with you now? Xuedi said that she sacrificed, but Xuedi was clearly in front of her now and really existed. How could she have sacrificed? Baiji's mind was very confused. Do you really think that the person you see is me? Xuedi did not explain too much to Baiji's doubts, but directly chose to remove the Emperor Pomodix Wuhan and return to the soul ring. Seeing with her own eyes that Xuedi's figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into the human body in front of her, Baiji finally believed it. But for Xuedi, Baiji still couldn't understand why the emperor chose to sacrifice for humans. Baiji, long time no see. Looking at the thoughtful Baiji, Bingdi also greeted her. Who are you? Hearing Bingdi's words, Baiji couldn't help but show some doubts in her eyes. Although Baiji also knew Bingdi, unlike Xuedi always appeared in the form of a human, but Bingdi always appeared in the form of an ice-green emperor scorpion. Now that Bingdi has turned into a human form, Baiji naturally couldn't recognize him. I'm Bingdi. Why, don't you recognize me? Finding that Baiji didn't recognize him, Bingdi smiled and shook the green scorpion tail behind him. You and Xuedi both sacrificed. Baiji was a little unbelievable. Yet. Bingdi nodded. Our cultivation has reached the limit. If we break through again, we will probably die in the face of the heavenly tribulation, but now we can't turn into humans, so this is the only way. Bingdi sighed. Are you sure that your method can make you a god? Baiji still didn't believe it. If human soul masters become gods, they will definitely evolve their soul rings into god rings. If we choose to sacrifice and integrate our souls into the soul rings, when the soul rings evolve into god rings, won't we also complete the process of evolving into gods? Bingdi explained. This seems to be true. After hearing Bingdi's explanation, Baiji couldn't help but mutter to herself. Are you leaving now? After coming back to her senses, Baiji continued to ask. I think so, but it depends on him. Bingdi pointed to Beg. Beg, are we leaving now? Looking at Beg, Bingdi asked. Not leaving now, I want Miss Baiji to help me with something. Beg shook his head and looked at Baiji with a smile. Originally, he did plan to return to the city of the future, but when he saw Baiji and the 3-headed red demon mastiff, Beg gave up the idea of returning to the city of the future immediately. Since we have to pass by the Xingda Great Forest, and now we meet Baiji and Qi Wang, how can we not meet Dityan? Let's complete the task of Xingda Great Forest. Is there anything we can help you with? You helped us solve the dark demon evil tiger. You can ask for anything. As long as it is within our ability, we will do our best to help you. Hearing Baiji say that he needed her help, although she was very confused, Baiji still responded to Baiji's question politely. After all, Baiji helped her solve the dark demon evil tiger. Don't worry, you can definitely help me with my affairs. Baiji's smile became brighter. What do you want to help you with? I want to meet your King Dityan. How about it? Can you introduce me? You want to meet Dityan? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bai Ji's face suddenly became weird. On the side, the three-headed red demon mastiff Red King mocked, "Human, you have to think clearly. You want to see Lord Dityan, but Lord Dityan is not as easy to talk to as Lady Baiji. Be careful not to lose your life." "Lose your life? That's not certain." Baiji smiled faintly and shook his head. "I have a way to resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts. Are you sure you don't want to introduce it to me? Do you really have a way to resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts?" After hearing Baiji's words, Baiji's face suddenly became serious. "That's right." Baiji nodded confidently. "Isn't the most fundamental contradiction between you soul beasts and us humans that we humans need your soul rings? But I have a way to create something that can replace soul rings, which is an upgraded version of the soul that Shweta just mentioned. However, this method is still difficult to implement. I need the cooperation of your king. Please introduce it to me. The result will definitely not disappoint you." Hearing Baiji's words, the three heads of the three-headed red demon mastiff looked at each other for a while, but did not express their opinions. For humans, the three-headed red demon mastiff is mostly suspicious and hateful, but because Baiji is by their side, and they are afraid that Baiji can subdue Shweta, the three-headed red demon mastiff dare not act rashly. But after hearing Baiji's words, Baiji was moved. Although she is a soul beast, Baiji is kind by nature and does not hate humans like other soul beasts. In Baiji's heart, she has always wanted to resolve the grievances between humans and soul beasts, but she just can't find a way. Now, hearing that Baiji actually has a way to resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts, and that this method is feasible according to the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, Baiji can't help but be very excited. Although Dityan is in seclusion now, thinking about how great the impact on the Soul Beast clan will be if what Baiji said is true, Baiji really doesn't want to miss this opportunity. If this method can be realized one day earlier, there may be countless soul beasts and humans will benefit from this. Thinking of this, Baiji couldn't help but take a deep breath, calmed down her excitement, then looked at Baiji and said firmly, "Okay, I'll take you to see Dityan." Chapter 454, Meet Dityan, 1/2. Xingdou Great Forest, core area, in front of a cave. Baiji, Lord Dityan is inside. Under the leadership of Baiji and Qi Wang, Baiji finally came to a cave in the core area of Xingdou Great Forest. Pointing at the dark cave in front of him, Baiji said. "Then let's go in." Bing Di and Bing Xiangwang had returned to their soul rings because their soul skills had ended. Baiji stood in front of the cave, looked at the dark cave in front of him, and nodded gently. Entering the cave, the surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Above the cave, only colorful crystal minerals emitted a faint light, illuminating the front. As we went deeper, the temperature began to get colder. A thin layer of ice-blue ice had covered the cave walls and the ground below us. The deeper we went, the thicker the ice became. The narrow passage was very long. We walked for more than 10 minutes and several hundred meters before the passage began to open up. The colorful light shone in the distance, reflecting back and forth on the ice-covered cave walls, illuminating the cave as if we were in a disco. We could clearly feel that there was a place in the distance emitting powerful energy fluctuations. "We're almost there." Seeing the light coming from afar, Baiji felt a little uneasy. Was it the right decision for her to bring Baiji here? Baiji didn't know what the attitude of Dityan was towards Baiji. But thinking that she was doing this for the future of the Soul Beast clan, Baiji's heart became firm. For the future of the Soul Beast clan, she did nothing wrong. "Baiji, has the dark demon evil tiger been solved?" When approaching the source of the energy fluctuation, a majestic male voice suddenly came. "It has been solved." Baiji calmed down and replied. "That's good. Deming and Ming were killed by despicable humans. If it weren't for the breath of God emanating from that human, I would never sit idly by." Along with the sound of Dityan gritting his teeth, there seemed to be a faint crackling. And crackling sound in the air, which was the crisp sound of clenched fists and finger bones. Hearing Dityan's words, Baiji also sighed. All along, the soul beasts of their Xingdou Great Forest have been very united. In hundreds of thousands of years, from only Dityan to now there are 7 soul beast kings with more than 100,000 years of cultivation. If they hadn't caught an ice silkworm with a cultivation of 1,000,000 years but no fighting ability by accident, they wouldn't have all been in seclusion here, leaving the Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python, who had just broken through 100,000 years of cultivation, to guard the Douluo Great Forest. Without Emperor Tian, the Douluo Great Forest was still too weak. Facing the siege of human title Douluo, no soul beast could resist except Emperor Tian. Originally, the Titan giant ape Arming and sky blue bull python Daming were the two most likely to become the 8th and 9th kings in the Douluo Great Forest, but now they were killed by humans. And because the human who descended into the Douluo Great Forest had the breath of a god, even Emperor Tian didn't dare to act rashly. Emperor Tian was indeed the strongest man on the Douluo continent, but he was helpless because there were gods among humans. No matter how strong Emperor Tian was, he was vulnerable to the real gods, so Emperor Tian could only stay in the Douluo Great Forest for so many years, silently guarding the soul beasts, instead of raising the banner of resistance and leading the soul beasts to fight against humans. It's not that Tian doesn't want to, but he can't do it. Humans have gods, and these gods are very partial. Unless humans force soul beasts into a dead end, otherwise considering the gods of humans, Tian can only guard the Xingda Great Forest, the last pure land of soul beasts. Now that the dark demon evil god tiger has been solved, then Baiji, Yu and Qi Wang can also come in. This ice silkworm is worthy of being a million-year soul beast. If we can refine it, our cultivation will definitely improve greatly. In the passage covered by ice, Tian's suppressed excitement came. Million-year soul beast, ice silkworm. Hearing Tian's words, Baiji couldn't help but feel a little weird in his heart. Tianmeng ice silkworm was indeed caught by Tian, and now these beast kings in the Xingda Great Forest should be hiding here to absorb the energy in Tianmeng ice silkworm's body. Tian, that can you come out for a while? I have something to find you. Hearing Tian's slightly excited voice, Baiji organized her words a little and said. If you have something to say, can't you come in and tell me? Hearing what Baiji said, Tian couldn't help but feel a little strange. No, you better come out. Baiji shook her head. Although she can also take Baiji went in, but considering the violent temper of some beast kings, Baiji still thought it was better not to bring Baiji in. Regarding human problems, Tian had a more thorough understanding, but other beast kings were not like this. Baiji felt that Baiji's safety should be considered. After all, Baiji was the future of the soul beast clan and mankind. Okay, I'll come now. Hearing Baiji's insistence, although he was puzzled, Tian still agreed. Stopping the refining of Tianmeng ice silkworm, Tian stood up from the cave full of ice and looked at the beast kings around him. You continue to practice here, I'll go out for a while. After saying yes to the beast kings around him, Tian turned and left the cave. On the other side, Baiji was still waiting beside Baiji. In the distance, a sudden sound of footsteps came, and then as the footsteps got closer and closer, the last tall figure gradually appeared in the ice-blue ice corridor. This is a tall and sturdy man with long golden hair, handsome and masculine face, wearing a black dragon scale armor, walking with dragon and tiger steps, imposing. This person is naturally Tian. Who are you? Seeing that besides the Red King, there was actually a strange human boy beside Baiji, Tian couldn't help but frowned. Through his keen sense of smell, Tian could clearly smell the human smell emanating from Baiji's body. But relying on the high-ranking dragon clan's natural perception of the same clan, Tian could clearly sense the amazing dragon clan breath in Baiji's body. Although this breath is very light, it is not much worse than his in quality, and even better. But there is the smell of humans, and the smell of dragons, and it is so strong. Could it be that the human in front of him is half human and half soul beast? Tian was a little confused. However, he should be the only real dragon left on Douluo continent. The human in front of him does not look very old. Where does his dragon blood come from? Could it be the effect of martial spirit? His mind was confused, and Tian could not help but look at Baiji. Baiji, who is he? You asked me to come out just to let me see him, right? Tian, I did ask you to come out so that you can see him, but I believe that you will not be disappointed. Baiji took a deep breath and said. What do you mean? Tian frowned. Tian, haven't you always hoped to find a way to resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts? Baiji has such a solution in his hands. Baiji said solemnly. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 455 Tian's thanks, 2 halves. He has a way to resolve the conflict between our soul beasts and humans? Hearing Baiji's words, Tian couldn't help but look a little surprised. Are you sure? I can't be 100% sure about this. Bai Ji shook her head. But Bai Ji has successfully convinced Xue Di and Bing Di about this issue. You don't think Xue Di will just believe humans, right? Xue Di? Xue Di believed him. When Tian heard Bai Ji talking about Xue Di, he was even more confused. Senior Tian, let me explain it to you. Bai Ji finally spoke on the side. When Tian heard Bai Ji's voice, he turned his head and looked at Bai Ji. Please introduce yourself first. Looking at Tian, who was full of golden hair and had a burly and tall figure, Bai Ji smiled slightly. My name is Bai Ji. As you can see, I am a human. By chance, I saw a method in an ancient book. It said that if soul beasts sacrificed for humans and became human soul rings, then after humans became gods, when humans upgraded their soul rings to god rings, the soul beasts sacrificed would also become gods together. But considering some problems, this method has great limitations. For example, after some weak soul beasts are sacrificed, their souls are too weak, and their souls often perish in the soul ring, making it difficult to maintain their independent consciousness. So I started research based on this theory, and finally, I found a way. I found that as long as the soul of the soul beast is supplemented with a majestic life force, and the blood of the soul master is added, a special soul between the spirit and the soul can be created. This soul accompanies the soul master and cannot exist independently from the soul master, but it retains its own consciousness. Even weak soul beasts can exist in this state. I call this soul a soul spirit. And because I happen to get a special soul bone, this soul bone can create a special virtual space, which can receive and accommodate souls. Therefore, I have a special idea, that is, if I can expand this virtual space to cover the entire world, draw in the souls of dead soul beasts, let human soul masters and soul beast souls in this space choose each other, and finally combine with each other, wouldn't this solve the contradiction between humans and soul beasts? Looking at Tian, Bai Ji explained with a smile. I feel that the method you saw in the ancient books may indeed be true, but what method do you have to prove the soul you mentioned? Moreover, how do you plan to expand the virtual space you mentioned to cover the entire world? Tian pondered for a while and asked Bai Ji. If you want to prove the soul, this is very simple, we can just try it out. Bai Ji easily answered Tian's question. Are you sure? Seeing Bai Ji so confident, Tian was surprised for a while. Let's go out. Bai Ji did not explain too much, but moved directly to leave the cave through teleportation, and seeing Bai Ji leave, Tian's figure instantly disappeared in the cave. Outside the cave, in the dense star forest. After leaving the cave, Bai Ji quickly detected a human-faced demon spider by using mental scanning. Watch it. After seeing Tian coming out, Bai Ji directly arrested the human-faced demon spider, killed it, took out the soul of the human-faced demon spider, and then sealed it in his hand with Baiming Genkai. After taking out the soul of the human-faced demon spider, Bai Ji expanded the swallowing field outside his body. The dark swallowing comprehension expanded rapidly after leaving the body, and soon covered dozens of miles around. However, this time, Bai Ji did not deliberately let the swallowing field devour all the spiritual energy or sunlight, but set the target on the trees of the Star Do Great Forest. Through the swallowing field, Bai Ji quickly extracted the majestic life energy. The life energy exuding a strong breath of life was bound by Bai Ji with Baiming Genkai into a ball and held in his left hand, while Bai Ji's right hand imprisoned the soul of the human-faced demon spider. During the time of retreat in the far north, Bai Ji had tried many times with some fish in the ice lake. Because he knew the principle, Bai Ji did not need to seek a method specifically, so when he was in the far north, after continuous experiments, Bai Ji had accumulated sufficient experience. As long as the soul to be transformed into a soul is relatively weak, Bai Ji has a success rate of more than 90% to fuse the target soul with life energy and blood, thus giving birth to a soul. Among them, blood can be omitted, because blood itself is of no use, but only as a condition of the contract, so that the soul after birth depends on the soul master. In itself, the huge life energy and soul are enough. With both life energy and soul already available, Bai Ji slowly moved his hands closer, and finally, the life energy ball and the soul of the human-faced demon spider completely merged into one. At the beginning, the soul and life energy of the human-faced demon spider could not be merged at all, but with the strong pressure of Bai Ji's spiritual consciousness, the two finally successfully merged together and turned into the prototype of an embryo. This is the soul. Bai Ji handed the soul embryo of the human-faced demon spider to Ditian, and said in a deep voice. Is this the soul? This form of soul does have the possibility of independent existence, but are you sure it can replace the soul ring? Although he saw it with his own eyes, Ditian still couldn't believe it. Yes, and the higher the quality of the soul, the more soul rings can be replaced. For example, a soul of a 100,000-year soul beast can replace at least 2 soul rings, and Xuedi should be able to replace 4 soul rings. After thinking for a while, Bai Ji replied. Your method can indeed resolve the contradiction between humans and soul beasts, but for now, this method is difficult to popularize, because the fusion of soul and life energy requires sufficient mental pressure, but not every human has such a strong mental power as you, so we still have to wait for the virtual space you mentioned to be perfected. Since your virtual space can accommodate souls, it should also be a kind of mental space. If this mental space is strong enough, it can provide strong mental pressure. With this method, there may really be a day in the future when humans and soul beasts can coexist peacefully. Ditian sighed. Although this method is also very helpful to you humans, it is undoubtedly more important to us soul beasts than humans. I am here to thank you for your help on behalf of our soul beast clan. Ditian bowed slightly to Bai Ji with a serious expression. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 456 Battle with Ditian, 1/2. You have helped our soul beast clan a lot. If you need our help, please let me know. Ditian's expression was serious. Since Senior Ditian said so, I do have something that needs your help. Bai Ji smiled. Tell me, what is it? As long as I, Ditian, can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Ditian was very generous. That I want to duel with Senior Ditian. What do you think, Senior Ditian? You want to duel with me? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ditian couldn't help but suddenly, he showed a strange look, and looked back and forth at Bai Ji with a puzzled look. Bai Ji, your strength should not reach the soul saint level yet, and my cultivation level is 800,000 years. Are you sure you want to duel with me? Ditian slowed down his tone. Senior Ditian guessed wrong. Although I am young, my cultivation level is not weak. Bai Ji laughed when he heard that Ditian actually thought he was a soul saint. Moyun Teng. Bai Ji stretched out his right hand, and a black and purple vine covered with thorns suddenly emerged from his right hand. And with the appearance of Moyun Teng, read what he saw in front of him really shocked Ditian's cognition. In Ditian's memory, the best soul ring configuration for human title Douluo should be yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 10,000-year soul rings, which represent 10,000-year soul beasts. Not to mention whether this soul ring configuration is a bit abnormal, just looking at the number and age of soul rings, except for the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, all the Beast Kings in the Xingda Great Forest are less than 10 even if he adds them up. These 10,000-year soul rings, are they obtained from the Endless Sea? Bai Ji, what's the matter with your soul ring? Ditian couldn't help asking, trying to calm down the shock in his heart. Lucky, actually my spirit ring configuration was not like this originally. These 9 spirit rings were actually obtained by the sacrifice of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Except for the 8th and 9th spirit rings, which were obtained by the sacrifice of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, the rest of the spirit rings were finally upgraded to the 100,000 year level after the sacrifice of Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor and Ice Bear King. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Sacrifice can actually increase the age of a spirit master's spirit ring. Ditian was a little surprised. He really didn't know about these. Although spirit beasts are born with the skill of sacrifice, almost no spirit beasts are willing to sacrifice for humans. Even if they are sacrificed, most of them are female spirit beasts that have transformed for 100,000 years. Unfortunately, only spirit beasts with more than 20 years of cultivation have the ability to upgrade spirit masters' spirit rings. So there are some things that even Ditian has never seen in his long life. What do you think of Senior Ditian now? Seeing that Ditian was still a little dazed, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile in his heart and asked. Since you are a titled Douluo, and your 9 soul rings are all 100,000 year old, you are naturally qualified to duel with me, but unfortunately, you are still a little short of defeating me with your strength. Although Bai Ji's soul ring configuration is amazing, as a person with a divine weapon, Ditian is still very proud. Then give it a try. Bai Ji could only laugh at Dit Yan's confidence. Dit Yan now only saw Bai Ji's Moyantang martial soul, but in the duel with Dit Yan, in order to complete the task, Bai Ji did not intend to use only the Moyantang martial soul. Wait a while to summon the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, and then Dit Yan will know what cruelty is. Do you want to start now? Dit Yan looked at Bai Ji. Yes, let's start now. Bai Ji nodded. Although you took the initiative to challenge, as a senior, I will not take advantage of you. I will let you 3 moves, and then I will make another move. Dit Yan put his hands behind his back, his expression was indifferent, and he looked like a lonely master. Senior Dit Yan, are you sure? Don't I, Dit Yan, have this little credibility? Dit Yan frowned and said in a deep voice. It seems that Senior Dit Yan is so polite to me, so I won't be polite. Seeing Dit Yan pretending to be so arrogant, Bai Ji laughed. Quickly retreating more than 10 meters away, looking at Dit Yan who still had a calm face, Bai Ji whispered in his heart, Star-casting Dragon King, possess me. Ang! With a dragon roar, magnificent and dreamy starlight suddenly bloomed from Bai Ji's body. The deep blue starlight quickly condensed into a star curtain full of bright stars behind Bai Ji. A slender star-blue dragon broke out of Bai Ji's body, hovered and flew above Bai Ji's head, raised the mighty dragon head high, and looked at Dit Yan with golden dragon eyes. In an instant, the terrifying dragon power suddenly raged out. What kind of dragon is this? Such a strange breath, such a strong pressure. Seeing the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit above Bai Ji's head, Dit Yan's face suddenly changed. Although Bai Ji's strength is only a titled Douluo, the pressure of this dragon soul actually made him feel pressured. You know, his cultivation is far beyond the limit Douluo, and he can be called a quasi-god. At the same time that the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit was summoned, under Bai Ji, the red and gold 8 red, and black soul rings rose up quickly and surrounded Bai Ji. Twin martial souls? But how come the configuration of these soul rings is so abnormal? Seeing Bai Ji summon a martial soul again, he didn't expect it to be a top-level true dragon-level martial soul, and the soul ring configuration was so abnormal. Dit Yan's face was a little dark, and he suddenly had an urge to slap himself in the face. Now, Bai Ji has more than 1,500,000 year level soul rings. For humans, the increase in strength that each 100,000 year soul ring can bring is amazing. Although Bai Ji is only at the level of titled Douluo, he has 1,600,000 year soul rings, plus more than 7 soul bones. How can he play? Dit Yan suddenly felt a deep regret for his previous pretense. If he fails to pretend this time, it will be a great shame. For a moment, Dit Yan was extremely regretful. But as the king of the Stardo Great Forest, Dit Yan's status in the Stardo Great Forest is like that of the emperor in the human empire. His words are as important as the law. Once they are spoken, they are like spilled water, which cannot be taken back. Moreover, when Bai Ji asked him that question before, he was so confident and determined to give up 3 moves. Now he can't slap himself in the face, right? Although he regretted it in his heart, he thought that he still had the artifact Dragon God Claw. Even if the opponent had twin martial souls and a demonic spirit ring configuration, the opponent's dragon martial soul was destined to be restrained by his artifact. Dit Yan couldn't help but relax a little. On the other side, when Dit Yan was extremely regretful in his heart, the star-forging Dragon King martial soul had already entered Bai Ji's body. With the possession of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul, a large number of star-blue dragon scales suddenly covered Bai Ji's body like a tide. On the top of his head, the golden dragon horn slowly stretched out between the hair, and Bai Ji's eyes quickly turned into golden vertical pupils, and the surging dragon power suddenly burst out. With the possession of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, Bai Ji seemed to have turned into a dragon blood warrior, but compared to the dragon blood warrior, Bai Ji did not have that slender tail. Chapter 457 Dit Yan was scared, 2 halves. Senior Dit Yan, I'm going to start. Entering the state of possession of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, Bai Ji looked at Dit Yan and reminded him. Begin, let me see your strength. Although he was a little nervous, Dit Yan still looked calm. As the king of the Stardo Great Forest, he would never allow himself to lose face in front of a human, let alone a human who might meet and cooperate again in the future. Then Senior Dit Yan is ready. Looking at Dit Yan who was still far away, Bai Ji quickly activated the 7th soul ring of the star-forging Dragon King's true body. As the 7th soul ring lit up, in a burst of bright starlight, Bai Ji's figure quickly turned into a slender galaxy dragon. After entering the spirit body state, not only did the power of all soul skills double, but the dragon power emitted by Bai Ji also became more oppressive. Feeling the increased pressure of the dragon power around him, Ditien could not help but increase his dragon power to the highest level to resist the pressure of Bai Ji's dragon power. Dark Star Fire. Looking at Ditien, who was still standing there, Bai Ji slowly raised his head. As the seventh soul ring around him lit up, the second soul skill Dark Star Fire on the seventh soul ring was activated immediately. Bai Ji opened his mouth and spit out a burning star blue flame. The burning star blue flame roared and hit Ditien instantly. In addition to the word fire, Dark Star Fire also has the word destroy, which means that Dark Star Fire not only has an extremely high temperature, but also has explosive destructive power. So as the Dark Star Fire pillar hit Emperor Tien's situation was unknown for the time being, but the trees and land around Emperor Tien were instantly destroyed by the Dark Star Fire pillar. Countless soil was vaporized without melting, and the same was true for the trees. But sizzle! Accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, the entire Dark Star Fire pillar was suddenly broken in half, revealing the narrow dark void crack in the middle. Countless Dark Star Fires were swallowed up by the void crack as if they had encountered a black hole. When the Dark Star Fire completely dissipated, Emperor Tien's figure suddenly appeared again. Although Emperor Tien's face was still calm, as if he was indifferent and didn't care about anything, Bai Ji carefully observed and found that there were beads of sweat on Emperor Tien's forehead. He didn't know whether it was because of heat, tiredness, or worry. But this undoubtedly shows that facing Bai Ji's attack, Emperor Tien can't really break it easily. Thinking of this, Bai Ji's mouth corners can't help but curl up slightly. Is this the legendary swelling one's face to show off one's wealth? However, Bai Ji did not pay much attention to what Ditien was thinking. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, and he did not care about the way and method to complete the task. Jotian Star Falls. Watching Ditien break his own Dark Star Fire, Bai Ji's heart moved again, and he activated the soul skill from the Ice Bear King, Jotian Star Meteorite. Originally, the soul skill of the Ice Bear King only summoned an ice meteor in the air, but after interacting with the martial soul of the Star-forging Dragon King, everything changed. Jotian Star Meteorite became a meteorite pulled down from the sky. Although they are both meteors, the power of stars falling from space is much greater than that of ice meteors. However, it takes a long time for a meteorite to fall from space to the ground of a planet, at least several minutes. But in a battle, a few minutes is enough for two masters to win several times. If it is really in a battle, because of the delay of the soul skill, Jotian Star Meteorite is almost impossible to hit the enemy. But because Ditien said that he would let Bai Ji make 3 moves, he was destined to face Bai Ji's attack. In the first 3 moves, Ditien could only resist it, not dodge, otherwise he would violate his previous promise, which was absolutely not allowed by the arrogant Ditien. As the Jotian Star Meteorite was launched, an invisible gravitational wave instantly shot into the sky. Under the influence of the gravitational wave, a small meteorite rotating around the Douluo star suddenly changed its trajectory and fell downward. After passing through the atmosphere, the meteorite turned into a blazing fire meteor. As the altitude continued to fall, the speed of the meteorite became faster and faster, and finally, it came to the sky above the star forest. What's going on? Why didn't you launch an attack? On the other side, although Bai Ji had launched a soul skill, he had not noticed the arrival of the attack for a long time, and Ditien was a little confused. But a few minutes later, he heard a sudden whistling sound from above his head, looked up, and when he saw a fire meteor falling rapidly towards the star forest, Ditien's face turned green. What the hell is this? Could this be the attack just now? If this thing falls, it is estimated that a quarter of the core area will be gone. Thinking of this, Ditien couldn't help but get anxious. Hula! Quickly spreading the dragon wings behind him, Emperor Tien instantly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, rushing towards the fire meteor. Dragon God Claw! When he was about to collide with the fire meteor, Emperor Tien suddenly roared loudly and fiercely thrust the artifact Dragon God Claw in his hand towards the fire meteor. Under the tremendous energy injected by Emperor Tien at all costs, the Dragon God Claw burst out with unimaginable power, and actually tore the entire void apart. Countless dark cracks crisscrossed in the air, exuding a breath of destruction. The void was torn apart by the Dragon God Claw, let alone the fire meteor. The blazing fire meteor was originally falling rapidly, but after encountering the dragon god claw, along with the void being torn apart, the fire meteor was instantly torn into countless pieces by the dragon god claw, and then instantly swallowed by the void cracks, disappearing without a trace. After solving this trouble, Emperor Tian was relieved. As the fire meteor was swallowed, the void crack torn by Emperor Tian began to heal quickly under the self-repairing ability of space, and Emperor Tian fell to the ground again. Will there be more attacks like this? Thinking of Bai Ji's 2 attacks, each stronger than the last, Emperor Tian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was the first time he was afraid of a human. Of course, Emperor Tian was not afraid of Bai Ji's fighting power. Bai Ji's current strength was not enough to scare Emperor Tian. Just because he had just boasted to Bai Ji, Emperor Tian had to let Bai Ji take 3 moves. Facing Bai Ji's attack, Emperor Tian could not dodge and could only resist it. But Emperor Tian was not a god. Just now, he had to use all his strength to resist Bai Ji's eternal star meteorite. If Bai Ji launched a more powerful skill, Emperor Tian would really have to kneel. Chapter 458 Raging Sea Blasts Stars, First Update. Only one last move left. After crushing the meteorite with the dragon god claw, De Tian fell back to the ground. Still with his hands behind his back, De Tian's masculine face was full of indifference and calmness, as if he had just dealt with Bai Ji's Zhoutian star meteorite without spending a single bit of effort. But when Bai Ji looked at De Tian's hands tucked into his wide cuffs, Bai Ji clearly saw that De Tian's right hand with the dragon god claw was trembling slightly. This made Bai Ji feel a little funny. I didn't expect that De Tian was still a senior pretentious demon. Even in this state, he still wanted to pretend. He really pretended to be pretentious to the bone marrow. But since the Dark Star Fire and the Zhoutian Star Meteorite failed to defeat De Tian, Bai Ji could only use his trump card. Ash Lord State, start! With a low shout in his heart, Bai Ji began to brew emotions. The fire of anger instantly ignited the surging soul power in his body, quickly transforming the star-casting soul power in Bai Ji's body into ash soul power. While the soul power was being transformed, Bai Ji's body also began to change. The original star blue scales began to darken quickly, and then turned red. After a while, Bai Ji changed from a star blue dragon to a dragon with orange and gold all over. This. Seeing Bai Ji's change, De Tian was a little shocked. Under De Tian's perception, along with the color change of Bai Ji's scales, Bai Ji's momentum began to surge, and it increased dozens of times in the blink of an eye. If De Tian just thought that Bai Ji was strong before, then now Bai Ji gave De Tian a terrifying feeling. Moreover, when Bai Ji entered the state of Ash Lord, the dragon power of the star-forging Dragon King also rose to a higher level instantly. Now the dragon power emanating from Bai Ji's body actually gave De Tian a feeling of facing the dragon god. This made De Tian suddenly very uneasy. At this moment, Bai Ji coiled his slender dragon body above the Star Do Great Forest, and stared at De Tian quietly with a pair of golden vertical pupils. Although Bai Ji's heart was surging with anger at this moment, Bai Ji's mind was extremely calm. Looking at De Tian, Bai Ji quickly activated the first soul skill of the star-forging Dragon King's martial soul Angry Sea Blast Star Explosion. If Bai Ji was in the state of being possessed by the star-forging Dragon King spirit, he might not be able to defeat De Tian if he launched the Raging Sea Star Blast. However, after launching the spirit's true form, he entered the Lord of Ash's state. If Bai Ji launched the Raging Sea Star Blast again, De Tian would not be able to resist it. If De Tian tried to resist, the result would most likely be that De Tian would be directly wiped out by the Raging Sea Star Blast filled with the power of the Ash's spirit. The destructive power in the Lord of Ash's state plus the nearly 1,000,000-year-old Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Spirit Ring, the result of the combination of the two is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With the launch of the Raging Sea Star Blast, the brilliant golden red divine light suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body. The dazzling golden red divine light suddenly turned into a beam of light that shot up into the sky, dispersing the clouds and illuminating the entire sky. After reaching a certain height, the golden red light beam suddenly deflected as if it had encountered a mirror. The golden red light column, which was not very condensed, became extremely condensed after refraction, changing from golden red to dark red and golden, emitting a temperature that was enough to burn and distort the space, and suddenly shot down, with rolling heat waves towards the position where De Tian was. What? Seeing the raging sea and sky blasting star explosion shot down from the top of his head, De Tian's pupils instantly shrank to needles, which was an expression of extreme horror. Although compared with the fire meteor summoned by Bai Ge's cosmic star meteor before, the momentum of the raging sea and sky-blasting star explosion was not the strongest. However, the falling of the fire meteor exploded all its power without any cover, but the raging sea and sky-blasting star explosion restrained all its energy. And the temperature emitted by the light column alone brought a hurricane-like heat wave, burning and distorting the space. What kind of extreme power would produce such a scene? I definitely can't block this move, I'll die. Watching the raging sea and the sky-blasting star explosion from the sky, Dityen roared wildly in his heart, and cold sweat kept oozing and sliding down his face like rain, but before the sweat beads flowed down his face, they were all evaporated by the rolling heat waves. Boom! The dark red light column shining with the light of destruction finally hit the ground, and in a loud noise, the entire Douluo great forest shook. Where the dark red light column fell, the soil on the ground almost dissipated into nothingness the moment it touched the light column, and was evaporated out of thin air, while the soil around the landing point instantly melted under the high temperature and turned into a paste like thick soup. Because the ground melted, there was no support point, and countless towering trees collapsed one after another. A large area of forest fell in a burst of loud noises. The dark red light column lasted for 3 seconds before dissipating. When the dark red light column dissipated, there was only a bottomless pit left at the location where the light column fell. It was extremely dark, as if it was connected to an endless abyss. The soil around the pit was melted into a paste, just like coffee with less water, and it was still sliding into the dark pit. The ground near the pit turned into a swamp. The swamp was full of fallen towering trees. The whole area seemed to have suffered a doomsday catastrophe, which was extremely miserable. Suddenly, with a whistling sound, a tall figure suddenly rushed from the ground to the sky and came to Bai Ge. It was Dityen. However, Dityen looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Not only was his body covered with leaves and dust, as if he had rolled on the ground, but his long golden hair was also blown into a mess, and he didn't have the image of being calm and pretentious just now. You win. Looking at Bai Ge, Dityen sighed dejectedly. He agreed to let Bai Ge take 3 moves, but he escaped with the last move. He didn't want to escape, but he had no choice. Facing the dark red light column bombarding from the sky, his intuition told him that if he resisted, he would definitely die. And the facts proved that Dityen was indeed right. With Bai Ge's current strength, the raging sea star explosion launched after entering the Ash Lord state, even gods may not be able to resist it, let alone Dityen. Looking at the tragic situation on the ground, Dityen felt a little nervous. If he chose to resist, he would probably be like the mud in the huge pit in front of the explosion of the raging sea and the sky-blasting stars, and he would be gone directly. Although Dityen lost to Bai Ge because of his arrogance, if Dityen and Bai Ge really fought, Dityen would not be the opponent of Bai Ge who entered the state of Lord of Ashes. Bai Ge's star-forging Dragon King martial spirit is higher than the Dragon God in bloodline height, and will not be affected by the Dragon God Claw at all. Under the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ge's physical fitness is also enough to fight against the Dragon God Claw. Without the Dragon God Claw, even if Dityen is a top real dragon, he will not be the opponent of Bai Ge based on physical fitness. If Bai Ge was only possessed by the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit, Dityen might barely have the strength to fight, but in the true body state of the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit, plus the blessing of the Lord of Ashes state, Dityen is far from being Bai Ge's opponent. Chapter 459 Goodbye to the Girls, Second Update. The mission of defeating Dityen and conquering the Douluo Great Forest was finally completed. Bai Ge stepped on the Juk sword and continued to fly towards the city of the future. Finally here. After half a day of flying, Bai Ge finally arrived at the towering city in front of him. Looking at the city below, Bai Ge was a little excited. It has been more than a year, I wonder how Rong and the others are doing. Staying above the city of the future, Bai Ge took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The invisible mental power spread out quickly, scanning the entire city of the future. Bai Ge quickly found the location of the girls, and they were all in the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion was very heavy. Grandpa Bone, why can't we go over? Sitting on the luxurious leather sofa, looking at the ancient banyan in front of her, Ning Rong was a little angry. I want to avenge Bai Ge. Why did Shueking he cooperate with the spirit hall when he knew it was the spirit hall that killed Bai Ge? Bai Ge still regarded him as her best friend. My dear aunt, you can't leave now. The front line depends on the future city to deliver food and weapons. Without you to maintain the operation of the future city, the front line will collapse soon. Gu Rong said with a bitter face. Wrong, I think Bai Ge should not be dead yet. What the Spirit Hall said is just their own words. There is no evidence to prove that Bai Ge is in trouble. What we should do now is to try to stabilize the current situation of the future city and the mainland, and make arrangements when Bai Ge comes back. Aside, Zhu Zuqing, who had been silent all the time, said softly. I think so too. Bai Ge is so powerful, he must be fine. Meng Yuan also echoed. In fact, I think that if Bai Ge really had an accident, the Spirit Hall would definitely make a big fuss about it, but they didn't, so Bai Ge should have just disappeared and nothing happened. Ye Lingling also said calmly. But if Bai Ge doesn't come back, Douluo city will not be able to defend it. Gu Rong sighed. Facing the dozen or so titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, the total combat power of their titled Douluo level is less than 10. If it weren't for the full support of Ning Fengzi, who is at the sole Douluo level, they simply couldn't hold on. Once they were defeated in high-level combat power and the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall entered the low-level battlefield, the situation of the war would almost immediately become one-sided. However, the Spirit Hall didn't know what was going on. It was so stubborn that it had been fighting against the defense line of Douluo city. If the Spirit Hall attacked their future city, without the support of the future city, the Tiandu Empire could actually easily defeat the defense line of Douluo city. But the Spirit Hall seemed to have completely ignored the city of the future, which made Gu Rong somewhat confused. Wrong, you guys prepare and mobilize another batch of supplies and weapons. The supplies and weapons on the front line are almost used up. Now, whether you can resist the attack of the Spirit Hall depends on you. Gu Rong sighed. I know, Grandpa Bone. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Rongrong could only nod helplessly. Although Ning Rongrong wanted to go to the front line to avenge Bai Ge, as Gu Rong said, they were still at a disadvantage and could only passively defend and could not attack at all. What they needed to do now was to delay and find help as much as possible. If they attacked rashly, they might be directly defeated, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. Master! Just as the women in the meeting room sighed in their hearts, a burst of surprised shouts suddenly came from outside the door. It was the voices of the little maids. Master! Hearing the sound outside the door, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan couldn't help but look at each other, and both of them showed surprise on their faces. Bai Ge. Standing up from the sofa, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan quickly rushed out of the meeting room and pushed open the door. Outside the door, Bai Ge was surrounded by a group of little maids. Rongrong, Yuan, long time no see. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Bai Ge turned his head to look at Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bai Ge. After hearing Bai Ge's words and seeing the person she had been worrying about day and night appear in front of her, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly turned red, and so did Meng Yuan. The two girls were the first to follow Bai Ge, and compared to Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling, who were more cold and independent, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan were more emotional and more dependent on Bai Ge. Seeing Bai Ge, the two girls couldn't help but run over and threw themselves into Bai Ge's arms, sobbing. Bai Ge, where have you been? Do you know that we are very worried about you? Burying her head in Bai Ge's chest, Ning Rongrong choked, and her tears soon wet the clothes on Bai Ge's chest. Bai Ge, it's great that you are okay. Meng Yuan also cried with joy, hugged Bai Ge tightly with both arms, and buried her head in Bai Ge's arms like a kitten. After Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Zhu Zuqing also walked out slowly. Bai Ge, I knew you would be fine. Although her eyes were red, Zhu Zuqing's voice was calm, still in her usual cold tone, but Bai Ge could feel the suppressed excitement in Zhu Zuqing's tone. On the other side, Ye Lingling was the same. However, compared to Zhu Zuqing, Ye Lingling's temperament was colder because of her childhood experience, and perhaps it was because of their similar personalities that Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling had always been close. Sorry, I made you worry. Looking at Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling who were still standing aside, Bai Ge felt a little apologetic, and his heart moved, and an invisible attraction immediately sucked the two girls into his arms. On the side, Gu Rong also walked out of the meeting room. Leaning against the gate, looking at the little boy and girl in front of him, Gu Rong shook his head with emotion and sighed, "This is youth, it really makes people miss it." Haha, Senior Gu laughed at me. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Bai Ge let go of the four girls in his arms and smiled slightly. Bai Ge boy, I heard from old man Jian that you seem to have used some trump cards again and suppressed Bibi Dong. Why did you disappear afterwards? Looking at Bai Ji, thinking of what Jian Chen said before, Gu Rong asked in confusion. This is what happened. Bai Ji sighed and briefly recounted what happened at the time, including the sacrifice of the blue bird's Iobai and the appearance of the Ash Lord state. Okay, I'm glad you're okay, otherwise Rong would be heartbroken. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Gu Rong could only sigh, stepped forward and patted Bai Ji on the shoulder, comforting him. Chapter 460 Bone Douluo, I'm so hard. The third update, extra update for Gu Ran's support. By the way, Bai Ji, I haven't seen you for more than a year. How strong are you now? Thinking of the fact that Bai Ji was almost a soul saint when he went to the Xingda Great Forest a year ago, and now more than a year has passed, Bai Ji's strength should be a soul saint, Gu Rong couldn't help asking. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Rong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling also looked at Bai Ji. My strength. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Bai Ji suddenly laughed. My strength may be a little beyond your expectations, but I can say that there is no one in this world who can match me. Have you reached the title Douluo level? Gu Rong was a little surprised. Thinking of the fact that Bai Ji could fight with Su Motion, who was at the title Douluo level, when he was not even a soul saint, although Su Motion did not use his full strength at that time, if Bai Ji reached the soul saint level, it would be enough to eliminate the gap. Now that Bai Ji said he was invincible in Douluo continent, Gu Rong naturally thought that Bai Ji might have reached the titled Douluo realm. Senior Gu Rong, guess what level I am? Hearing Gu Rong's words, Bai Ji smiled mysteriously. What level? Gu Rong frowned. Level 91. Gu Rong asked tentatively. Too low. Bai Ji shook his head. Then level 92. Still too low. Then level 93, or level 94. Gu Rong gritted his teeth. Still a little low. Bai Ji smiled. You haven't reached level 95, have you? Gu Rong looked at Bai Ji in shock. Yes, exactly level 95. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Level 95 when you were not yet a soul saint, you could fight against Blood Lion Douluo. According to the gap between soul saint and title Douluo, now that you are level 95, you should be able to fight against level 99 extreme Douluo, right? Gu Rong said in shock. Yes, and this is just a conservative estimate. If you really exert your full strength, even if the opponent is a god, I think there will be no problem. Bai Ji smiled confidently. Oh, that's right. Gu Rong sighed. When you were promoted to Soul Saint, you could fight Bibi Dong. According to what old man Jian saw at that time, Bibi Dong's strength should have reached the limit of Douluo, but she was not your opponent. Since you have successfully mastered that state, now you are already level 95, only the legendary gods can fight you. Looking at the young man in front of him, Gu Rong suddenly felt very emotional. For such a monster, it seems that the master and Rong did not make the wrong choice. By the way, how is your soul ring? You are now level 95, and the soul ring of the first martial soul should be configured, but how is the second martial soul? Do you need me to go to the Xingda Great Forest with you to help you solve the problem of the soul ring of the second martial soul? Thinking of Bai Ji's second martial soul, Gu Rong couldn't help but ask with concern. No, thank you for your concern, Senior Gu Rong, but I have almost configured it. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Are you ready? Gu Rong was stunned. Yes. Bai Ji nodded, and then summoned the star-forging Dragon King martial soul. As a starry sky dotted with bright stars rose behind him, a slender and majestic star-blue dragon suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body. And with the emergence of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul, 8 red, gold, red, and black soul rings slowly rose from under Bai Ji's feet. This 700,000-year soul rings? Seeing the soul ring rising under Bai Ji's feet, Gu Rong immediately took several steps back, and was extremely shocked. On the side, Ning Rong and several other women also covered their mouths in surprise. 100,000-year soul beast, this is the strongest soul beast in Douluo continent, not only is it powerful, but also extremely rare. According to the records of the past few hundred years, only the Xingda Great Forest has seen 100,000-year soul beast, but there are no more than 2. Bai Ji actually has 700,000-year soul rings, which is simply unbelievable. How do you have so many 100,000-year soul rings? Gurong asked with horror on his face. Most of my 7 soul rings were obtained overseas. Although 100,000-year soul beasts are very rare on Douluo continent, there are actually quite a few 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean. Bai Ji explained to Gurong's shock. Bai Ji, are there many 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. Let me give you an example first. Which do you think is bigger, the ocean or the Douluo continent? Bai Ji asked. It must be the ocean. Meng Yuran on the side said very naturally. That's it. You see, since the area of the ocean is larger than our Douluo continent, and the Xingda Great Forest is only a small part of the Douluo continent, it can survive 2 or more 100,000-year soul beasts. How many 100,000-year soul beasts can survive in the endless ocean that is larger than the Douluo continent, has existed for a longer time, and has not been disturbed by humans? Bai Ji smiled. That's right, but you have 700,000-year soul rings. I think the blessing given to you by the soul rings alone can allow you to fight against the 99-level extreme Douluo at the level of a 95th level super Douluo. Gurong sighed. This should not be enough, but with 7 soul bones, it should be about the same. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Gurong immediately reacted. It seems that a 100,000-year soul beast still drops soul bones 100%, and there will be no duplication. With these 700,000-year soul rings, doesn't it mean that Bai Ji has already collected 7 soul bones? For a moment, a sour feeling like eating a few baskets of lemons suddenly surged into Gurong's heart, and Gurong suddenly felt like crying. Thinking of his famous 7 treasure glazed sect bone Douluo, he didn't even have 1 soul bone, but the junior in front of him actually collected all 7. This is simply too difficult. Wow, Bai Ji, you already have 7 soul bones. On the side, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. In fact, I still have several pieces, all left for you. He pulled the 4 girls into his arms, touched their hair, and smiled gently. Do you still have soul bones? Hearing Bai Ji say that there were still soul bones, Gurong couldn't help but widen his eyes, and suddenly doubted his life. Could it be that soul bones are not actually very precious treasures? When Gurong doubted his life, Bai Ji had already taken out several soul bones placed in the alternate dimension castle. There were 3 pieces in total, namely the Ice Nightmare Skull, the Ice Chi Trunk Bone, and the Evil Demon Killer Whale King's right leg bone. Why are there only 3 pieces? It seems that there are not enough soul bones to share. Look, holding the 3 soul bones that glowed with black, blue, and grey light respectively, and looking at the 4 girls in front of him, Bai Ji suddenly had a headache. Chapter 461, Dividing Soul Bones, Tiger Roar Pass, First Update. I don't want these soul bones, you guys divide them. Looking at the soul bones in Bai Ji's hand, Zhu Zuqing suddenly whispered. Why? Zuqing. Ning Rongrong was stunned, and looked at Zhu Zuqing in confusion. Have you forgotten that I got a soul bone during the competition, and it was Yuran who gave it to me? Since I have a soul bone, you can each get one of these 3 soul bones, then we are all the same, right? Zhu Zuqing said with a faint smile on her cold and pretty face. Zuqing, but your soul bone is only a 10,000-year soul bone, and Bai Ji's is a 100,000-year soul bone, you still lose out. Meng Yuran was still a little entangled. We are all sisters, so let's not talk about this. Just divide it. Zhu Zuqing shook her head. Since Zuqing doesn't want it, then I will divide it. This is the skull of the Ice Nightmare, which is considered a spiritual skull, so I'll give it to Rongrong. This torso bone is the torso bone of the Ice Chi, which is more suitable for a combat soul master, so I'll give it to Yuran. As for the right leg bone of the evil demon killer whale, it has stronger attack skills and is just right for self-defense, so I'll give it to Lingling. Bai Ji thought about it for a while and quickly determined the ownership of the 3 soul bones. Ning Rongrong took the Ice Nightmare skull from Bai Ji, but after thinking about it, he walked towards Gurong. Grandpa Bone, this soul bone is for you. Ning Rongrong held the Ice Nightmare skull with both hands and handed it to Gurong. Gurong was stunned. He didn't expect Ning Rongrong to do this. Grandpa Bone, you and Grandpa Sword have protected our 7 treasures glazed sect for so long, but you don't even have a soul bone. This soul bone is of spiritual attribute, which happens to be quite suitable for Grandpa Bone. Please accept it. Wrong. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gurong suddenly felt a little sour in his nose and his eyes became a little red. This little princess, he has not loved her in vain since she was a child. Although he was very moved, Gurong also had his own principles for some things. Rongrong, you can think of giving Grandpa a soul bone. Grandpa is very moved, but Grandpa is now level 96. Soul bones are just icing on the cake for Grandpa and don't play a big role. But for you little soul masters, soul bones can play the role of sending charcoal in the snow. Rongrong, your intention, Grandpa Bone appreciates it, but Grandpa Bone can't take this soul bone. Gurong smiled kindly and pushed Ning Rongrong's hand holding the soul bone back. Grandpa Bone, Ning Rongrong wanted to say something, but Gurong interrupted Ning Rongrong with a helpless smile. Okay, little princess, Grandpa is not being polite. These soul bones are really not very useful to Grandpa. In fact, soul bones are not so obvious when they reach a certain level, unless they are soul bones with particularly powerful soul skills. But this Ice Nightmare soul bone is definitely biased towards assistance and self-protection. It is especially suitable for auxiliary young soul masters like you, not for Grandpa. If you don't believe me, ask Bai Ji. Bai Ji. Hearing Gurong's words, Ning Rongrong subconsciously looked at Bai Ji. What Senior Gurong said is right. Soul bones are indeed not so obvious when they reach a certain level. Just like me, although I have 7 soul bones, I don't use them much. Bai Ji smiled. Then Grandpa, this soul bone will be fused by Rongrong himself. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, Ning Rongrong hesitated for a while before believing it. Okay, little princess, you should merge quickly. Now that Bai Ji is back, Grandpa is going to take him to the front line later. The situation on the battlefield is very tense now. Gurong touched Ning Rongrong's head lovingly and said. On the other side, Xingluo Empire, Huxiao Pass. Huxiao Pass is a strong city of Xingluo Empire. Because of the terrain, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is the last pass leading to Xingluo city of Xingluo Empire, and it is also the last pass that Tiandu Empire faces if it wants to completely destroy Xingluo Empire. As long as they can break through Huxiao Pass, without the obstruction of Huxiao Pass, the army of Tiandu Empire can directly drive straight in and approach Xingluo Imperial City, but everything is not that simple. Outside Huxiao Pass, there is a stretch of camps stretching for thousands of miles. In the camps, flags with the words Tiandu written on them are fluttering in the wind. At this moment, in the central army tent, Qian Rongxiu was sitting on the top seat with the face of Xue Qinghe. Below, 2 rows of people from different forces sat on the left and right. On the left sat the generals of the Tiandu Empire, led by the military god of the Tiandu Empire, Ji Long, and on the right sat the titled Douluo elders, led by the titled Douluo Golden Crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Your Majesty, we have been deadlocked here for almost half a year. Although the logistics can still support it, the pressure in the rear is also very great. Big, can't we try another way? Looking at the expressionless Qian Rongxiu below, Ji Long said unwillingly. As an old general who has experienced many wars, even if the grain output of the Tiandu Empire has increased greatly due to the reform, and the time it can support a large-scale battlefield is much longer than before, the financial and human resources spent on it are also huge. The solution to the problem is obviously very simple. Ji Long really doesn't understand why His Majesty disagrees. Is it because this method makes His Majesty unhappy? But war cannot be carried out with personal emotions. If it is dragged on like this, the consequences will be difficult to predict. General, what solution do you have? You might as well say it directly. Glancing at Ji Long, Qian Rongxiu said indifferently. Your Majesty, we have now occupied 80% of the territory of the Xingluo Empire. At present, the food output in the area near Xingluo city alone cannot support their army. Now the army of the Xingluo Empire relies entirely on the supply of materials from the city of the future. As long as we cut off the supply line between them and the city of the future, this Huxiao Pass will fall without a fight. Your Majesty. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Ji Long said excitedly. Oh, then this matter will be handed over to General Ji Long. Hearing Ji Long's words, Qian Rongxiu nodded calmly. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Ji Long's face suddenly fell. The future city relies on flying soul masters to carry materials with soul guides. How can ordinary troops stop them? He meant to let Qian Rongxiu ask the Spirit Hall to send people to destroy the future city. Once the future city is destroyed, everything will naturally end. Thinking of this, Ji Long couldn't help but look at the golden crocodile Douluo, but the golden crocodile Douluo turned his head away and pretended not to see Ji Long's gaze. What does General Ji Long mean? Qian Rongxiu frowned and asked. Your Majesty, as long as you send the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to destroy the future city, this Tiger Roar Pass will fall without a fight. Ji Long gritted his teeth and spoke directly. Chapter 462 Qian Rongxiu's persistence, Bibi Dong appeared, second update. I said, don't mention this again in the future. Earl Beg is the Earl of our Tiandu Empire. He was and will be the Earl in the future. The city of the future is the territory of Earl Beg. You asked me to send people to destroy the city of the future. What is your intention? Qian Rongxiu's face turned cold. Originally, Qian Rongxiu was extremely angry that Bibi Dong secretly sent people and even personally went to kill Bai Ji, but now Bibi Dong is missing. Although Qian Rongxiu is angry, she has nowhere to vent. However, although Bai Ji is also missing, Qian Rongxiu believes that Bai Ji will not die so easily at the hands of Bibi Dong. And now that she is cooperating with the Spirit Hall, she will naturally be considered as a betrayal of Bai Ji by the future city. Qian Rongxiu does not find it strange that the future city will destroy its war against the Xingluo Empire. On the contrary, she had repeatedly promised Bai Ji, but was repeatedly slapped in the face by the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxiu felt very guilty about Bai Ji. Bai Ji's life and death are uncertain now. Let her destroy the future city. How can she explain to Bai Ji in the future? Anyway, the Tiandu Empire has already occupied an absolute upper hand. Qian Rongxiu would rather spend more national power than attack the future city. Hee. On the side, looking at the anxious Ji Long, golden crocodile Douluo smiled playfully in his heart. As for whether the Spirit Hall can unify the continent, this actually does not have much impact on golden crocodile Douluo. After all, with golden crocodile Douluo's strength, his status has reached a peak. No matter how big the Spirit Hall is, his life will remain the same, so golden crocodile Douluo only wants to maintain stability. In the past, Bibi Dong was the head of the Spirit Hall, and golden crocodile Douluo listened to Bibi Dong, but now that Bibi Dong is missing, golden crocodile Douluo listens to Qian Rongxiu. Anyway, he is not proactive and does not fail to do his job. Because of the previous incident, golden crocodile Douluo also knew that Qian Rongxiu must have some ideas about him in her heart, so now golden crocodile Douluo said nothing and did not express any opinions. He did whatever Qian Rongxiu asked him to do. Anyway, he was a brick and moved wherever he was needed. Okay, Marshal Ji Long, don't say anything anymore. I won't make any arrangements for the city of the future. You might as well think about how to break through the Tiger Roar Pass if you have time. Seeing that Gai Long wanted to say something, Qian Rongxiu interrupted him directly. Yes, Your Majesty. In the end, Gai Long had no choice but to obey. What? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the tent. In the air, with a whistling sound, a purple stream of light suddenly fell from the sky, broke through the big tent, fell into the tent, and startled the smoke and dust all over the sky. When the smoke and dust cleared, a figure covered in dark purple armor appeared in the tent. This is a woman. Although her face is purple and her appearance is hideous, Qian Rongxiu instantly guessed the identity of the person from her outline and breath. It's you, you know to come back now. A burst of anger suddenly surged from her heart, and Qian Rongxiu stood up from the throne in a flash, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of anger. What do you mean by me? Who am I? Don't forget your identity. Hearing Qian Rongxiu's words, Bibi Dong's face suddenly darkened, and she shouted angrily. Identity. Qian Rongxiu suddenly showed a contemptuous smile. Respect should be given to each other, and identity should be recognized by each other. Have you ever recognized my identity? Now you only know how to use this sentence. Are you at a loss for words? Isn't it a little too funny? You. Bibi Dong could no longer bear her anger after being ridiculed by Qian Rongxiu. After inheriting the throne of the Rakshasa god, her mental state has become difficult to maintain, and she is easily furious, and Qian Rongxiu's words are undoubtedly unbearable for Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong was angry, a terrifying momentum suddenly broke out from Bibi Dong's body. At the same time, the dazzling dark purple divine light turned into a beam of light and rushed up from Bibi Dong's body. Large clouds instantly dissipated under the impact of the dark purple beam of light. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong gloomily applied a strong divine pressure to Jian Rongxiu. Although Jian Rongxiu's current strength has reached the level of Super Douluo, under Bibi Dong's divine pressure, Jian Rongxiu's face turned pale instantly, and blood even flowed from the corner of her mouth. But even though her body could no longer bear it, Jian Rongxiu still stood straight like a spear, looking at Bibi Dong stubbornly. Seeing Jian Rongxiu so unwilling to admit defeat, Bibi Dong also showed a dejected look and withdrew the pressure. Golden Crocodile, His Majesty is tired, you take His Majesty down to rest. Bibi Dong looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Feeling Bibi Dong's overwhelming pressure, Golden Crocodile Douluo was particularly submissive at this moment. There was no way, he was so tactful. No, I'll go by myself. But Jian Rongxiu ignored Bibi Dong, and snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, and strode out of the central army tent. This. On the side, Ji Long hadn't reacted yet. Why did His Majesty suddenly quarrel with the Pope of the Spirit Hall? However, seeing His Majesty being forced away by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Ji Long, no matter how slow-witted he was, understood at this time that they should probably listen to the Spirit Hall now. Of course, they can also choose not to listen, but the end is probably death. Marshal Ji Long, don't worry, our Spirit Hall will not interfere with your Tiandu Empire's rule over the secular world. We only want the highest governance of the Soul Master world. Although his heart was complicated, Bibi Dong remained calm on the surface, and even spoke to Ji Long with a somewhat pleasant face. But looking at Bibi Dong's ferocious face, Ji Long could only force a smile and said, I understand what His Majesty the Pope means, otherwise our Majesty would not have reached a cooperation with His Majesty the Pope. Since Marshal Ji Long has no objection, then please ask Marshal Ji Long to mobilize the troops, and we will capture this Tiger Roar Pass now. Bibi Dong's tone was excited. Your Majesty the Pope, this Tiger Roar Pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Now the army is not ready, I am afraid there is no way to do what His Majesty the Pope wishes. Ji Long's face was a little ugly. Originally, Ji Long thought that Bibi Dong would know some tactics, but he didn't expect that Bibi Dong was worse than Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu would not interfere with the arrangements of her generals, but would only coordinate the overall situation. It was just that she didn't want the Spirit Hall to send people to destroy the future city, which made Ji Long unhappy. But Bibi Dong directly asked him to lead the army to attack a city that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is more serious than Jian Rongxiu's reluctance to attack the city of the future. Unless the natural barrier and towering walls of Huxiao Pass disappear directly, it is better to lead the army to attack now, which will definitely cause heavy losses. Marshal Ji Long does not need to question. I will not fight a battle without confidence. All the titled Douluo stationed in Huxiao Pass will be handed over to me. Jin Crocodile and others will cooperate with you in the attack. As if she had guessed what Ji Long was thinking, Bibi Dong said lightly. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ji Long was stunned. Is the Pope in front of him going to fight all the titled Douluo on the opposite side alone? If the Pope of the Spirit Hall in front of him can really hold back the combat power of the opponent's titled Douluo, and then the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall will cooperate with the army to attack, and use soul skills and spirit true bodies to break the walls of Huxiao Pass, it is indeed very simple to attack Huxiao Pass. But is this possible? Thinking of this, Ji Long couldn't help but hesitate. Chapter 463, Crisis is coming, third update, additional update for Guran's support. Humph. As if she also knew Ji Long's mood at the moment, Bibi Dong snorted coldly and stretched out her hand to summon the Rakshasa demon scythe. Boom! The majestic dark purple Rakshasa divine power suddenly burst out, instantly shattering the entire central army tent. Bibi Dong instantly rushed into the sky and swung the Rakshasa demon scythe at a distant mountain. In an instant, a dark purple light blade that spanned the sky and the earth suddenly burst out, and with a lightning speed, it instantly cut the distant mountain in half. In a loud roar, countless broken stones collapsed between the mountains that were cut in half, blocking the crack in the middle. This. Seeing Bibi Dong's sickle cut a mountain in half, Ji Long's pupils shrank and a storm surged in his heart. Cutting off a mountain with one move, what kind of strength is this? After cutting the mountain into pieces, Bibi Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor, and 10 soul rings suddenly rose from Bibi Dong's feet. After showing her soul rings, Bibi Dong looked at Ji Long calmly. This Pope has become a god now, what are you still afraid of? God. Feeling Bibi Dong's aura like the abyss and the sea, and seeing the 10 soul rings surrounding Bibi Dong, which obviously exceeded the legendary titled Douluo, Ji Long couldn't help but be shocked. 10 soul rings, is he really a god? Long live His Holiness! His Holiness will win! Fight! 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 Before Ji Long could react, the soul masters of the spirit hall started shouting enthusiastically. Seeing that the soldiers in the surrounding barracks were staring at the cut-off mountains in the distance, Ji Long gritted his teeth. We have the help of the gods in this battle, and we will win without any worries. Soldiers, listen to my orders, assemble within 1 minute, and then send troops to Huxiao Pass. Pulling out the sword from his waist, Ji Long raised the long sword in his hand and shouted hoarsely. We will win the next battle. We will win this battle. A deafening shout rang out from the Wan Li Lianaying outside Huxiao Pass. After Ji Long's order was issued, all the soldiers were excited because of Bibi Dong's presence. Countless soldiers of the Tiandu Empire poured out of the barracks one after another. Each soldier was wearing armor and holding a spear. They looked excited and marched in uniform steps. Amid the thunderous shouts, they finally assembled on a flat ground. Under the leadership of Ji Long, the army of the Tiandu Empire had completed its battle array. The Dark Army immediately approached Huxiao Pass with murderous intent. Dong! 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 All the soldiers marched forward in uniform steps. Every step was like stepping on the drum beat. The subtle footsteps were emitted at the same time and superimposed together, like a deafening roar, shaking the entire Huxiao Pass. Seeing that the Tiandu Empire had launched an attack, the sentinels on Huxiao Pass hurriedly notified the highest general of Huxiao Pass, the veteran of the Xingluo Empire, Xiao Zanhu, the only one who had fought against Ji Long for countless years. But when the sentry went to inform Xiao Zanhu had already felt the earth-shaking footsteps coming from afar, and was now observing the approaching Tiandu army from the tower. Besides Xiao Zanhu were a group of titled Douluo level combat forces, including Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Blue Tyrant Douluo Yu Yuanzhen, Howling Sky Douluo Tang Xiao, Blood Lion Douluo Su Motion, Dragon Snake Douluo Meng Shu, Poison Douluo Dugubo, and the Golden Iron Triangle headed by the Master. Of course, there were also Soul Douluo level Ning Fengzi and Snake Po Chao Tian Xiang. Why did the Tiandu Empire suddenly start to attack? Looking at the dark mass of the Tiandu Empire army coming like a tide in the distance, Xiao Zanhu was really puzzled. Huxiao Pass is a typical place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without a surprise attack or a powerful title Douluo to break the wall of Huxiao Pass, ordinary troops cannot break it at all. Although they have fewer title Douluo than the Spirit Hall, they are not inferior to the Spirit Hall in terms of combat power, with the Soul Douluo level Ning Fengzi and a group of auxiliary soul masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Without the help of high-end combat power, the Heaven Do Empire will only kill 1,000 enemies and lose 3,000 of its own if it launches an attack rashly. Such a loss-making business should not be done by the old rival Ji Long. Did you feel it just now? A powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the Heaven Do Empire's military camp, and then the mountain over there was cut open. Do you think that there is some extraordinary person from the Spirit Hall? On the side, Ning Fengzi pointed to the mountain that was just cut open by Bibi Dong, and said with some heaviness. Is it Qiande Liu? Yu Yuanzhen said. It shouldn't be Qiande Liu. Qiande Liu's spirit is a six-winged angel, and his spirit power is golden. I just heard from the soldiers that a purple beam of light shot up from the barracks of the Tiandu Empire. It shouldn't be Qiande Liu. If it was Qiande Liu, he would have taken action long ago. The master shook his head. Who would it be? Meng Shu was a little confused. I think it's Bibi Dong. The master was silent for a while and replied. Bibi Dong, is she the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Is she so strong that she can cut a mountain in one blow? Su Motion was a little confused. Her talent is the best I have ever seen in my life. In terms of cultivation talent, she is not inferior to Haoshan Douluo, and even has better talent. Moreover, because she has twin spirits, her strength may even be stronger than Haoshan Douluo. I am not surprised at all that she can reach the level of Qiande Liu. The master sighed and shook his head. Then what should we do? Hearing the master, Xiao Zanhu's face looked a little unhappy. As a veteran general, Xiao Zanhu clearly knew the impact of a powerful soul master on a battle. The Xingluo Empire once surpassed the Tiandu Empire in national strength and military strength. However, it was because the power of the Tiandu Empire's Soul Master community was too strong that the number and strength of the Soul Masters in the Tiandu Empire's army were far stronger than those in the Xingluo Empire's army. In every war, the Tiandu Empire fought the Xingluo Empire to a draw with the strength of its Soul Masters, and even had an advantage when the Xingluo Empire had no Soul Masters to support it. The stronger the Soul Master's power, the greater the impact on the outcome of a war. It is difficult for a Soul Emperor to affect the outcome of a large-scale war, but it is different for a Soul Saint. A Soul Master with a Beast Spirit Soul Saint in the state of the Spirit True Body is fully capable of being a vanguard to directly drill a hole in the opponent's army, and if he approaches the city gate, he can even blow the city gate to pieces. When a Weapon Spirit Soul Sage uses his Spirit Body and Soul skills, he can directly smash a section of the wall, which is fatal to the outcome of a battle. Above the Soul Sage realm, Soul Douluo and Title Douluo are even more terrifying. A Title Douluo can completely take the head of an enemy general from among thousands of troops and decide the outcome of a war. Hearing the master say that a super strong man who can cut off a mountain with one blow appeared on the opposite side, Xiao Zanhu could foresee that the wall of Huxiaoguan would be as weak as paper in front of that unknown strong man. Chapter 464, A Last Stand, 1/2. Xiao Zanhu was powerless against such a strong man. He was good at tactics and formation, not dealing with a super strong man. For a super strong man, no matter how many troops there were, it would be useless. Evacuate first, we can't defend this place. The master did not hesitate to answer the question of whether to defend or not, but said in a deep voice. Facing a strong man who can cut a mountain in one blow, the wall of Huxiao Pass is of no use at all. If they fail to retreat in time, the opponent will blow down the wall of Huxiao Pass with one blow, and they will suffer heavy losses. It is better to evacuate now and stop the loss in time. Okay, retreat. Xiao Zanhu gritted his teeth and agreed to the master's answer. In terms of tactics and strategy, everyone listened to his opinions, but when encountering a powerful soul master, Xiao Zanhu also knew that he didn't know much about this aspect, and in this regard, he should still listen to others' opinions. After deciding to retreat, Xiao Zanhu directly found his deputy general and asked him to quickly notify everyone. This Huxiao Pass is gone, evacuate immediately. After Xiao Zanhu spoke, the entire Huxiao Pass began to mobilize quickly. After all the soldiers took their equipment, they quickly began to retreat. Just when the Tiandu Empire's army approached Huxiao Pass, the soldiers in Huxiao Pass had basically completed the evacuation, and the entire Huxiao Pass became empty directly. Please help, Your Holiness. Looking at the city wall made of hard obsidian in front of him, Ji Long looked respectfully at Bibi Dong, who was sitting on a gorgeous chariot. Hearing Ji Long's words, Bibi Dong lifted the green gauze curtain covering the chariot, moved her body, and instantly flew into the sky. Looking at the empty Huxiao Pass below, Bibi Dong's purple face covered by the helmet had no expression. Slowly stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of dark purple light, a huge dark purple sickle suddenly appeared in Bibi Dong's hand. Swish! Swinging the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand violently, a huge dark purple light blade suddenly burst out, splitting the entire Huxiao Pass gate and the tower into two. After cutting off the gate and the tower, the dark purple light blade continued to have the remaining force, and cut a bottomless crack in the ground paved with blue bricks. With a loud bang, the severed city gates and tower slowly collapsed, and the smoke and dust rose to the sky. Long live His Holiness the Pope! Seeing the terrifying power of Bibi Dong's attack, the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire showed fanaticism and began to raise their guns and shout. The army has always been a place to worship the strong, and the shocking effect of Bibi Dong's attack naturally made all the soldiers admire and even worship her fanatically. Under the leadership of Bibi Dong, the army of the Tiandu Empire first broke through the Tiger Roar Pass, and then captured several cities in succession. With the help of Bibi Dong, all cities were like undefended. Once the city walls were broken, there was no position to defend. Some advanced soul guides from the city of the future were completely useless. Facing the Tiandu army that far outnumbered their own, the remaining Xingluo city had basically no room for resistance. So after breaking through the Tiger Roar Pass, the army of the Tiandu Empire almost marched straight in and soon approached the Xingluo Imperial City. At this moment, in the Xingluo Imperial City, in the palace, the current Xingluo Empire Emperor Dai Chengxian was extremely anxious. Originally, because he was completely unprepared, facing the joint efforts of the Spirit Hall and the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire was directly conquered by 100%. 80 cities. Although in the end, with the assistance of materials and soul guides from the city of the future, and the help of some soul masters who did not want to see the Spirit Hall unify the soul master world, the Xingluo Empire barely stabilized the situation and fought a tug-of-war with the Tiandu Empire. Relying on the pass of Huxiao Pass, the Xingluo Empire persisted in the shaky situation, but it did not expect that it would not work after all. After the Spirit Hall sent an extremely powerful soul master, under the leadership of that powerful soul master, the army of the Tiandu Empire actually broke through the Huxiao Pass directly, and then drove straight in and approached the Xingluo Imperial City. Seeing the constant bad news on the front line, Dai Chengxian had a headache. Is the foundation of my ancestors going to end here? Sitting on the throne blankly, Dai Chengxian looked at the sky, feeling very unwilling, but helpless. In the grazing-style competition for the throne, he defeated countless brothers and finally ascended the throne, but before he could start his ambitions, he didn't expect that everything would end. Facing the Tiandu Empire, which was not inferior to his own national strength and military force, and with the support of the Wuhan Hall, the Xingluo Empire had no hope of winning. Report. Suddenly, a guard suddenly walked into the imperial study, half knelt in front of Dai Chengxian, and said, "Report to your majesty, Marshal Xiao Zanhu and Sect Master Ning have returned and are now asking to see your majesty." "I know, I'll go right away." Hearing the guard's words, Dai Chengxian immediately stood up and said in a deep voice. At this time, it is no longer his turn to talk about the emperor's demeanor and majesty. If he wants the Xingluo Empire to continue to exist, he must try his best to win over all the forces that can be won over. After leaving the imperial study, Dai Chengxian walked quickly to the special meeting hall. At this moment, the generals led by Xiao Zanhu and the powerful soul masters led by Ning Fengzi who came to assist the Xingluo Empire have all taken their seats. Marshal Zanhu, Sect Master Ning, what is going on now? Dai Chengxian quickly sat down in the main seat, and was very anxious at the moment. The situation is not optimistic. Ning Fengzi shook his head. The Spirit Hall has sent a titled Douluo who may be level 99. No one on our side can stop him. If a war breaks out, the consequences will be difficult to predict. Level 99 titled Douluo. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Dai Chenshuan's pupils shrank, and finally he smiled bitterly with a dejected look. What should we do then? We can only fight to the death. Ning Fengzi sighed. I will arrange all my disciples to assist the Golden Triangle with me. I hope their martial soul fusion skills can hold back the 99th level title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Then the other title Douluos of the Spirit Hall, Blue Tyrant Douluo and Roaring Sky Douluo, will also try their best to hold back. As for the others, we are powerless. Okay, I will personally lead the army in this battle. Dai Chengxian sighed, with a complicated expression. 4 hours later, after sweeping all the cities along the way, the dark and surging Tiandaodi army finally approached Xingluo City. On the wall of Xingluo City, Dai Chengxian was sitting on a dragon chariot and leading the army in person. Next to Dai Chengxian, on one side sat the queen and on the other side sat the crown prince Dai Mubai. At this critical moment, anyone can escape, but only the royal family cannot escape. Facing life and death, there is only a desperate battle to boost morale, otherwise there will be no hope at all. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 465 The Slain Golden Holy Dragon, 2 halves. Are you ready? On the city wall, Master, Flanders, and Lu Erlong stood on a high platform. Below the high platform were Ning Fengzi and a group of disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Facing an extreme Douluo, even the strongest sword Douluo Chen Xin, with the assistance of Ning Fengzi and the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, could not be the opponent of the extreme Douluo. The only thing that could stop the extreme Douluo was the martial soul fusion skill of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Golden Holy Dragon. Because it was a martial soul fusion skill, before the Golden Holy Dragon was defeated, the three of Master were invincible. Once, when the Master's strength had not yet reached the Soul Master, the three of them could rely on the Golden Holy Dragon to rival the titled Douluo. Now the Master has become a Soul King, Lu Erlong and Flanders have been promoted to Soul Douluo. Now the three of them use the martial soul fusion technique, plus Ning Fengzi and the Seven Treasures Li Yulai sect disciples, it may not be possible to defeat the limit Douluo. However, with the thick skin and flesh of the Golden Holy Dragon, it should not be a problem if it is just to stop it. As for the rest, it can only rely on the Star Luo Empire itself. After all, compared with the Spirit Hall, the soul master forces that come to help the Douluo Empire are still too few. It is not easy to barely stop some powerful soul masters of the Spirit Hall. It is not realistic to do anything else. Looking at the dark mass of the Dou army under the city wall, the master took a deep breath. Day the moon is shining, yellow and gold is turning. As the three shouted in unison, brilliant golden light suddenly rushed out from the three people at the same time. Countless golden divine lights quickly flowed between the three people, forming a golden triangle array, and inside the triangle was a circle of golden light, surrounded by countless complex patterns. Three brilliant golden lights gathered in the air to form a huge beam of light, and countless golden divine lights permeated the bodies of the three masters. Purple Holy Dragon, Fire Dragon, Four-Eyed Cat Owl. Following three loud shouts, the Purple Ghost Holy Dragon, Fire Dragon, and Four-Eyed Cat Owl evolved from Luo Sanbao rose into the sky along the light column at the same time. In the air, a huge formation diagram exactly the same as the triangular formation diagram under the feet of the three people quickly condensed. After the three different martial spirits rose into the formation diagram, a huge golden holy dragon emerged from the top of the formation diagram. The whole body was covered with golden dragon scales, with a length of more than 50 meters from head to tail, a pair of wide dragon wings stretched out, and the slender dragon head was extremely majestic. The whole dragon was full of sacred and majestic aura. Roar! After the successful fusion, the golden holy dragon roared, and then flapped its wings and flew into the sky, arriving in the sky outside Xingluo city. In an instant, the terrifying dragon power spread out, frightening the Dou Empire's war horses and making them retreat again and again. Some even crawled directly on the rain, their legs trembling and unable to move. The 7 treasures are famous, one is strength, the other is speed. As the golden holy dragon was summoned, on the city wall, under the leadership of Ning Fengzi, a group of disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect summoned their own martial souls and assisted the 3 masters. Roar! With the support of Ning Fengzi and many disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect, the golden holy dragon's momentum suddenly increased, and it let out a dragon roar, and the golden holy dragon continued to hover above the Dou Empire Legion. Het! Just as the golden holy dragon was hovering over the Dou Empire army, showing off its might, a disdainful chuckle suddenly came from a chariot below. Swoosh! A breeze blew past, and the green gauze tent covering the chariot was suddenly lifted. A deep purple light blade suddenly burst out from the tent, almost cutting through the void. There was no time to react, and the golden holy dragon's head was cut off in an instant. The mighty golden dragon head still retained its proud look, but it had fallen from the domineering body. The moment it left the body, the golden dragon head turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared in the air. On the other side, on the high platform above the Xingluo city wall, the golden iron triangle that performed the martial soul fusion skill golden holy dragon was killed. As the golden holy dragon was killed, the 3 people's faces changed at the same time, and blood spurted out. The golden formation diagram under their feet instantly dissipated, and the 3 people fell on the high platform at the same time. How is it possible? Seeing the golden holy dragon being killed instantly, Ning Fengzi could not help but be shocked. With the strength of the golden iron triangle, the golden holy dragon summoned by the martial soul fusion skill is definitely stronger than the super Douluo. With the support of him and the auxiliary soul skills of the 7 treasures glazed sect disciples, the golden holy dragon has definitely reached the level of the ultimate Douluo in terms of strength. In addition to the strength of the golden holy dragon itself, although it is unlikely to beat the ultimate Douluo due to its soul skills, it is impossible to be killed in one hit. After killing the golden holy dragon in one hit, seeing Yeshailan and a group of healing soul masters rescuing the 3 masters, Bibi Dong slowly unveiled the green gauze tent and turned into a purple streamer and rushed into the sky. Standing in the air, Bibi Dong was wearing a ferocious Rakshasa god costume, holding a Rakshasa magic sickle, and fully released the momentum of being a god. In an instant, a dazzling purple divine light suddenly rushed up, almost covering the entire sky. At the same time, 10 soul rings slowly rose from Bibi Dong's feet, surrounding Bibi Dong and began to move rhythmically. The pressure from the gods instantly eclipsed the earth. 10 soul rings, she became a god. Seeing the 10 soul rings surrounding Bibi Dong, the master who was receiving treatment from Yeshailan's 9-heart begonia couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face. On the side, Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen, Tang Xiao and other titled Douluo were also the same, showing horror. As the top 3 sects with a long heritage, whether it is Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen or Tang Xiao, they all know the legendary 100-level godhood, and the ancestor of Hao sect, Tang Chen, left Hao sect because of the pursuit of the legendary 100-level godhood, and there is no news until now. The enemy we are facing is a god. Looking at Bibi Dong standing in the air, Dai Chengxian showed a face full of despair. It seems that their Xingluo royal family's foundation is really going to be defeated by him. You are so naive, you actually tried to stop me. Standing in the air, Bibi Dong gently opened her mouth. It seemed that she didn't make any sound, but the grand voice quickly spread throughout the entire Xingluo city. I am a god. As a god, Douluo continent should be my territory. Don't struggle anymore. Submit. I don't want this city to be reduced to ruins. Bibi Dong looked majestic and raised the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand high. Endless deep purple divine light quickly rushed to Bibi Dong's side, and finally condensed into a giant sickle that spanned the ground beside Bibi Dong. The deep purple sickle was purely condensed by divine light. Although it looked illusory, the energy fluctuations it emitted were amazing. No one doubted whether this sickle would split the entire Xingluo city in two. Bibi Dong, why did you start this war? Looking at Bibi Dong who was standing alone, the master asked loudly. Why did I start this war? Ha 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 ha. Hearing the master's words, Bibi Dong's mouth suddenly raised a cold smile, and then laughed, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Chapter 466 Bibi Dong's Reason, 1/2. Because this world lacks a true ruler, since I can do it, why can't this ruler be me? Bibi Dong replied with a sneer. But what good is it for you to rule this world? Do you know how many people have been killed in this war? Hearing Bibi Dong's words, thinking of the innocent girl who has become like this now, the master couldn't help but show a look of regret on his face, and said angrily. How many people have been killed, gang? I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still as innocent as before. Bibi Dong smiled softly, with a little nostalgia on her face. But wrapped in the dark purple hideous Rakshasa god costume, coupled with the purple face after inheriting the Rakshasa god position, no one can see the expression on Bibi Dong's face now. How many people have I killed, but do you know how many people die every year in the friction between the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire? It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Maybe I have killed many people now, which makes you unacceptable, but if the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire continue to exist like this, will the number of deaths be less than what I have killed? Bibi Dong said in a low voice. This. Hearing Bibi Dong's question, the master was stagnant for a while. Okay, since you have no questions, it's my turn now. Bibi Dong's face turned cold. I order you as God to put down your weapons immediately, hold your heads and kneel on the ground. If there are still people standing after 3 breaths, I will destroy Xingluo city. Bibi Dong's words echoed in Xingluo city. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, Dai Chengxian, who was sitting on the dragon chariot, showed an extremely painful expression, and Dai Mubai beside him also looked depressed. Marshal Zanhu, let them all put down their weapons and surrender. When he said the last 3 words, Dai Chengxian seemed to have used up all his strength and collapsed on the dragon chariot. Yes, your majesty. Xiao Zanhu's heart was also very complicated. As the Grand Marshal of the Xingluo Empire, he had achieved too much glory in this empire, but he did not expect that the Xingluo Empire was about to be destroyed now. Although he was unwilling, for the lives of his soldiers, Xiao Zanhu could only choose to announce the order of His Majesty the Emperor surrender. But just when Xiao Zanhu was about to announce that all his soldiers had surrendered, countless huge black and purple vines suddenly broke out of the ground under Bibi Dong's feet, strangling Bibi Dong like ancient giant pythons. Facing the vines strangling at her feet, Bibi Dong's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in the air not far away the next second. Who? Bibi Dong frowned after avoiding the strangulation of the vines. Pope Bibi Dong, long time no see. With a burst of laughter, a stream of light suddenly descended and instantly fell on Lin, and a violent tremor could not help but be heard. It was a huge sword. After the long sword fell, a white figure also floated over and landed on the sword with 1 foot. The person who came was none other than Bai Ji. Is it you? Seeing that it was Bai Ji, Bibi Dong's face suddenly darkened. I'm not dead. Is the Pope disappointed? Bai Ji smiled faintly. I'm not disappointed. I just didn't expect you to be so eager to die. Do you think I'm still the same as before? Bibi Dong sneered. We both have twin martial souls. One of your martial souls may be stronger than mine, but my soul power is so much higher than yours. If I wasn't accepting the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, do you think you could defeat me? Now I have finally completed the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Douluo continent should belong to my territory. You actually tried to provoke me. Are you looking for death? Bibi Dong suddenly sneered and opened his hands. 10 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, and gold suddenly rose slowly from under Bibi Dong's body. In the air, the dazzling purple divine light suddenly surged, dyeing the entire sky into a misty purple. At the same time, the majestic divine power also swept out instantly. Under the majestic divine power, except for Bai Ji, everyone couldn't bear it. Pressure can't help but kneel down on Lin. Hey, you're okay. Standing in the air, Bibi Dong exuded divine power as deep as the sea, but seeing that Bai Ji didn't kneel down, Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Hey! You overestimate yourself too much, don't you? Bai Ji sneered. When I just reached the Soul Saint, I could fight you. Now a year has passed. Why do you think that only you can make progress? Should I stay where I am? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed. My Bai Ji, are you a little too real? What do you think God is? Bibi Dong couldn't help but show a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. God represents absolute power, transcends the existence of mortals, and cannot be defeated. The opponent of God can only be God. Aiming the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand at Bai Ji, Bibi Dong said loudly. And you, even if you have reached the titled Douluo level now, are still vulnerable in front of a true God. Do you still want to attack a god? Bibi Dong's mouth curled up slightly, that was a disdainful sarcasm. God, what is a god? Aren't gods also transformed from humans? Why should gods be high and mighty, and gods must be invincible in the world? Who can prove it? Bai Ji sneered. After that, Bai Ji stepped hard on Lin, and the juk sword under his feet flew up instantly under the traction of the magnetic force, and was grasped by Bai Ji Zheng. Relying on the gravitational field, Bai Ji stepped on the void, turned the juk sword in his hand suddenly, and pointed it at Bibi Dong. Looking at Bibi Dong, Bai Ji said murderously, I tell you, Bibi Dong, Bai Ji, will kill the god today. Bai Ji, you are looking for death. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bibi Dong's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and a majestic momentum instantly pressed on Bai Ji like a landslide and tsunami. No. Just as Bibi Dong was about to take action, accompanied by an anxious scream, a golden stream of light instantly rushed into the air and blocked Bibi Dong. It was Qian Rongxiu who had restored her original identity. Bibi Dong, if you kill him, I will never forgive you in my life. The last time you attacked him, you didn't fight with me. Do you want to kill him in front of me this time? Looking at Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu roared. Shwe'er, get out of the way, he is not worth it. Standing in the sky, looking at the persistent daughter in front of him, Bibi Dong held the Rakshasa demon scythe tightly in his hand, with an expression of regret on his face. Chapter 467 Battle with Bibi Dong, 2 halves. What's the difference? Bai Ji is not worthy of my love, so is he worthy of your love. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Rongxiu pointed at the master on the tower and said angrily. This is different. Bibi Dong suddenly fell silent. What's the difference? Why can you do it and I can't? You used to treat me as a burden, but now you want to dominate my life. What do you think of me as? A toy? Throw it aside if you don't want it, and take it back if you want it. Why? As she spoke, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help it anymore. Her already red eyes were unconsciously covered with a layer of mist, and tears couldn't help but soak her eyes. Seeing Qian Rongxiu crying, Bibi Dong was a little at a loss for a moment, but now things have come to the last step, and Bibi Dong can no longer retreat. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. Countless purple divine powers quickly condensed into a long rope and bound Qian Rongxiu. What do you want to do? Let me go. Finding herself tied up suddenly, Qian Rongxiu struggled, but she couldn't get away at all because she hadn't become a god yet. Golden crocodile, take Shwe'er to calm down. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and Qian Rongxiu flew down slowly and floated in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Yes, Your Majesty. Golden Crocodile Douluo bowed and took Qian Rongxiu aside. Bai Ji, now we should settle our grievances. Now you should be the only one left in the Xingluo Empire, right? After sending Qian Rongxiu away, Bibi Dong returned to her cold expression. It's time to solve it properly. For someone like you whose mind has been completely blackened and twisted, perhaps only death can free you. Bai Ji also sneered. Then let's see who will die. Bibi Dong sneered, and slashed the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand downwards. A purple light blade suddenly broke through the air from the Rakshasa demon scythe and slashed towards Bai Ji. Whoosh! Facing the divine blade slashed by Bibi Dong, Bai Ji moved his body directly, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared next to a Moyun vine. Star-casting Dragon King, possess! Looking at Bibi Dong in the air, Bai Beg shouted and summoned the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit. With a faint dragon roar, in a dazzling starry sky, a slender and majestic star-blue dragon quickly emerged from Beg's body, and then instantly sank into Beg's body. Suddenly, countless star-blue dragon scales quickly covered Beg's body like a tide, sharp dragon claws popped out from between his 10 fingers, golden dragon horns poked out of his head, star-blue eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the surging dragon power burst out fiercely. At the same time as the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit possessed his body, red, gold, red, 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 black, full-length soul rings also rose from under Beg's body one after another, surrounding Beg's body. How is this possible? Seeing that Beg was surrounded by 7,100,000 year soul rings, and one of them seemed to be more than 500,000 years old, Bibi Dong's heart could not help but surge with turbulent waves. 100,000 year soul ring is not a 10,000 year soul ring. Even with her strength and status in Douluo continent, she could only barely gather 4. However, Bai Ji actually had more than her 100,000 year soul rings, 7 in total. This was incredible. Are you shocked? Bai Ji sneered and slowly stretched out his right hand. As the Moyantang martial spirit emerged, 900,000 year soul rings suddenly flashed and blinded Bibi Dong. How is it possible? How could you find so many 100,000 year soul beasts in 1 year? Bibi Dong roared unwillingly. Humph! That's because you are short-sighted. Bai Ji smiled coldly. Most of his soul rings were upgraded by the sacrifice of Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor and Ice Bear King. Sacrifice has an advantage over hunting, but this is not something that Bibi Dong, who has already turned evil, can understand. What about a 100,000 year soul ring? If it was before, I might still be afraid of you, but now, to a god, no matter how strong a titled Douluo is, he is nothing but an ant. Bibi Dong took a few deep breaths in her heart, and her face calmed down. Raising the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand again, Bibi Dong disappeared in front of Bai Ji in an instant. The next second, Bibi Dong appeared behind Bai Ji and swung the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand heavily at Bai Ji's junior. However, facing Bibi Dong's attack, Bai Ji, who had covered the entire battlefield in his mind, also reacted instantly. At the moment when Bibi Dong's Rakshasa demon scythe was slashed, Bai Ji also left the original place through Moyun Sen Luo and appeared next to a Moyun vine in the distance. Devouring Domain. After dodging Bibi Dong's attack, Bai Ji quickly unfolded the Devouring Domain, and then instantly entered the Ash Lord state. As the fire of anger in his heart was ignited, the majestic star-casting soul power was quickly transformed into Ash Soul Power, and with the transformation of the Ash Soul Power, Bai Ji's star blue dragon scales also quickly changed from the vibrant star blue to the orange-red full of destructive breath. Starlight Phantom Demon Shooting. Looking at Bibi Dong in the distance, Bai Ji's mind moved, and as the 6th soul ring surrounding his body lit up, a gorgeous star blue divine light suddenly shot out and shot towards Bibi Dong. Starlight Phantom Demon Shooting. This is a soul skill from the 100,000-year-old evil demon killer Whale King. As long as you are hit by this beam of light, you will be stunned. Although the effect of this soul skill may not be so obvious due to the difference in cultivation between Bai Ji and Bibi Dong, if you are hit, Bibi Dong's body will also pause for a moment, and at this time, it is enough for Bai Ji to launch an attack that is sure to hit. But facing Bai Ji's attack, Bibi Dong also responded in the same way. As the soul ring around Bibi Dong lit up, dazzling green light suddenly burst out from Bibi Dong's body, and a green light shield quickly condensed around Bibi Dong. The Starlight Phantom magic shot sent by Bai Ji was immediately blocked after hitting the green shield, and after blocking the Starlight Phantom magic shot, the green shield around Bibi Dong also began to melt quickly. But at the same time as the shield around her body melted, Bibi Dong suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed, and with a burst of purple light, a huge purple spider web suddenly enveloped Bai Ji head-on. Dark Star Fire. Facing the spider web launched by Bibi Dong, Bai Ji directly activated the neighboring 7 soul skills, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of dark star fire, instantly burning the spider web. But at this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly bypassed the dark star fire and teleported to Bai Ji's side. Red, green and purple light suddenly burst out from Bibi Dong's body, covering Bai Ji. Chapter 468, Fierce Battle, 1/2. Not good. Feeling that his body was instantly covered by the triple domain, Bai Ji was shocked and quickly expanded the gravitational domain and magnetic domain out of his body. Shinra sign. While expanding the gravitational domain, Bai Ji quickly launched Shinra sign, and the gravitational domain suddenly turned into repulsive force, instantly pushing Bibi Dong out. Because compared with other domains, the gravitational domain and magnetic domain are invisible and intangible, so Bibi Dong didn't notice them at all, and naturally couldn't deal with them. Stranglethorn, net. While pushing Bibi Dong away with Shinra sign, Bai Ji quickly launched the soul skills Thorn Strangler and net. For a moment, countless giant Moyun vines suddenly broke out from under Bibi Dong's feet and strangled Bibi Dong. However, facing the Moyun vines that strangled her, Bibi Dong was very calm. Quickly injecting the Rakshasa divine power in her body into the Rakshasa demon scythe, Bibi Dong just swept it, and in a burst of purple light, the attacking Moyun vines were instantly cut into 2 pieces. The power of divine power plus the artifact, the power of the 2 combined is definitely not comparable to the power of 1 alone. Abyss slash of space tearing. With a flash of her figure, Bibi Dong rushed towards Bai Ji again. As a soul ring surrounding her body lit up, Bibi Dong swung the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand again, and a green light blade that tore through the void suddenly shot towards Bai Ji with an extremely strange trajectory. Facing this strange green blade, Bai Ji wanted to continue to dodge with Mo Yunsan Luo's teleportation ability, but after being enveloped by Bibi Dong's triple domain, Mo Yunsan Luo's teleportation ability seemed to be offset and could not be used. The green blade cut by Bibi Dong was strange and inexplicable. It did not move in a straight line, but flew towards Bai Ji in a very strange curve. However, Bai Ji felt that he could not dodge it. Eternal Shelter. Facing this strange blade, after finding that he could not dodge it at all, Bai Ji could only grit his teeth and choose to use the safest defensive soul skill, the Eternal Shelter born from the upgrade of the Qing Mian Bird Soul Ring. As a burst of white light bloomed, the white light quickly condensed a shield around Bai Ji's body. The strange green blade did not break the shield when it hit the shield. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bibi Dong frowned. But seeing Bai Ji's eternal protection disappear, Bibi Dong suddenly moved and appeared beside Bai Ji in an instant. With a shrill whistle, the sharp Rakshasa demon scythe slashed towards Bai Ji again. Facing Bibi Dong's Rakshasa demon scythe, Bai Ji could only condense the Ash Soul power into the Dragon Claw, and then use the 9 Yin Divine Claw to meet it, but after becoming a god, the power of the Rakshasa demon scythe really changed dramatically. The Rakshasa demon scythe that Bai Ji could easily resist this time actually broke through the Ash Soul power protection layer directly, and directly cut a deep bone wound on Bai Ji's right hand. Feeling the pain from his right hand, Bai Ji quickly used the Divine Ragnarok again to push Bibi Dong away. Looking at his right hand, although the wound did not worsen due to the strong physique and the Ash Soul power restraining the Rakshasa divine power, but healed quickly, but looking at Bibi Dong and the Rakshasa demon scythe, Bai Ji still felt a little heavy. This time, it shouldn't be as easy as the last time. Forge the Star Dragon King's true body. Looking at Bibi Dong, Bai Ji shouted and activated his martial soul true body. Since this time, relying on martial soul possession alone to enter the Ash Lord state cannot defeat Bibi Dong, Bai Ji can only choose to activate his martial soul true body. Under the martial soul true body, not only will the power of the domain and soul skills increase greatly, but the physical fitness will also undergo a revolutionary change, which should be enough for Bai Ji to reverse the situation. Ang! As the 7th soul ring surrounding his body lit up, in a burst of bright starlight, Bai Ji's figure instantly turned into a slender star blue dragon and rushed towards Bibi Dong. All things attract. Starlight illusion mirror destroy. When he was about to approach Bibi Dong, Bai Ji's heart moved, first activated all things attract, and then activated Starlight illusion mirror destroy again. What? As the Wangxiang Yin was activated, Bibi Dong's face changed, and she didn't react at all. Her body was instantly pulled towards Bai Ji by a sudden invisible force. When Bibi Dong was less than 10 meters away from Bai Ji, the Starlight illusion mirror was activated. In a burst of bright starlight, the space within a dozen meters around Bai Ji was instantly solidified into a mirror. Break! Bai Ji shouted, and the mirror shattered instantly, along with Bibi Dong's body. Even a god would be threatened by the power of space. But just when Bai Ji thought he had killed Bibi Dong's broken body suddenly floated up, and quickly recondensed into a complete Bibi Dong in front of Bai Ji. Spider Silk Entanglement. Looking at Bai Ji who didn't react, Bibi Dong quickly activated a binding soul skill, and countless spider silks appeared out of thin air, quickly binding Bai Ji up. Although these spider silks were burning rapidly under the ash soul power, the few seconds of the Rakshasa divine power in the spider silk were enough to prevent Bai Ji from moving. Die! Seeing Bai Ji unable to move, Bibi Dong shouted, moved her body, and instantly slashed the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand towards Bai Ji. Clang! The black and purple Rakshasa demon scythe slashed the dragon scales on Bai Ji's neck, but what shocked Bibi Dong was that after Bai Ji activated his martial soul, the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand slashed at Bai Ji as if it had slashed a dragon of the same level. Just like the artifact of the god of ashes, a sound of metal clashing was heard, and the defense was not broken at all. How is it possible? When Bibi Dong was full of disbelief, Bai Ji had already broken free from the spider silk and rushed towards Bibi Dong again. Claw attack, tail sweep, collision. With his strong body, Bai Ji forced Bibi Dong to retreat again and again. Soon the two of them left the sky above Xingluo City and came to the outside of Xingluo City. However, although he had the advantage, Bai Ji was extremely anxious. In the state of Ash Lord, the true body of the star-forging Dragon King was indeed extremely powerful, but the state of Ash Lord was time-limited, and although Bibi Dong was at a disadvantage, Bibi Dong did not have this limit. If it continued to drag on, when the state of Ash Lord ended, Bai Ji would definitely not be Bibi Dong's opponent, which made Bai Ji feel extremely heavy. No, we must change another method. Bai Ji made a decision in his heart. After sweeping Bibi Dong away again, Bai Ji began to quickly concentrate the ash soul power in his body. Chapter 469 Dragon Blood Warrior Form, 2 halves. Bai Ji has actually been thinking about a question, that is, what is the difference between martial soul possession and martial soul true body? Martial soul possession only transforms people from human to orc form, but martial soul true body almost completely transforms soul masters into soul beast form. Compared with martial soul possession, martial soul true body naturally increases strength the most, but in the martial soul true body form, the soul master's body is also particularly inflexible. For example, Bai Ji is now in the state of the true body of the star-forging Dragon King. Bai Ji's physical fitness has indeed reached an extremely exaggerated level. It is no exaggeration to say that he can fight against artifacts. However, the short legs and the true body form of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul also make Bai Ji almost unable to use martial arts. This has to be a big flaw. If martial soul possession and martial soul true body can be combined, it would be perfect. But is there any way to realize this idea? Bai Ji has some guesses in his mind. Martial soul possession is actually martial soul possession. In this state, the martial soul and the soul master's body are not completely integrated, so only some of the martial soul's characteristics can be shown. However, the martial soul true body is the complete integration of the martial soul and the soul master's body, so the soul master can transform into the martial soul. And if you want to enter a form between these two forms, then half fusion should be enough. Through the Yuan Shen's ability to control the body, Bai Ji forcibly separated the martial soul from the body and entered a state between martial soul possession and martial soul true body. As the Yuan Shen separated the fully integrated martial soul half, Bai Ji's slender body began to shrink gradually, and finally became only about 3 meters, and his appearance became human-shaped. In this state, Bai Ji's form and martial soul possession did not change much, but there was an extra slender and agile dragon tail, and his body size and height were more than doubled, as if he had become a giant. For this form, Bai Ji had a name in his mind, that is, Dragon Blood Warrior. After entering the Dragon Blood Warrior form, Bai Ji could clearly feel that although his physical fitness had declined a lot, it was still several times stronger than when he was possessed by the martial soul. Although he could not ignore the attacks of the Rakshasa demon scythe like the martial soul's true body form, he would not be hit by the Rakshasa demon scythe. With the flexibility of the human form, Bai Ji could now reach the peak of his strength, at least compared to Bibi Dong's peak. 3 Lives Flower Shadow. After transforming into the Dragon Blood Warrior form, Bai Ji immediately activated the fifth soul skill of the Moyuntang Martial Soul, 3 Lives Flower Shadow. After the upgrade, the 2 Lives Flower Shadows that could only differentiate into 1 phantom clone successfully evolved into 3 Lives Flower Shadows. As Bai Ji activated the soul skill, 2 phantom clones that were also in the Dragon Blood Warrior form slowly condensed into shape. Spider Emperor Clone. Seeing Bai Ji activate the clone soul skill, Bibi Dong also activated her own clone soul skill. But unfortunately, the Spider Emperor clone can only split into 1 clone. Although it also has 100% of the strength of the original body, compared with the 3 Life Flower Shadow that can split into 2 clones, Bibi Dong's Spider Emperor clone is undoubtedly much worse. Die. After launching the 3 Life Flower Shadow, Bai Ji directly controlled the 2 clones and rushed towards Bibi Dong together with the original body, and Bibi Dong also went up with the Spider Emperor clone, and the 5 figures immediately fought together. Although Bai Ji's 3 Life Flower Shadow has 2 phantom clones, the clones differentiated by Bai Ji's 3 Life Flower Shadow are not intelligent and rely entirely on Bai Ji's control. When Bai Ji was fighting Bibi Dong, he didn't have much time to control the 2 clones, so the Spider Emperor clone with independent intelligence actually fought back and forth with Bai Ji's 2 clones, while Bai Ji was fighting with Bibi Dong. Phantom Assault. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji activated the soul skill of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard Soul Bone and instantly turned into a shadow and attacked Bibi Dong. Facing Bai Ji's attack, Bibi Dong was not to be outdone and directly activated her soul skill, condensing countless spikes, forming a shield in front of his chest. After resisting Bai Ji's attack, countless spikes suddenly burst out and shot at Bai Ji. Thorn Dragon Turtle Shield. Facing the bursting spikes, Bai Ji once again activated the Thorn Armor Black Ice Turtle Soul Bone on his left arm, condensed an ice shield, and resisted the spikes shot by Bibi Dong. Raging Sea Breaking Strike. Bai Ji's heart moved, and he once again used the soul skill of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's left leg bone. The dark blue energy shock wave surged out and instantly knocked Bibi Dong away. Star Dragon Shock Sea Strike. After knocking Bibi Dong away, Bai Ji quickly approached again, and then seamlessly connected, launching the control soul skill from the Thorn Armor Black Ice Turtle, instantly knocking Bibi Dong into a stun. Although due to the difference in cultivation, the dizziness time that the Star Dragon Shock Sea Strike can cause to Bibi Dong may not even be 1 second, but this less than 1 second is enough for Bai Ji to completely kill Bibi Dong. Bai Ji had found the reason why Bibi Dong didn't die last time. It was because Bai Ji completely relied on the power of his soul skills to crush Bibi Dong's body. However, Bibi Dong seemed to have an immortal soul skill. Only attacks launched by divine power could make the immortal body ineffective. Although Bai Ji didn't have divine power, he could do the same with his Ash Soul power. So after knocking Bibi Dong unconscious with the Star Dragon Shock, Bai Ji instantly launched 2 killer moves. Star Dragon Clone Technique. Looking at Bibi Dong, who was only a few feet away, Bai Ji was extremely calm. As the second soul ring around Bai Ji lit up, in an instant, Bai Ji's figure suddenly split into 6, and each clone had a thick Ash Soul power wrapped around his hands, just like Bai Ji at the moment. Star Dragon Claw. The 6 phantoms rushed towards Bibi Dong at the same time with Bai Ji at the moment, and swung the dragon claws wrapped with thick Ash Soul power towards Bibi Dong, who was wrapped in the Rakshasa God suit. But just when the 7 dragon claws were about to tear Bibi Dong's body apart, Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly burst into a purple divine light full of resentment and evil. Demon Sickle Strangle. With Bibi Dong's low shout, the 8 Rakshasa magic sickles on the ferocious Rakshasa divine armor behind Bibi Dong suddenly broke away from the Rakshasa divine armor, and then with a shrill whistle, they slashed down towards Bai Ji and the 6 clones. Because the distance was too close, the 6 clones could not dodge at all, and were directly killed by the Rakshasa magic sickle, turning into a diffuse red light spot. Although Bai Ji blocked the attack of the Rakshasa magic sickle with his powerful body, Bibi Dong's eyes were not disappointed at all, but an evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes burst out with a thick purple divine light again. Rakshasa Claw. Looking at Bai Ji who was close at hand, Bibi Dong's right hand suddenly burst into a brilliant purple light. In an instant, Bibi Dong's right hand seemed to tear through the void and suddenly grabbed Bai Ji's heart. Chapter 470 Bibi Dong's last words, 1/2. Haha, die. Seeing that her fatal Rakshasa claw was about to hit Bai Ji's heart, Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh wildly and happily. But just when Bibi Dong thought that Bai Ji was about to die, the Rakshasa claw shining with deep purple divine light stopped in front of Bai Ji's chest. Bai Ji's chest was suddenly covered with a layer of light golden light, and the Rakshasa claw couldn't move forward under the golden light. How is this possible? Seeing that her fatal Rakshasa claw was blocked, and it was blocked like this, Bibi Dong's face suddenly changed. Puchi! Suddenly, there was a sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh, and Bibi Dong's expression was stunned. He lowered his head with some difficulty, and saw that the Rakshasa god armor on his chest had been pierced by a sharp claw shining with dark red light. The sharp claw not only pierced through the Rakshasa god armor, but also pierced through Bibi Dong's flesh and blood, crushing Bibi Dong's heart. How is it possible? Bibi Dong murmured a few times, thinking about something, but when he opened his mouth, only blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth. Puff! Bai Ji slowly pulled out the dragon claw, and Bibi Dong's body fell from the air powerlessly, falling heavily on Lin's face. Your Majesty! Seeing Bibi Dong falling, in the direction of the Spirit Hall, the faces of the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall suddenly changed. I lost. Bibi Dong lay on the ground, and blood gushed out from the wound on her chest, quickly staining Lin's face red. Bibi Dong looked at Bai Ji with some difficulty, coughing up blood. What are you thinking? Bai Ji's face was a little complicated. Although Bai Ji still felt a little sad, he did not regret killing Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's soul had been completely twisted and blackened, and could not be saved at all. Compared with unifying the Douluo continent, perhaps death was the best relief for Bibi Dong. Can I see Gang again? Bibi Dong said with difficulty. Okay. Bai Ji did not refuse. Picked up after Bibi Dong was caught, Bai Ji flew up to the tower. The master was still healing on the tower. Bai Ji put Bibi Dong in front of the master. Gang. Looking at the master, Bibi Dong's pale face actually flushed a few times, and a difficult smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why are you doing this? The master's expression was very complicated. Why did such a kind girl become like this now? Gang, when I turned into a Rakshasa god, was I very ugly? Bibi Dong did not answer the master's question, but asked with a difficult smile. You. On the side, seeing that Bibi Dong was about to die and still wanted to tease the master, Lu Erlong was so angry that he wanted Bibi Dong to die and reincarnate early, but was held back by Flanders. On the other side, because Bibi Dong was severely injured, Qian Rongxiu also broke free from the shackles, spread her white wings, flew to Bai Ji's side, and looked at Bibi Dong with a complicated expression. Gang, do you hate me very much? Bibi Dong smiled bitterly. At the beginning, I hurt you like that, but you know, you are the man I love in my life, in the past, now, and in the future. And you, Schwetter, I know you hate me very much. I didn't fulfill my responsibility to raise you at that time, but now I want to talk about feelings with you. Isn't it ridiculous? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong smiled sadly. Now I regret it very much, really, although I still can't forget what happened at the beginning, but Schwetter, you are innocent, but I was too young at the time and ignored you. If time can go back, I will never do that again. Schwetter, can you call me mother? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu gently. Looking at the dying Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu's face was complicated, but even though she had clenched her fists, she still couldn't say those two words. It's okay, I don't mind, it's all my fault, it's retribution. Bibi Dong laughed bitterly, and the blood flowed faster from the corner of her mouth. Do you no regret now? Since you no regret, why do you still do this, Bibi Dong? You were so kind at the beginning, why did you become like this? The master said with some heartache. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the master's words, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed crazily. Gang, yes, I was so kind at the beginning, but Gang, do you know why I became like this? Why? The master couldn't help asking. Because Bibi Dong was dead at that time. Bibi Dong smiled brightly, but 2 lines of tears quietly slid down from the corners of her eyes. Dead. The master was stunned. Yes, dead, Gang, I'll tell you why, if I don't now, maybe I will never come out again in the future. Bibi Dong sighed. And, Schwetter, this is why I have been so cold to you. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu with a complicated expression. This is what happened. Bibi Dong was lying down, looking up at the blue sky, and smiled faintly. Back then, Gang and I loved each other. Although he was not a strong soul master, and even weak, he had wisdom that others did not have, which I admired and even respected. But one day, the teacher suddenly came. I still remember that the stars were dim. He asked me what was my relationship with you. Gang, you know, the teacher is someone I respect. He is not only the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also the teacher who taught me all the knowledge. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Rongxiu's pupil shrank, because the Pope of the previous generation of the Spirit Hall was his father. Bibi Dong continued, so, I didn't hide it from the teacher. I told him about our relationship. At that time, the teacher's face was very ugly. He said that I was a rare talent in the Spirit Hall and had twin spirits. He would never allow me to have feelings with any man outside, let alone have a relationship with your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and would never let me leave the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong suddenly smiled miserably, but just now, I only had you in my heart, so I quarreled with the teacher. I argued with him and told him that I loved you. Even if I had to leave the Spirit Hall, I would be with you. But the teacher suddenly went crazy. He knocked me out with a palm, and when I woke up, I was naked and felt severe pain all over my body. Do you know what happened? Bibi Dong smiled. But on the side, the master had already clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and Qian Rongxiu was silent, extremely silent. Chapter 471 Bibi Dong's Death, 2 halves. Xiao Gang, do you know that he, that beast, actually sat next to me? Do you know what he said to me? He actually told me that he would keep me here even if he had to use the most filthy means. Spirit Hall, he also said to me, you are no longer clean, your body already belongs to me, what face do you have to be with that man? If I don't separate from you, he will kill you immediately. Bibi Dong was still smiling, but the tears that slipped from the corners of her eyes could not be stopped. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, everyone around was silent, even Lu Erlong who hated Bibi Dong the most. As a woman, Lu Erlong now understood how painful and sad Bibi Dong was in her heart. At that time, I suddenly thought of death, but I knew that I couldn't die, because I knew him too well. If I died, he would definitely pour his anger on you and kill you, and I had to pretend to be ruthless to find you and tell you that I was with you just for your wisdom, only in this way could I protect you. Bibi Dong said sadly. This is not true. Listening to Bibi Dong's explanation, the master finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground with a plop, his face full of pain and sadness. He actually misunderstood Bibi Dong for so many years. The master could imagine that because of his hostility, Bibi Dong's inner sadness, perhaps it was he who destroyed the kind Bibi Dong and made Bibi Dong what she is now. Xiao Gang, I don't blame you. He was the one who destroyed me back then, but I didn't let him go. It's just that Shuer is the one I feel sorry for in this life. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu with some complexity. Because of my hatred for him, I didn't care about Shuer since I was a child. When Shuer grew up, I thought clearly, but Shuer already hated me. I wanted to make up for it, but it was too late. Shuer, can you forgive me? No, this is not true. Faced with Bibi Dong's pleading eyes, Qian Rongxiu's body trembled and her face was in great pain. She didn't expect that her father, who was so tall in her heart, would do such a thing. Qian Rongxiu really hated her mother Bibi Dong, but now after listening to Bibi Dong's words, Qian Rongxiu found that she couldn't hate her at all. Shuer, I have never regretted it in my life. I killed so many people and hurt so many people. My death is deserved. I hate this world, so I want to take revenge on this world. I want to destroy the Wuhan Hall, destroy this world, and destroy myself. But Shuer, the only thing I regret in my life is you. Can't you call me mother before I die? Seeing that Qian Rongxiu still refused to call her, Bibi Dong suddenly burst out with all her strength, stood up and grabbed Qian Rongxiu's white wrist, begging. My mother. Finally, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help crying anymore and threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms. My dear daughter. Hugging Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong couldn't help but burst into tears. Bibi Dong no longer had any attachment to this world, but the only thing Bibi Dong wanted to hear in her life was her daughter Qian Rongxiu calling her mother, and now she finally heard it. Bai Ji, I'm sorry for attacking you. Holding Qian Rongxiu in her arms, Bibi Dong suddenly looked at Bai Ji, and a few traces of apology suddenly appeared on her pale face. Before, I always thought I wanted to protect Shuer in my own way, but I was just a failed woman. Using my own method was just to create a failed me. It was all my fault. I hope you don't blame Shuer, but Shuer loves you. Are you willing to take care of Shuer for the rest of your life? Seeing the pleading in Bibi Dong's eyes, Bai Ji was silent for a while, then heaved a sigh of relief. I do. Bai Ji sighed. Swear, I won't be by your side in the future, and your grandfather will leave you in the future. I hope you can live happily. This is my mother's greatest hope. Touching Qian Rongxiu's tear-stained face, Bibi Dong said softly. Mom. Qian Rongxiu was still a little choked up. Okay, Mom's time is running out. Can you leave the rest of the time to Mom? 000 Literature. Bibi Dong squeezed out a few more smiles on her pale face. Yet. Qian Rongxiu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, silently stood up and left Bibi Dong's arms, and stood beside Bai Ji. Lu Erlong, come here. Bibi Dong looked at Lu Erlong. Ah! Lu Erlong walked to Bibi Dong in a daze. Looking at this woman who made her hate for decades, Lu Erlong felt mixed emotions, hatred, but more of pity. Lu Erlong, I'm going to die, you should be very happy, but death is also a kind of relief for me. Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Happy? Maybe I was very happy before, but now, it's not. Lu Erlong laughed at himself. Haha. Bibi Dong also laughed. Lu Erlong, no matter what, I'm going to die. I don't have the blessing to accompany Xiao Gang to continue walking, and the rest is I'll leave Xiao Gang to you for the rest of my life. Although I know that Xiao Gang doesn't need your protection now, I hope you can accompany Xiao Gang for the rest of his life. Although you are cousins, sometimes, worldly prejudices are not that important, right? Yes, I will. Lu Erlong nodded silently. After explaining everything, Bibi Dong seemed to have lost all her strength. Lying quietly on the ground, Bibi Dong smiled and looked at the blue sky. Perhaps only at this moment, her heart was finally not shrouded by hatred and haze. Haha, this sky is so beautiful, but it's a pity it doesn't belong to me. Bibi Dong was still smiling, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, Bibi Dong closed her eyes tiredly and lost her breath. Mom. Qian Rongxiu hugged Bai Ji and burst into tears. On the other side, the master was ready to kneel in front of Bibi Dong with tears on his face, but was stopped by Lu Erlong. She believed that if Bibi Dong was still alive, she would definitely not want to see the master kneeling to her. Bai Ji, do you have a way? Do you have a way to save her? Looking at Bibi Dong's body, the master choked and begged. Hey! Bai Ji wanted to say something, but in the end he could only sigh. In fact, I do have a way, but if Aunt Bibi Dong is resurrected with this method, Aunt Bibi Dong will lose all her memories and all her cultivation. This change is irreversible. She may not recognize you anymore in the future. Teacher, are you willing? I am willing. The master wiped the tears from his face and said firmly. All this is actually my fault. If it weren't for me, she might still be the kind girl she was at the beginning. Everything in the past has only hurt her. Perhaps only by forgetting everything can she live happily. The master's face showed a little bitterness, but more of it was relief. Chapter 472 Death and Rebirth, 1/2. Okay then. After listening to the master's words, Bai Ji also sighed, but finally made a decision in his heart. Although Bibi Dong did do many wrong things, now Bibi Dong is dead, and everything in the past has been scattered with the wind. Now Bibi Dong has indeed written off the harm she caused to her, but Bibi Dong owes more to the master and Qian Rongxiu, especially Qian Rongxiu. If Bibi Dong did not tell the truth in the end, Qian Rongxiu might hate her for the rest of her life. Qian Rongxiu might live a very easy life. But because Bibi Dong told the truth, not only did Qian Sunji's image in Qian Rongxiu's mind be destroyed, but Qian Rongxiu also felt guilty towards Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong really died, Qian Rongxiu might not know how many years she would be immersed in sadness. Since Bibi Dong has returned a life to the people she hurt, Bai Ji will give Bibi Dong another life for the time being, so that Bibi Dong can make up for Qian Rongxiu and other people she hurt in another way. Thinking of this, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his right hand. With a flash of golden light, a very ordinary-looking colorful mushroom appeared on Bai Ji's zheng. This mushroom was naturally the life-enhancing mushroom that Bai Ji had extracted. Although the life-enhancing mushroom can indeed revive people, it will reset the user's life state and make the user lose all cultivation and memory. This may be difficult for most powerful people to accept, but for Bibi Dong, this is a great advantage. It is exactly what the master said, whether it is the master, Kyung Sunji, or the spirit hall, they can only hurt Bibi Dong. Now that the master already has Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong will let her accompany Qian Rongxiu. What is this? Seeing the life-enhancing mushroom in Bai Ji's hand, the master was still a little curious. A treasure. Bai Ji did not explain too much, but leaned over and fed the mushroom to Bibi Dong. As Bai Ji stuffed the life-enhancing mushroom into Bibi Dong's mouth, the life-enhancing mushroom suddenly burst into brilliant golden light, and then the golden light quickly poured into Bibi Dong's limbs and bones, and Bibi Dong's body also burst into dazzling golden light. In the golden light, Bibi Dong's body slowly floated up, the purple on her face gradually faded under the golden light, and the Rakshasa god cloth on her body slowly merged into her body. Bibi Dong once again returned to the image of a graceful and cold lady wearing a gorgeous robe. The dazzling golden light continued to flow in Bibi Dong's body. As the golden light flowed, Bibi Dong, who had completely lost her life breath, actually had a faint breath, and her body gradually had a hint of blood color. On the side, seeing the changes in Bibi Dong, the master and Qian Rongxue were very excited. The dazzling golden light lasted for about 3 minutes. Finally, as the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated, Bibi Dong fell on Lin again. After the golden light completely disappeared, Bibi Dong opened her eyes in confusion. Where is this? Who am I? Bibi Dong covered her head with one hand. Qing stood up from the ground in some pain. Bibi Dong. The master's lips trembled, and he wanted to hug the resurrected Bibi Dong, but in the end, the master held back. At the beginning, he was the one who harmed the kind-hearted girl. The girl had been silently protecting him, but he was self-righteous and hated the girl for so long. What qualifications does he have to intervene in the girl's life now? The master turned around silently, and Lu Erlong walked to the master with a worried face, holding the master's trembling hand, and his eyes seemed to say, "It's okay, you still have me." Mom. Looking at the girl in front of her who became really ignorant because of amnesia, Qian Rongxue's face was very complicated. In Qian Rongxue's eyes, her mother Bibi Dong has always been a woman with a strong desire for power and control, but she has always hoped that Bibi Dong can be like an ordinary mother, asking her about her well-being, cooking for her once, sewing clothes once, that's all. But from childhood, Qian Rongxue received only indifference and hostility from her mother Bibi Dong, which is the root of Qian Rongxue's hatred for Bibi Dong. However, after hearing about Bibi Dong's experience, Qian Rongxue could not hate her at all. "Hey, who are you? I feel like we are very familiar with each other." Bibi Dong, who looked confused, suddenly noticed Qian Rongxue. Because of the blood relationship, Bibi Dong felt that the girl in front of her seemed very familiar to her, but she couldn't remember it at all, which made Bibi Dong a little distressed, and her face wrinkled. "I used to hope that you could become the mother in my heart, but it has never been realized. Now let me be your mother, and I hope your childhood can be happy." Looking at the innocent Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxue sighed in her heart. "Your name is Bibi Dong, and you are my daughter." Thinking of this, Qian Rongxue said in a complicated tone. "Ah, are you my mother?" Bibi Dong was suddenly surprised when she heard Qian Rongxue's words. But the next second, Bibi Dong suddenly showed a smile of sudden enlightenment on her face. "As for me, no wonder we feel so familiar, it turns out you are my mother." Thinking of this, Bibi Dong suddenly ran into Qian Rongxue's arms, hugged Qian Rongxue tightly, and smiled sweetly, "Mom." Bibi Dong is much taller than Qian Rongxue. Qian Rongxue hugged the tall Bibi Dong like a child hugging a doll taller than herself. Although the scene was very inconsistent, everyone was very touched when they saw the ignorant Bibi Dong. Holding Bibi Dong and smelling the fragrance coming from Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxue suddenly felt a sore nose and choked up and cried. Many years ago, she had always dreamed that her mother Bibi Dong could hold her like this. "Mom, why are you crying? If you have anything to say, tell Donger. Don't cry. You are so embarrassed." When Bibi Dong found her mother crying, she could not help but wipe Qian Rongxue's tears with her hands. Her innocent, pure eyes made Qian Rongxue a little dazed for a while. "Donger, I swear, I will protect you." Qian Rongxue suddenly hugged Bibi Dong tightly, buried her head in Bibi Dong's chest, and breathed Bibi Dong's breath greedily. At this moment, Bibi Dong was not only the mother who lost her memory in Qian Rongxue's eyes, but also the reflection of herself in her childhood. She wanted to protect her and love her forever, just like the mother in her dream protected and loved herself in her childhood. "Bai Ji, what should we do now?" Finding that the matter had been settled, but the future became extremely confusing, Ning Fengzi could not help but walk to Bai Ji in confusion and asked softly. "Haha, what should we do?" Bai Ji suddenly laughed in a low voice. "It has come to this, so of course we should just leave it alone. Chapter 473 Douluo Federation, 2 halves. Leave it alone? What do you mean? Ning Fengzi was stunned for a moment, and didn't quite react. Uncle Ning, what do you think we should do in this situation? Should we ask the Dou Empire to withdraw its troops? Bai Ji didn't answer, but asked instead. This is a little unrealistic. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall is behind it, the Dou Empire has spent so much manpower and material resources and has already reached the imperial city of the Xingluo Empire. It's unlikely that the Dou Empire will just withdraw its troops. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengzi said. So, only one of the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire can stay today, or what? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask. Or leave none of them. From now on, there will be neither Dou nor Xingluo. I will use Dou and Xingluo to create a brand new country. Bai Ji smiled faintly. A brand new country? Ning Fengzi was shocked when he heard Bai Ji's words. This seems feasible. Now both the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire have been badly hurt. The Dou Empire lost the support of its own Soul Master community because of its alliance with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has no chance of being a match for Bai Ji because of the death of its strongest pope. The Xingluo Empire has been beaten half to death because of the invasion of the Dou Empire. At this time, Bai Ji can indeed easily unify the continent. You also want to unify the continent? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look at Bai Ji with a complicated look. Why not? Bai Ji shook his head. I once wanted to live alone, but then I realized that there are only two kinds of people in this world, one is strong and the other is weak. If you don't become strong, you will become weak, so I choose to be strong. If you want to unify the continent, I think now is the best opportunity. For the Dou Empire, I am the winner, but I did not choose to retaliate as a god. For the Xingluo Empire, I am the savior. I avoided the fate of the Xingluo royal family being exterminated, and the country I want to shape is definitely not the one-man show like it is now. I think this should be the best result for everyone. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Maybe, your idea is something I can't understand. Just like without the soul guide developed by your future city, the Xingluo Empire may have fallen long ago. Now you can do whatever you want. I will support you. Ning Fengzi sighed. Okay. Because of Bai Ji's intervention, the war between the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire ended, but in the three-party negotiation meeting led by Bai Ji finally showed his fangs. He wants the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire to merge into one and become a brand new country, and this country will be dominated by him. Regarding Bai Ji's seizure of power, Xue Qinghe, the incarnation of Qian Rongxiu, naturally acquiesced to the Dou Empire, and the Wuhan Hall also chose to surrender at Qian Rongxiu's suggestion. Only the Xingluo Empire, Dai Chengxian, was somewhat unwilling. As a monarch who emerged from the Gurazing imperial succession system, Dai Chengxian is capable and ambitious, but unfortunately, the Xingluo Empire is an absolute weakling in the war. Bai Ji has the support of the Dou Empire and the Wuhan Hall, and Bai Ji also has absolute strength. As a representative of the Xingluo Empire's royal family, Dai Chengxian is not a fool. He certainly understands that Bai Ji is just giving Dai Mubai face. If there is no relationship with Dai Mubai, their Xingluo royal family is simply irrelevant. 99% of the territory of the Xingluo Empire has fallen. Bai Ji had the support of the Dou Empire, so the opinions of the Xingluo Empire didn't matter. So even if he was unwilling, Dai Chengxian had no choice but to surrender, just like when he faced Bibi Dong before. However, although the ultimate goal was thrown out directly at the beginning, it can be said that it was a direct exposure of the dagger, but after the blow, Bai Ji also knew that it was time to give a sweet date. A big stick, plus a sweet date, is the best way to control the subordinates. So after proposing that the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire will be combined into one, Bai Ji proposed the next two major highlights, that is, the monarchy parliament system. Of course, this monarchy parliament system is different from the constitutional monarchy system in the West in Bai Ji's previous life. Although Bai Ji's monarchy parliament system also has the existence of a monarch, the monarch must also participate in the governance of the country, not just a mascot, but in some unimportant matters, the parliament can make its own decisions. The parliament proposed by Bai Ji is divided into the National Parliament, referred to as the National Congress, and the other is the Seoul Master World Parliament, referred to as the Seoul Council. The Congress is composed of secular forces, which can make decisions on some major national affairs on behalf of the monarch, but these major affairs need to be stamped by the monarch before they can be implemented. There are three main channels for entering the Congress: one is the representative of the great nobles, one is the representative of the secular forces in the Soul Master world, and the last is the representative of the civilian imperial examination. Imperial examination, this is not available on the Douluo continent, but if a country cannot flow in class, then the country will be like a stagnant pool of water, so the imperial examination is necessary, and BIGE also has absolute strength to guarantee the implementation of this policy. In the process of discussing the Congress, BIGE also made changes to the system of inheritance of noble titles, abolishing hereditary, and changed it to except for the highest duke, unless there is a major contribution, it is better to downgrade or inherit every generation. However, for the Dou royal family and Xingluo royal family, in the new empire, BIGE naturally promised that the Dou royal family and Xingluo royal family are hereditary duke titles. However, since Dou empire is stronger, BIGE will naturally give more, while Xingluo empire will give less because of its weaker strength, but the two royal families are equal in status. After the parliament has finished discussing, it will be the turn of the Soul Association. In the past, the Soul Master world was dominated by the Spirit Hall, because there were no strong people of their own. Dou Empire and Xingluo Empire had almost no say in the Soul Master world. But it is naturally impossible for BIGE to do so. In the new empire, even the Spirit Hall will be under the rule of the empire, but the Spirit Hall can be autonomous to a certain extent. For the Soul Association, it is still the same as now, basically unchanged, just adding a position for the royal family. The Spirit Hall will take the second seat, and then the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Regarding the matters of the Soul Master world, it is still the Soul Master. The world will handle it by itself, but it will be supervised by the Empire, and the annual All-Continent Soul Master Elite Exchange competition will be held as usual. For the Soul Master world, it is actually just an extra supervisor, but this supervisor has effectively interrupted the dominance of the Spirit Hall, which can prevent the competition in the Soul Master world from being too cruel, and the overall atmosphere of the Soul Master world will become more harmonious. In general, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. After a whole day of discussion. Second, the Dou Empire, the Xingluo Empire, the Spirit Hall and the Future City jointly issued a statement to the mainland. From now on, the Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire will no longer exist, and there will be only one country in the Douluo continent, that is Douluo Federation. Chapter 474 Go to See God Island. First update. The establishment of the Douluo Federation is really a big earthquake for the mainland. Originally, even ordinary people knew that the Dou Empire had the upper hand in the war situation, and it was basically only a matter of time for the Dou Empire to unify the mainland. But no one expected that the situation would suddenly change dramatically. The Dou Empire and the Xingluo Empire announced their dissolution at the same time. The two empires merged into the Douluo Federation. The royal families of the two empires became dukes, and BIGE, the former Earl of the Dou Empire and the Lord of the Future City, ascended the throne as emperor. On the second day of his enthronement, the Future City released news to the mainland. Emperor BIGE will get married in 3 months. In addition to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuran, and Ye Lingling, he will also marry Princess Shueke of the former Dou imperial family, a princess of the former Xingluo imperial family, and Qian Rongxiu, the newly enthroned Pope of the Spirit Hall. For a time, the whole continent was boiling. But when everyone on the Douluo continent was talking about BIGE, BIGE had already left the Douluo continent on a luxurious giant ship. Ning Rongrong and several other women and 12 maids also went out to sea with BIGE. On the sea, the sun was shining high. On the luxurious giant ship, BIGE stood on the deck, quietly blowing the sea breeze. BIGE, where are we going? Behind him, Ning Rongrong walked up to BIGE with a plate of fruits and asked curiously. To a place where you can improve your strength. Looking at the vast sea in front of him, BIGE said slowly while stroking a triangle that seemed to be carved from blue crystal. Is there really such a place? Ning Rongrong still didn't believe it. Of course there is. Have you heard of Sea God Island? BIGE smiled and shook his head. Sea God Island, what is this place? Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. On Douluo continent, the beast martial spirits awakened by soul masters are basically soul beasts on the continent, but on the edge of Douluo continent and some islands in the endless sea, the beast martial spirits awakened by soul masters are all sea soul beasts. These soul masters are called sea soul masters. If the Wuhan Palace is the holy land of our Douluo continent soul masters, then Sea God Island is the holy land of sea soul masters in the ocean. Can you understand me? Bai Ge explained. I understand, but we are not familiar with Sea God Island. How can they help us improve our strength? Ning Rongrong was still a little confused. You don't know this. Sea God Island is different from Wuhan Hall. Sea God Island is more open. As long as we land on Sea God Island, we can participate in a special trial on Sea God Island. In this test, you will have the opportunity to improve your strength. Believe me. Bai Ge smiled. Bai Ge, this should not be of much use to you, right? Did you bring us here on purpose? Ning Rongrong was a little moved. It is indeed of little use to me, and I did bring you here on purpose. Don't worry, go back and have a good rest. You should be able to reach Sea God Island tomorrow. Bai Ge smiled, touching Ning Rongrong's hair. The next day, early in the morning, the luxurious giant ship sailed through the wind and waves all the way. Because Bai Ge was in charge, no sea soul beast dared to block the way under the deterrence of Bai Ge's dragon power, so the luxurious giant ship soon arrived near Sea God Island. Looking at the green islands at the end of his sight, Bai Ge took out the sea chart. After determining the location of Poseidon Island, the luxurious giant ship slowly turned around and headed towards Poseidon Island. The luxurious giant ship broke through the waves, and white waves surged towards both sides of the bow. Seeing that Poseidon Island was getting closer and closer, a large wave suddenly rolled up in the sea ahead. In the large waves, white shadows rose quickly from under the sea. They were giant great white sharks with a length of more than 5 meters. They were the guardian beasts of Poseidon Island, the demon soul great white sharks. Because of Bai Ge's dragon power, although they floated to the surface of the sea, the demon soul great white sharks did not dare to act rashly, but cruised around the giant ship under the sea, trying to stop Bai Ge from moving forward. However, Bai Ge did not care about the obstruction of the demon soul great white shark, but continued to manipulate the water flow through the left leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king to push the giant ship forward. But in his heart, Bai Ge frowned. Why didn't he see the demon soul great white shark king Bai? He and the demon soul great white shark king Bai has some connections. If the demon soul great white shark king Bai is here, with the introduction of the demon soul great white shark king Bai, he can directly land on the Sea God Island. It is convenient to do things with acquaintances. But now there are only ordinary demon soul great white sharks in front of him, it seems that some tricks are needed. While Bai Ge was thinking in his heart, the demon soul great white sharks under the sea finally couldn't help but start trying to destroy the ship. Their mission is to protect the Sea God Island and not allow any foreign ships to enter. Bang! A demon soul great white shark suddenly hit the giant ship, but because the quality of the giant ship is very good, it was not damaged. However, after this demon soul great white shark, the rest of the demon soul great white sharks also rushed up. Shinra Conquest. Seeing that the demon soul great white sharks were still going to stick around, Bai Ge frowned, directly unfolded the gravitational field, and launched the Shinra Conquest. As the gravitational field unfolded, a strong repulsive force suddenly burst out from the giant ship to the surroundings, instantly knocking all the demon soul great white sharks that rushed up away. Countless demon soul great white sharks that rushed up from the bottom of the sea were directly pushed back to the bottom of the sea or pushed up, and then fell into the sea like dumplings. Star Casting Dragon King, possess. After using the Shinra sign to knock away the attacking demon soul great white shark, Bai Ge's mind moved and summoned the Star Casting Dragon King martial spirit. With the possession of the Star Casting Dragon King martial spirit, Bai Ge's blue-purple eyes instantly turned into golden vertical pupils, and a majestic dragon power suddenly burst out, suppressing all the demon soul great white sharks and making them unable to move. After developing the dragon blood warrior form, Bai Ge's control over martial spirit possession has also made great progress. Now Bai Ge can only make part of his body dragon, such as dragon claws, eyes and dragon horns. Bai Ge, what's wrong? Because of the noise of the first demon soul great white shark hitting the ship, several girls ran out of the cabin and came to the deck, asking nervously. Don't worry, there are just sea soul beasts blocking the way, it will be fine in a while. Bai Ge comforted. On the other side, as Bai Ge burst out with dragon power, in a sea area not far from Poseidon Island, a demon soul great white shark with a length of more than 20 meters seemed to sense something, and immediately turned around and turned into a grey-white arrow and swam quickly towards Poseidon Island. Near Poseidon Island, all the demon soul great white sharks were unable to move because of the oppression of Bai Ji's dragon power. But Bai Ji did not embarrass these demon soul great white sharks, but suppressed them with dragon power while maneuvering the giant ship to continue sailing towards Poseidon Island. Chapter 475 Goodbye Demon Soul Great White Shark King's Iobai, Second Update. Bang! Accompanied by a crash, the luxurious giant ship finally docked at Poseidon Island. Come down! Bai Ji jumped off the boat, stepped on the soft beach, and said to the girls still on the boat. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the girls got off the boat one after another. Looking at the dense forest in front of them and the vast sea behind them, the girls were all very curious. Who are you? Before Bai Ji led the girls to go deep into the Sea God Island, with a loud shout, several figures suddenly jumped out of the dense forest and blocked Bai Ji. The leader was a middle-aged man, and the other young men were also in their 20s, all wearing yellow uniforms, and were now lined up in front of Bai Ji. Who are you? Looking at Bai Ji and the girls, as well as the luxurious giant ship docked on the beach, the middle-aged man frowned. We are soul masters from the land. Because we admire the reputation of the Sea God Island, we hope to join the Sea God Island. Bai Ji cupped his hands and smiled. You want to join our Sea God Island? The middle-aged man frowned even deeper. Although I don't know how you managed to avoid the obstruction of our island guardian beasts, you can't just join the Sea God Island if you want to. If you want to join the Sea God Island, you must pass a test, but this test is not simple, and you may die. Are you sure you still want to join? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the girls couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. As soul masters, we should move forward bravely. If we choose to escape because we know there is danger in front of us, we will never become strong. Besides, the test does not necessarily lead to death, right? Bai Ji smiled slightly. Since you insist, I will fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man shook his head and said. Wait. Just as the middle-aged man was about to take Bai Ji into the island, a female voice suddenly came from a distance. Turning his head, he saw a white shadow approaching rapidly from the sea. The white shadow came from the sea to the beach in the blink of an eye, and then jumped up. With a burst of white light, a woman in a grey-white leather jacket, with grey-blue curly hair and eyes, and a hot body appeared. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. Sister Bai, long time no see. Seeing the demon soul great white shark king Bai Ji smiled and greeted him. Brother Bai Ji, it's been a long time no see. The demon soul great white shark king Bai also had some feelings. Lord Divine Beast, do you know him? Hearing the conversation between Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai, the middle-aged man was a little confused. Well, I know him. Leave them to me. I will take them there. You go on patrol. The demon soul great white shark king Bai waved his hand casually and said. Yes, Lord Divine Beast. Hearing the words of the demon soul great white shark king Bai, the middle-aged man respectfully saluted the demon soul great white shark king Bai, and then led people into the forest again. Let's go, I'll take you to participate in the trial. Under the leadership of the demon soul great white shark king Bai, they passed through the dense forest, and a circular pool of water suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. The pool is very large, with a conservative estimate of more than 500 meters in diameter. What is surprising is that the pool, which is full of stagnant water, is rolling and undulating like the sea. In the center of the pool, there is a triangular platform. On the platform, there stands a strange stone pillar, which is shaped like a cone. There is a special sculpture carved on the top. The entire column is engraved with countless complex patterns, and a strange energy wave is constantly emanating from the pillar. Under the stone pillar, there is a man in black sitting cross-legged. The man is closing his eyes and facing the stone pillar. He seems to be repairing the school. Welcome to the sea in the sea. Arriving in front of the pool, the demon soul great white shark king Bai turned around, spread his hands, and smiled at Bai Ji. This is the Seahorse Holy Pillar. The Seahorse Holy Pillar is one of the 7 holy pillars of our Sea God Island. The Sea God has endowed the 7 holy pillars with divine power, and the will of God can be spread through the 7 holy pillars. Any holy pillar can test foreign soul masters. If you want to join the Sea God Island, you can only pass the test. Pointing to the Seahorse Holy Pillar in front of him, the demon soul great white shark king Bai introduced with a smile. Then how should we accept the test? Ning Rong Rong asked curiously. It's very simple. As long as you can walk through the sea in the sea, reach the holy pillar, and touch the holy pillar, you can accept the test. The demon soul Great White Shark King Bai replied with a smile. Is it that simple? Hearing the answer of the demon soul Great White Shark King Bai, Meng Yuan was a little surprised. It's not easy for you to come here, because if you want to reach the seahorse holy pillar, you still have to go through the test of that guy. Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai smiled and shook his head, pointing to the black-clothed man who was sitting cross-legged under the seahorse holy pillar to practice. Do we still have to go through his test? Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. Don't look at him. His strength is at the level of titled Douluo according to your human soul master classification, titled seahorse, but with Bai Ji here, you should be able to reach the holy pillar easily. Looking at Bai Ji, demon soul Great White Shark King Bai smiled and shook his head again. Master Divine Beast, you look down on me seahorse too much, don't you? As if hearing the words of demon soul Great White Shark King Bai, seahorse Douluo who was sitting cross-legged under the seahorse holy pillar suddenly opened his eyes and said lightly. Seahorse, it's not that I look down on you, it's that you really can't do it. Why don't we make a bet? Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai shook his head. What bet? Seahorse Douluo frowned. Seahorse, don't you have a bottle of century-old sea soul brew? If these children can reach the seahorse holy pillar within 3 minutes, your sea soul brew will be mine. Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai smiled cunningly. What if you lose? Seahorse Douluo asked back. If I lose, I will give you the 1,000-year-old colorful glass coral that I have collected. How about it, do you want to bet? Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai said unwillingly. Let's bet. Seahorse Douluo said in a deep voice. Well, let's start. Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai showed a bright smile on his face. Bai Ji, are you ready? Demon soul Great White Shark King Bai turned his head and looked at Bai Ji. Ready? No need to prepare, I'll take them to school. Bai Ji shook his head with a faint smile. But when he heard Bai Ji's words, Seahorse Douluo, who was not far away, couldn't help but frowned, feeling a little angry. You land soul masters, how dare you look at me? I'll show you the difference between our land soul masters and our sea soul masters in a moment. Seahorse Douluo thought to himself. Chapter 476, Easily Passed, 3rd Update, Extra Update for Guran's support. Let's get started. Seeing that Bai Ji had brought people over, Seahorse Douluo also stood up. With the urging of soul power, a hazy blue halo suddenly bloomed behind Seahorse Douluo. As Seahorse Douluo moved, Seahorse the Holy Pillar also lit up, and the brilliant blue light lit up from the bottom of the Seahorse Holy Pillar and rose to the top of the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Then, with the top of the Seahorse Holy Pillar as the center, a circle of blue ripples suddenly spread out, like a layer of light curtain covering the sea in the sea around the Seahorse Holy Pillar. No, this must be a test. Let's go. However, Bai Ji smiled faintly at the action of the Seahorse Douluo and stepped directly into the sea in the sea. As Bai Ji stepped into the sea in the sea, a chill suddenly surged from Bai Ji's feet, instantly freezing an area. Following Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong also took the lead and stepped on the ice floating in the pool, and the other girls followed suit. As the girls stepped into the pool, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the black swallowing domain instantly expanded, covering the 10 meters around him, offsetting the pressure exerted by the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Domain. Seeing Bai Ji's action, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but be shocked. But then, Seahorse Douluo sneered in his heart. So what if he has a domain? It's just a martial soul. Even if he has a domain, it can only offset the pressure of the Seahorse Holy Pillar. But he is not a decoration. Humph. Looking at Bai Ji, Seahorse Douluo snorted coldly and waved his long sleeves. The pool was suddenly filled with waves. In the turbulent waves, one after another huge seahorses rolled out of the waves and rushed towards Bai Ji. Shinra sign. Facing such an attack, Bai Ji didn't even need to summon his martial soul. He directly launched the gravitational field, and Shinra sign was launched. The invisible repulsive force instantly knocked away all the attacking seahorses. This. Seeing that Bai Ji had solved a major difficulty of the Seahorse Holy Pillar so easily, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but be a little shocked. Could it be that the young man in front of him was not oppressed by the Seahorse Holy Pillar at all? With Bai Ji's strength, he naturally met the requirements for accepting the test, but Ning Rongrong and the other girls as well as the 12 maids were all protected by Bai Ji, which made Seahorse Douluo a little embarrassed. How can these girls also be tested? After thinking for a while, Seahorse Douluo only thought of one way, that is, he would make Bai Ji unable to protect the girls, so that the girls could accept the test. Seahorse, possess. Thinking of this, Seahorse Douluo suddenly shouted in his heart, summoned the martial soul Seahorse, and then entered the martial soul possession state. With the possession of the Seahorse martial soul, Seahorse Douluo's body suddenly became slender, covered with a layer of blue fine scales, and fins grew on the top of his head and back. At the same time, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black rose slowly from the feet of Seahorse Douluo, and the momentum of the titled Douluo was immediately radiated. Water arrows. Looking at Bai Ji, Seahorse Douluo waved his hand, and as the first soul ring around him lit up, water arrows suddenly condensed into shape, shot out quickly, and shot at Bai Ji like rain. Shinrock. Facing the water arrows falling like rain in the sky, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he still used Shinrock, and the invisible repulsive force surged out, instantly crushing all the water arrows. Water cannon. Seeing that Bai Ji had broken his attack so easily, Seahorse Douluo's face sank. As the 5th soul ring around him lit up, a huge water column suddenly gushed out and shot at Bai Ji. Shinrock. The invisible repulsive force surged out again, and the water column that was enough to break the reef seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, and it exploded instantly, from beginning to end, turning into a falling rain and falling into the pool. Damn it! Seeing that Bai Ji had brought people over, Seahorse Douluo gritted his teeth in his heart. Deep Sea Whirlpool. As Seahorse Douluo activated his soul skill again, water suddenly surged in front of Bai Ji, and soon formed a huge whirlpool. Around him, under the control of Seahorse Douluo, countless giant seahorses jumped out of the water at the same time, attacking Ning Rongrong and many girls from both sides. 9 treasures turn out colored glaze, one is speed, the other is strength. Because the seahorses attacked from both sides, considering that Bai Ji was in front, Ning Rongrong quickly summoned the 9 treasures colored glaze tower, and 6 soul rings rose rapidly from Ning Rongrong's feet. As the soul rings lit up one after another, all the girls were blessed with at least 1 layer of gain. Auxiliary Soul Emperor, good aptitude. Seeing the 6 soul rings surrounding Ning Rongrong, Seahorse Douluo nodded in his heart. Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, Spirit Snake Stabs. Netherworld Spirit Cat Possession, Netherworld Shadow Clone, Netherworld Slash. 9 Spirit Begonia, Group Healing. With Ning Rongrong's blessing, all the girls either entered the spirit possession state or summoned their own spirits to launch a counterattack against the attacking seahorse. 3 Soul Emperors, 12 Soul Kings, all of them look no more than 20 years old. All of them have good qualifications. After seeing the strength of Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, Ye Lingling, and the 12 maids, Seahorse Douluo finally felt relieved. But when he saw Bai Ji supporting the devouring domain, stepping on a section of ice road, and walking over easily without even summoning his martial soul, Seahorse Douluo suddenly felt powerless. Where did this monster come from? He completely ignored the pressure of the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Even the soul skills sent by me, a titled Douluo, can be easily defeated without martial souls and soul skills. This is simply a monster. Seahorse Douluo lamented in his heart. He was definitely not distressed about the 100-year sea soul brew he had finally obtained. Because all the tests were basically ineffective for Bai Ji, after testing the strength of Ning Rongrong and other girls, and finding that they met the standards, Seahorse Douluo did not struggle anymore, and quietly waited for Bai Ji to come to the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Senior Seahorse Douluo, have we passed the test? Freezing the last section of the ice road, Bai Ji stepped onto the platform where the Seahorse Holy Pillar was located and smiled at Seahorse Douluo. You have passed the test perfectly. Seahorse Douluo looked calm. But can I ask you a question? Seahorse Douluo suddenly looked at Bai Ji. What's the question, Senior Seahorse, please? Bai Ji smiled. Can you tell me about your strength? Why can you not only completely offset the pressure of the Seahorse Holy Pillar with your domain, but also break my attack so easily? How strong are you? Looking at Bai Ji, Seahorse Douluo's eyes were burning. Chapter 477 Only Level 95, First Update. My strength. Bai Ji touched his chin. Actually, it's not that strong. Not that strong is how strong, not that strong. Can you defeat the 5th soul skill of a titled Douluo without using martial soul and soul skills? Hippocampus Douluo didn't know how to complain in his heart. What is your strength level? After taking a few deep breaths, Hippocampus Douluo asked in a deep voice. My strength is not high, only level 95. As he spoke, Bai Ji reached out and summoned the Moyantang. As the Moyantang martial spirit emerged from his right hand, 9 red soul rings suddenly rose from under Bai Ji's feet, and the dazzling red light dyed the seahorse holy pillar with a layer of red. Is at number. Listening to Bai Ji's words and seeing the 900,000-year soul rings rising from Bai Ji's feet, Seahorse Douluo felt as if 10,000 golden earth dragons were rushing through his heart. It's simply amazing. You are only level 95, do you know that my strength is only level 93? Seahorse Douluo was so angry that he was about to die. The boy in front of him looked no older than 18 years old, but he was already a level 95 titled Douluo at the age of 18, and his soul rings were 900,000-year soul rings. This was no longer just a problem of evil, this was simply a super evil. And the most infuriating thing was that this guy's own strength was only level 95. Don't you know that his uncle Haima is almost 70 years old this year, and his strength is only the 93rd level title Douluo? 900,000-year soul rings, no wonder he can defeat my 5th soul skill without using his martial soul. Looking at the 900,000-year soul rings surrounding Bai Ji, Haima Douluo's eyes were a little complicated. Okay, you guys take the test. Suddenly, he was extremely tired, and Haima Douluo waved his hand a little weakly. Turning to look at the seahorse holy pillar, Haima Douluo took a few deep breaths to calm down his mood, and the pious light in his eyes lit up again. Slowly walking to the front of the seahorse holy pillar, Haima Douluo turned his head and said in a deep voice, "You, one person step forward." Hearing Haima Douluo's words, all the girls couldn't help but look at Bai Ji again. They knew nothing about everything on the Sea God Island, so they naturally had to rely on Bai Ji, who had a certain understanding of the Sea God Island. Wrong, you go first. Bai Ji looked at Ning Rong. Well, I'll go first then. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rong encouraged herself in her heart, and then walked quickly to the seahorse holy pillar. Senior Seahorse Douluo, what should I do? Looking at Seahorse Douluo, Ning Rong asked. You don't have to do anything, just focus, I'll guide you. Seahorse Douluo said as he walked behind Ning Rong. After coming behind Ning Rong, Seahorse Douluo slowly raised his hands and raised them to his chest, with his palms half a foot apart. With the urging of soul power, a blue light like the sea suddenly bloomed from Seahorse Douluo's palms. As the blue light in his palms became brighter and brighter, Seahorse Douluo suddenly shouted loudly and pushed his palms away violently. The bright blue light instantly turned into a beam of light and shot onto the seahorse holy pillar. In an instant, the entire seahorse holy pillar and the surrounding triangular platforms were filled with a clear blue light, and then a flash of light flashed below the seahorse holy pillar, and a blue light spread up along the lines on the holy pillar, and it climbed to the top in almost the blink of an eye. As the blue light on the seahorse holy pillar rose steadily, Seahorse Douluo immediately pointed his right hand at Ning Rong, and a bright blue light column immediately shot out from the seahorse holy pillar, and then suddenly descended, covering Ning Rong in its zheng. As the blue light column covered Ning Rong, the blue light column on the seahorse holy pillar suddenly began to change, first from blue to white, then quickly turned into yellow, and then turned into purple. Finally, the light completely turned red. The dazzling red light quickly climbed up the seahorse holy pillar, and finally suddenly turned into a red light column and rushed up, dyeing the entire sky red. At once, countless hidden masters on the island were alarmed, and in a special temple in the center of the Sea God Island, a gorgeous woman in a red robe opened her eyes, with a flash of surprise and joy in her eyes. Top 7 tests. On the side, Seahorse Douluo was already shocked. Senior Seahorse, what are the top 7 tests? Hearing Seahorse Douluo's words and looking at Seahorse Douluo's shocked expression, Meng Yuan couldn't help asking. In our Sea God Island, the tests given by Lord Sea God are divided into levels. Different levels have different test difficulties. The levels of the tests are distinguished by colors from low to high, namely white, yellow, purple, black, and the last red. The test difficulty not only represents your potential, but also represents the status you can get if you join Sea God Island in the future. Red is the top test. Seahorse Douluo explained blankly. Then Rong's talent is not the top one. Hearing Seahorse Douluo's explanation, Meng Yuan was a little amazed. That's right. Seahorse Douluo nodded with some sigh. If you can pass the black test, you will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future. I am one of those who passed the black test. Among those of us who passed the black test, the strongest one has broken through level 95, but he is only the 6th black test, and this sister is the top red level 7 test. There is hope that she will succeed our high priest in the future. When he saw the high priest, a trace of respect flashed in Seahorse Douluo's eyes. Okay, you guys continue, I can't wait. After Ning Rongrong finished, Seahorse Douluo sighed. After Ning Rongrong, it was Meng Yuran. Maybe Meng Yuran's talent was not as good as Ning Rongrong, but after the baptism of the black jade bamboo shoots, due to the evolution of his martial soul, Meng Yuran's test also reached the red level, but the level was not as high as Ning Rongrong's, only the 5th red level test. After Meng Yuran, it was Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing had a good talent, but her martial soul was not evolved, so she only reached the level of the 5th black level test. After that, Ye Lingling got the red level again, and it was the 6th red level test, second only to Ning Rongrong. Finally, among the 12 maids, only Lingmu reached the red level, and the other maids with the main martial souls were only black level. As for the maids with beast martial souls, it was even worse, only yellow and purple levels. However, although the test consumption level is low, as long as you pass the test smoothly, you can still easily upgrade several levels. It's your turn. After all the girls finished the test, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. Now only Bai Ji has not been tested. Chapter 478 Actually I'm here to challenge, second update. Me. Bai Ji pointed at himself in surprise, I have to take the test even if I didn't pass, right? You don't accept the test. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Seahorse Douluo was a little confused, then why did you come here? I sent them here. Bai Ji said as a matter of course. Seahorse Douluo's face changed for a while, and he didn't know what to do. After a long time, Seahorse Douluo's face finally calmed down and returned to his previous calm expression. Since you don't accept the test, please leave. Our Sea God Island does not accept land soul masters. I am Senior Seahorse, although I don't accept the test of your Sea God Island, I am not here to play. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Then what do you want? Seahorse Douluo was a little suspicious. I heard that the Sea God Douluo of your Sea God Island is the strongest titled Douluo. Today I came to challenge your Sea God Douluo. Bai Ji cupped his hands and said. My son, are you kidding me? Hippocampus Douluo was speechless. Do you know that our High Priest is a level 99 extreme Douluo? You want to challenge level 99 with your level 95 cultivation. You don't know how high the ground is. After a Soul Master is promoted to the realm of titled Douluo, level 94 to level 95 is a watershed, and after level 95, each level is also a watershed. It is basically impossible for you to challenge level 99 with your level 95 cultivation. You don't think about it. Have you forgotten something, Senior Seahorse Douluo? Bai Ji shook his head and summoned his spirit, Moyun Teng. As the Moyun Teng spirit emerged from his right hand, 9 red 100,000-year spirit rings suddenly rose from Bai Ji's feet and surrounded Bai Ji. This. Seeing the 900,000-year spirit rings surrounding Bai Ji, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What happened? Just as Seahorse Douluo was lost in thought, a calm female voice suddenly came. After the void twisted, a tall figure in a bright red robe suddenly appeared in the sea. Greetings to the High Priest. Seeing the person coming, Seahorse Douluo and Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai hurriedly saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Bo Sixi nodded calmly, but when he turned around and saw the 9 red soul rings surrounding Bai Ji, Bo Sixi's face suddenly changed. How could someone have 900,000-year soul rings? High Priest, this young man wants to challenge you. On the side, Seahorse Douluo interrupted. Young man, what's your name? Bo Sixi's eyes were very complicated. My name is Bai Ji, a land soul master. Today I come to challenge Senior Poseidon Douluo. Please help me. Facing Bo Sixi, Bai Ji bowed. Your name is Bai Ji. Hearing Bai Ji's name, Bo Sixi's face was slightly moved. You are the one who killed the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king was indeed killed by the junior, but the junior just used a very powerful soul guide, not relying on the junior's own strength. Bai Ji said modestly. It's not important. Poseidon shook his head. The deep-sea demon whale king is the biggest enemy of our sea god island. You killed the deep-sea demon whale king, and that makes you the benefactor of our sea god island. Since you want to challenge me, I promise you. But this is really not a good place to fight. Let's find another place. Looking at the sea and the high platform carrying the seahorse holy pillar, Poseidon said. Okay, but I'm not familiar with Sea God Island, so let the senior choose a place as the battlefield. Bai Ge nodded. Let's go somewhere. Looking around, Poseidon finally pointed the scepter to a forest, where there was a large open space, which was the best place to fight. Okay. Bai Ge nodded, leaped up, and instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, while Poseidon took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Senior Seahorse, can we go and take a look? Seeing that Bai Ge and Poseidon had left, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask Seahorse Douluo. You have already accepted the test, so naturally you can go wherever you want. Seahorse Douluo nodded lightly and sat cross-legged under the seahorse holy pillar again. Thank you, Senior. Hearing Seahorse Douluo's promise, Ning Rongrong immediately followed with a group of girls excitedly, and the demon soul Great White Shark King Bai followed with them. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Seahorse Douluo was a little envious. Seahorse Douluo naturally wanted to watch the battle of his own high priest who was as strong as level 99, but unfortunately his duty was to guard the seahorse holy pillar and he could not leave easily. Surrounded by lush green forests, Bai Ge landed on a clearing in the forest, and followed by Bo Sixi holding a golden scepter. Standing opposite Bo Sixi, looking at the elegant Bo Sixi, Bai Ge's face showed a trace of solemnity. Senior Bo Sixi, then the junior will start now. At your service at any time. Bo Sixi held a golden scepter in his hand, and his bright red robe dragged on the ground, like a blooming red rose. Although he saw the existence of 900,000-year soul rings on Bai Ge, Bo Sixi still had a calm expression. Mo Yun's true body. Looking at Bo Sixi, Bai Ge's heart moved, and he directly activated Mo Yun's true body. With the activation of Mo Yun's true body, the dark devouring field quickly expanded out of the body, and endless earth spirit energy immediately poured into the devouring field, and was continuously converted into Bai Ge's soul power. Star-casting Dragon King, possess. After launching the devouring domain, Bai Ge let out another low shout. A brilliant starry curtain suddenly rose from behind Bai Ge, and then a slender and majestic star-blue dragon emerged from Bai Ge's body and instantly sank into Bai Ge's body. With the possession of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, countless star-blue dragon scales suddenly covered Bai Ge's body like a tide, and majestic golden dragon horns grew from the top of his head. The star-blue eyes instantly turned into golden vertical pupils, and a strong dragon power suddenly burst out. At the same time, the red and black jacket spirit ring also quickly rose from under Bai Ge's feet. Twin martial spirits, and it is almost a full 100,000-year soul ring configuration. On the side, seeing Bai Ge summon another martial soul, and it is a high-quality dragon martial soul, and it is also a demon-like soul ring configuration, Bo Sixi was shocked. But Bai Ge's changes have not stopped. When Bo Sixi was shocked, Bai Ge began to enter the state of the Lord of Ashes again. As the soul power in his body was ignited, Bai Ge's soul power began to be transformed into Ash soul power. While the soul power changed, Bai Ge's body also began to change. The star-blue scales on his body quickly turned into a deep dark red, and a breath of destruction suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's body. Chapter 479 Battle Bo Sixi, Third Update. This might. Feeling the momentum of Bai Ge's burst, Bo Sixi's heart suddenly became heavy. Bo Sixi was originally sure of victory, but now Bo Sixi has no idea at all. Moyun Senluo. After entering the Ash Lord state, Bai Ge still took the lead in launching the Moyun Senluo, which can be used for attack or defense. This is really the best first-hand skill. As the first soul ring surrounding the Moyun vines lit up, countless giant Moyun vines suddenly arched out of the forest and rushed into the air. Countless Moyun vines coiled and instantly turned the entire battlefield into a forest of Moyun vines. Sea God Domain. Feeling the devouring power of the devouring domain, Poseidon also gently tapped the golden scepter in his hand on the ground. The blue ripples like water flow suddenly spread out from Poseidon to the surroundings, covering the entire battlefield with a layer of deep blue again. Stranglehold of thorns, net of the earth. Looking at Bo Sixi, Bai Ge's heart moved. As the first and second soul rings around the Moyun vine lit up, dozens of giant moyun vines suddenly rose from the ground around Bo Sexy. Some of them strangled Bo Sexy like ancient giant pythons, and some quickly intertwined in the air to form a giant net, covering it downwards. However, facing Bai Ji's attack, Bo Sexy's figure blurred for a while, and then disappeared in an instant, and appeared in a safe position the next second. Sea God, possess. The figure reappeared. Bo Sexy quickly summoned the sea god martial spirit, and then shouted in his heart, entering the martial spirit possession state. However, similar to Jianrongxiu, the same human-shaped martial spirit, the possession of the sea god martial spirit did not cause any changes to Bo Sexy's body, but the whole body radiated a shining deep blue light, and the unfolded sea god domain became more powerful. The true body of the sea god. After activating the sea god martial spirit, Bo Sexy immediately activated the sea god true body. However, despite activating the sea god true body, there was no change in Bo Sexy's body, except that his momentum became stronger. Water Wheel Blade. After entering the full-strength combat state, as the third soul ring around him lit up, Bo Sexy swung the golden scepter in his hand violently, and a crescent-shaped water blade with ripples suddenly condensed out, and with a shrill whistle, it suddenly shot towards Bai Ji. Thorn Dragon Turtle Shield. Facing the water blade sent by Bo Sexy, Bai Ji did not dodge, but quickly activated the fourth soul ring around his body, and the brilliant star blue light instantly bloomed. The shining star blue light quickly condensed into a tortoise-shell shield full of spikes in front of him. After the sharp water blade hit the shield, it seemed to encounter a copper wall and iron wall, and it exploded instantly. Water Dragon Song. Seeing the water wheel blade being blocked, Bo Sexy's mind moved again and quickly activated the adjacent 6 soul skills. As the 6th soul ring around his body lit up, a burst of shining blue light suddenly burst out from Bo Sexy's body. The shining blue light quickly condensed into several lifelike water dragons around Bo Sexy. The water dragons seemed to have life, winding and swimming, slowly turning their heads, looking at Bai Ji with a pair of deep blue eyes, and then roaring and rushing towards Bai Ji. Facing the attacking water dragon, Bai Ji did not take it hard this time, but with the help of Mo Yun Sen Luo, he instantly moved to another position. Because several attacking water dragons lost their targets, the remaining momentum directly smashed the large trees behind Bai Ji's previous position into pieces. After avoiding the attack of the water dragon, Bai Ji moved again and appeared directly behind Bo Sexy with the help of Mo Yun Sen Luo. Looking at Poseidon, Bai Ji clenched his right hand, and then swung it out fiercely. As a bright red soul ring lit up, a powerful shock was instantly emitted. Ice Bear Shock Fist. When Bai Ji appeared behind him, Poseidon actually felt it. But this time, because Bai Ji also expanded the gravitational field, under the influence of the gravitational field, Poseidon could not use teleportation to leave. Because he could not dodge, facing Bai Ji's attack, Poseidon could only choose to activate the body protection soul skill. Poseidon Blessing. With a loud shout from Poseidon, a bright dark blue light suddenly burst out from Poseidon's body, quickly condensing into a huge dark blue figure, protecting Poseidon. Bai Ji's Ice Bear Air Shock hit the dark blue figure. Water Arrows. After using the sea god's blessing, Bo Sexy turned around suddenly, waved the bright red robe behind him, and countless water arrows burst out. Although the water arrows fired by Bo Sexy were powerful, each of which was as powerful as a grenade, under Bai Ji's Ash Soul power, these water arrows instantly turned into water vapor and had almost no effect. Although the water arrows failed, Bo Sexy's heart did not fluctuate at all, but raised the golden scepter in his hand. As the dark blue soul power surged out, the entire golden scepter was immediately wrapped in a layer of dark blue energy, as if the ripples like water waves were constantly rippling on the scepter. Clang! Under Bo Sexy's control, the 3-meter-long golden scepter hit Bai Ji's chest fiercely, making a clanging sound. Bo Sexy is very strong. As the owner of the God-given martial soul, although the sea god martial soul cannot bring Bo Sexy the most powerful power, compared to most martial souls, the power that the sea god martial soul can bring to Bo Sexy is still the top. If it were an ordinary level 95 titled Douluo, he would probably lose the ability to resist this attack, but Bai Ji ignored it directly. Shinra Sign. There was still no energy fluctuation, and there was no sign of attack. With the invisible repulsive force, Bo Sexy, who was unprepared, was immediately knocked out. All things attract. Just as Bo Sexy was knocked into the air, the gravitational nature of the gravitational field turned again and became attractive, and Bo Sexy was suddenly sucked back. Starlight Phantom Demon Shooting. Looking at BB Dong flying over, Bai Ji launched a fatal attack. As the sixth soul ring surrounding his body lit up, a starlight suddenly burst out and shot towards Bo Sexy. Facing Bai Ji's attack, Bo Sexy was well aware of the danger. If this attack was not Bai Ji's trump card, Bai Ji would not have been able to control her twice in a row, so Bo Sexy directly chose to launch the most powerful soul skill. The Sea God is coming. As Bo Sexy shouted loudly, the ninth soul ring surrounding Bo Sexy's body suddenly lit up. In an instant, the brilliant blue divine light burst out from Bo Sexy's body again, and at the same time, a layer of faint golden light instantly enveloped Bo Sexy. After launching the Sea God's coming, in addition to Bo Sexy's strength being doubled in all aspects, in the first 3 seconds after launching the skill, Bo Sexy will also enter an invincible state, immune to all control and damage. This soul skill has helped Bo Sexy turn defeat into victory countless times. Chapter 480 Defeat Bo Sexy, First Update. A beam of starlight emitted by the Starlight Phantom Demon drew a gorgeous trajectory in the air and finally shot at the golden light on Bo Sexy's body. But because Poseidon was in an invincible state at the moment, Bai Ji's Starlight Phantom Demon did not have any effect. After launching the Poseidon's descent, Poseidon's momentum immediately climbed to the extreme, and because the time for the Poseidon's descent was limited, Poseidon knew that now was the best time to attack. The power of the Poseidon. With another loud shout, the second soul ring around Poseidon suddenly burst into bright light. With the activation of the Poseidon's power, Poseidon's momentum rose again. Looking at Bai Ji, who was not far away, Poseidon moved and appeared in front of Bai Ji in an instant, and then swung the scepter in his hand towards Bai Ji. Great Demon Subduing Fist. Facing the scepter swung by Poseidon, Bai Ji did not dodge, but directly activated the Great Demon Subduing Fist and went up to meet it. In the current Douluo continent, Bai Ji did not believe that there was anyone who could be his opponent in terms of strength. Clang! With the dull sound of metal colliding, an irresistible huge force suddenly came from the scepter. Bo Sexy had no time to react, and the whole person was thrown away in an instant under the huge force. How is it possible? Bo Sexy stopped retreating after sliding a long way from the air to Lin, but looking at Bai Ji, Bo Sexy's heart could not help but surge with huge waves. You know, although Bo Sexy's Sea God martial soul is not a power-type martial soul, as a divine martial soul, the Sea God martial soul is also very top in terms of strength. With Bo Sexy's strength as a limit Douluo, under the condition of Sea God possession and Sea God's true body and Sea God's descent and Sea God's power, Bo Sexy can exert more than 1 million pounds of force, but under Bai Ji's fist force, he has no power to resist. But Bai Ji obviously did not activate the martial soul true body, nor did he activate any amplification type soul skills. Could it be that the strength can be increased to this level just by the enhancement of the 100,000 year soul ring and the possession of the martial soul? What kind of martial soul is this? Is it a martial soul more powerful than the divine martial soul? Bo Sexy's originally calm heart was now full of disbelief. But compared to Bo Sexy's shock, after repelling Bo Sexy, all Ge could think of was to pursue the victory. Strangle with thorns. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Moyun vine. As the first soul ring on the Moyun vine lit up, several giant Moyun vines suddenly broke out from under Bo Sexy's feet and strangled Bo Sexy. Facing the Moyun vine, Bo Sexy had no intention of getting entangled with the Moyun vine, but quickly dodged the stranglehold of the Moyun vine with a move. But behind Bo Sexy, Bai Ji suddenly appeared with the help of Moyun Senluo, and slammed Bo Sexy with his fist wrapped in thick ash soul power. Clang! Bo Sexy was well aware of the attack behind him. When Bai Ji swung his fist, Bo Sexy quickly half-crouched and dodged Bai Ji's first attack, and then the scepter in his hand pointed at Bai Ji's chest like a spear. Although Bo Sexy's power was not strong, the power generated when this power hit a point was very considerable, and directly repelled Bai Ji. Universal Attraction. But at the moment of being hit by Bo Sexy, Bai Ji also activated the Universal Attraction, and the powerful suction instantly sucked Bo Sexy over. Want to run? Impossible. Facing Bai Ji's Universal Attraction, although there was no way to crack it, Bo Sexy responded calmly. Roar of the Sea. With a low shout in his heart, Bo Sexy quickly activated a soul skill, and with a burst of majestic invisible deep blue energy, Bai Ji was immediately hit by the waves like a boat. After knocking Bai Ji away, Bo Sexy moved again and rushed towards Bai Ji fiercely, and the golden scepter in his hand was once again wrapped in deep blue energy. It's delivered to the door. Seeing Bo Sexy rushing over, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He was worried about getting close to Bo Sexy, but he didn't expect Bo Sexy to come over by himself. This time, if he still can't take it down, it would be a bit unbearable. Now Bo Sexy won't have a body protection soul skill, right? Shinra strike. All things attract. Looking at the rushing Bo Sexy, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he immediately launched a set of combined punches, all things attract plus Shinra strike, suddenly repelling and attracting, almost no one could keep steady. What? Feeling a strong repulsive force suddenly attacking, Bo Sexy was immediately knocked away again. In the air, Bo Sexy couldn't help but feel very confused. Why is it this weird repulsive attack again? Doesn't this attack have a cooldown time? On the other side, after using gravitational repulsion to stop the momentum of being knocked away, Bai Ji instantly increased the repulsive force and rushed out. Star Dragon Shadow Clone. On the way, the second soul ring surrounding his body suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and Bai Ji's figure suddenly split into 6, and a total of 7 figures instantly turned into a series of blurred after images and rushed towards Bo Sexy. This time, Bo Sexy no longer had any self-defense skills. Facing Bai Ji's offensive, Bo Sexy had lost the ability to resist. The 6 clones instantly broke the soul shield constructed by Bo Sexy, and Bai Ji rushed to Bo Sexy and put the sharp dragon claws on Bo Sexy's fair neck. Senior Bo Sexy, you lost. I lost. Bo Sexy slowly put down the golden scepter in his hand. You are so powerful at such a young age, young man, your future achievements are limitless. Looking at Bai Ji, Bo Sexy sighed. Thank you, Senior Bo Sexy. Seeing that the side quest of Poseidon Island was finally completed on the system panel, Bai Ji smiled faintly, retracted the dragon claws, and cancelled the martial spirit possession. Young man, are you really not going to accept the trial of our Poseidon Island? Thinking of Bai Ji's amazing strength, Bo Sexy couldn't help but say with some regret. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I have urgent matters to deal with, so I won't need it. Bai Ji shook his head. Ah! Hearing Bai Ji's refusal, Bo Sexy couldn't help but sigh. Discovering Bai Ji's talent and amazing strength, Bo Sexy couldn't help but feel that Bai Ji might be the person they had been waiting for on Sea God Island, but since Bai Ji refused, Bo Sexy could only sigh helplessly. She was not a person who liked to force others. Since Bai Ji was unwilling, even if she won the duel this time, she would not force Bai Ji. After Bai Ji and Bo Sexy finished fighting, seeing that the two finally stopped fighting, the girls finally ran over. You can do the trial here. I need to leave for a while, but don't worry, I will come back to pick you up after I finish my work. Looking at the girls who had just run from a distance, Bai Ji said. Senior Bo Sexy, Sister Bai, I'll ask you to take care of them. After talking to the girls, Bai Ji looked at Bo Sexy and the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai again. Don't worry, you helped our Sea God Island solve the big problem of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. I will ensure the safety of your girlfriends. Poseidon said. Although in principle she could not intervene trial, but Bai Ji's kindness in killing the Deep Sea Demon Whale King was enough for her to break some not particularly important rules, such as saving the lives of the women in a critical moment, which would be allowed even if the sea god knew. Because the Deep Sea Demon Whale King is also a big problem for the sea god. Chapter 481 Arrival at the Sun and Moon Continent, Second Update. The Sun and Moon Continent is only separated by a sea from the Douluo continent, which is almost 5 times the distance between the Sea God Island and the Douluo continent. Because there is a Demon Whale Sea in the sea area separating the Sun and Moon Continent and the Douluo continent, the Sun and Moon Continent and the Douluo continent have not discovered each other for a long time. After leaving the Sea God Island, Bai Ji flew towards the Sun and Moon Continent with the Juk Sword. The Juk Sword was pushed by a strong magnetic force, and the speed generated was amazing, which had completely exceeded the speed of sound, so in less than half a day, Bai Ji arrived at the coastal waters of the Sun and Moon Continent from the Sea God Island. Looking at the vast and boundless continent in the distance, Bai Ji was a little excited. You know, he has completed most of the final task of the system. Now there are only 2 tasks left to conquer, the Sun-Moon Continent and the Demon Forest. Bai Ji thinks that conquering the Sun-Moon Continent is very simple. He only needs to intimidate the Sun-Moon Emperor with his invincible power. In the face of absolute power, facing the choice between life and death, Bai Ji believes that no one should choose to die. And even if the Sun-Moon Emperor is unwilling to surrender, Bai Ge's task will be completed by killing him. As for the demon forest, Bai Ge regards the evil eye tyrant lord of the demon forest as the ninth soul ring of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit. After all, the time and space light of the evil eye tyrant lord is also an extremely powerful magical power. And since it is just hunting, not conquering, it is also a relatively simple matter for Bai Ge to kill the evil demon tyrant lord when he uses all his strength. The Juk sword crossed Linhai at a very fast speed and finally arrived at the Sun Moon continent. However, because he did not know the location of the Sun Moon Imperial City, Bai Ge stayed in a city for a while, and only set off again after buying a map. Continuing to fly forward on the sword, Bai Ge flew towards the Sun Moon Imperial City by referring to the map. On the other side, in the Sun Moon Imperial City, in the palace, Su Zhen, the current emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, was reviewing the memorials, but suddenly, Su Zhen felt uneasy for no reason, and his heart suddenly tightened, as if an invisible hand was holding his heart, making him breathless. But he is the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire and the most powerful person in the entire Sun Moon continent. In terms of strength, Su Zhen is also at the titled Douluo level. With the top Sun martial spirit, although he is not the strongest person in the entire continent, no one can threaten his life. Why is he so uneasy at this moment? Su Zhen covered his heart with one hand, his heart full of doubts and fear. Although he was very confident that no one on the continent could threaten him, as a titled Douluo, Su Zhen believed in his intuition. Intuition will not lie, something big must have happened, and it was about his life, otherwise he would not be so uneasy. Someone come! Thinking of this, Su Zhen couldn't help but shout. As Su Zhen shouted, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. I saw a eunuch quickly opened the imperial study and knelt in front of Su Zhen. May I ask what your majesty wants? Let Lin Xiang and General Chen come to see me. Su Zhen said lightly. Yes, your majesty. Hearing Su Zhen's words, the eunuch stood up, quickly stepped back from the imperial study, closed the door, and then left quickly. What happened? Could it be that the evil soul masters have another conspiracy? Su Zhen leaned on the dragon chair, holding his heart, and was in doubt. Half an hour later, two figures came to the imperial study and knocked on the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty, Lin Xiang, please see your Majesty. Your Majesty, Chen Xiao, please see your Majesty. Two powerful voices suddenly came from outside the imperial study. Come in. Su Zhen stopped reviewing the memorials and said calmly. Thank you, your Majesty. With a chorus of responses, the door of the imperial study was pushed open. A slender man in white and a tall and burly man in armor walked into the imperial study at the same time. Your Majesty, may I ask what you want to do? The two men half knelt in front of Su Zhen and asked. Get up, I want to ask you something. Su Zhen waved his hand and said. What is it, your Majesty? Lin Xiang was puzzled. Just now, when I was reviewing the memorials, my heart suddenly tightened, as if someone had pinched my heart. This feeling lasted for a long time. It was not an accident. My two beloved ministers, have those evil soul masters made any unusual moves recently? Su Zhen asked. No unusual moves, your Majesty, are you sure this is not your Majesty's illusion? Lin Xiang was puzzled. It can't be an illusion. Your Majesty is a titled Douluo with unparalleled cultivation. How could such an illusion occur? It is clearly a whim of your Majesty's feeling of danger. Chen Xiao glanced at Lin Xiang and said. But Prime Minister Lin did not lie. The evil soul masters have not made any moves recently. Your Majesty, could it be because of the evil soul masters? Chen Xiao bowed his hands. But if it is not the evil soul masters who are making trouble, what is the reason? Su Zhen frowned. I don't know about this. Chen Xiao shook his head. But your Majesty, since the danger is coming towards your Majesty, then I beg your Majesty to protect yourself and ask your Majesty to let the royal musketeers be stationed in the palace to protect your Majesty's safety. Chen Xiao suggested. Okay, you go and arrange it. Su Zhen pondered for a while and nodded. The royal musketeers are the strongest force controlled by the Sun Moon Empire. Every member of the royal musketeers has reached the level of Soul Master and mastered the Soul Guide musket, which is powerful enough to kill Soul Master. A team of more than 100 royal musketeers firing muskets at the same time, even the titled Douluo can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. It is indeed a good idea to transfer the royal musketeers to the palace to be stationed. With Su Zhen's consent, Chen Xiao left the imperial study after taking his leave to arrange the affairs of the royal musketeers, and Lin Xiang also took his leave immediately and went home to deal with his own affairs. Looking at Lin Xiang's back as he left, Su Zhen sighed in his heart. I hope the feeling just now is just his illusion. If it is really a premonition on a whim, then it is really terrible. Because of Su Zhen's uneasy premonition, Chen Xiao immediately went to the royal musketeers stationed outside the Sun Moon Imperial City after leaving the palace. After showing the token granted by Emperor Su Zhen, under the order of Chen Xiao, the entire royal musketeers were urgently transferred to the palace to station and began emergency exercises. In this way, the time passed quickly. Chapter 482 God's Arrival in Sun and Moon City, Third Update. On the way, because it was dark, Bai Ge took a rest for one night. The second day, Bai Ge set out again. Finally, we are almost there. Looking at the towering city that could be seen faintly in the distance, Bai Ge felt a little emotional and stopped flying the sword. Although the Sun and Moon Imperial City was already in sight, after thinking about it, Bai Ge still felt that he should make some noise first. Although killing the Sun and Moon Emperor was considered to have completed the task, it would be better to subdue him in the future. If you want to subdue him, you certainly need strength, but if you have enough momentum, it will undoubtedly be more powerful. Star-casting Dragon King, possess. Looking at the Sun and Moon Imperial City in the distance, Bai Ge shouted in his heart, and a brilliant star curtain condensed from behind. A slender star-blue dragon shadow suddenly emerged from Bai Ge's body, and then instantly sank into Bai Ge's body. After developing the dragon blood warrior form, Bai Ge has a deeper grasp of the martial soul. Now Bai Ge can freely carry out different degrees of martial soul possession. So after entering the state of possession of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul, Bai Ge's whole body did not change this time. Only his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and dragon horns grew on his head, but the degree of martial soul fusion in this form has actually exceeded 30%. As his body entered the state of possession of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul, Bai Ge's ability to sense Zhou Xing Chen suddenly reached an extremely terrifying level. Although Bai Ge has not yet reached the point where he can open his eyes for day and close his eyes for night, he can easily take all the star power of an area for his own use, making an area that was originally white instantly fall into darkness. As Bai Ge used all his mental power to manipulate Zhou Xingli, the originally dim stars in the sky suddenly shone under Bai Ge's control, and the diffuse starlight fell from the sky, covering Bai Ge in it, and then the endless starlight quickly condensed under Bai Ge's feet, turning into a starlight bridge like a rainbow bridge. The entire starlight bridge quickly spread out, extending directly from Bai Ge's feet to the sky of the Sun and Moon Imperial City, and the diffuse sunlight quickly condensed into lifelike long dragons behind Bai Ge, circling and roaring continuously. With Bai Ge's actions, the sunlight within tens of thousands of miles around the entire Sun and Moon Imperial City suddenly disappeared, and the entire Sun and Moon Imperial City instantly fell into darkness. What's going on? In the palace of Sun Moon Imperial City, Su Zhen, who was reviewing memorials, was shocked. That inexplicable feeling surged into his heart again, and his heart tightened again. The strong pain made Su Zhen lie on the table. Looking out the window, the sunlight had completely disappeared, and the entire Sun Moon Imperial City was plunged into darkness. In the sky, the stars were shining, and the dazzling starlight was scattered from hundreds of miles away. The bright starlight was as hazy and dreamy as mist, and the wide avenue of stars spread from the edge. Such a spectacular and magnificent scene was amazing, but Su Zhen's heart sank instantly. He fell to the bottom of the valley. In a flash, the whole elephant changed. Could the enemy that brought him danger be the legendary god? Can humans resist such a great power? Su Zhen's heart was heavy at the moment. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. When Su Zhen looked at the dark sky outside the window with a heavy heart, a guard quickly pushed open the door of the imperial study and half knelt in front of Su Zhen. Your Majesty, there are enemies coming in large numbers, please move quickly. Move. Su Zhen laughed at himself, stood up from the dragon chair, and pointed to the dark sky outside the window. See, everything has changed, the image changes in a thought. Such an enemy, can you resist it? If the image can be changed in a thought, it will not take much time to destroy the imperial city. If the enemy cannot be repelled, the entire Sun and Moon Imperial City will be destroyed. Where can I escape to? This time, I will live and die with the Imperial City. Su Zhen slammed his hand on the table, shaking the teacup. Quick, quick, quick! Amidst the shouts, Teams of soldiers wearing standard armor and holding musket-style soul guides marched quickly and gathered in a square array in the courtyard of the imperial study. Because of the sudden change in color, General Chen Xiao had transferred all the royal musket teams to the vicinity of the imperial study, and at the same time, all the worshippers of the Sun and Moon Empire also rushed over. Among these worshippers, there were no title Douluo, but there were several soul Douluo, and there were also many soul saints and soul emperors. At this moment, they had all come to the outside of the imperial study to guard the safety of Emperor Su Zhen. Looking at the avenue of stars paved with endless starlight in the sky, everyone was extremely nervous, even the soul Douluo level worshippers were no exception. Ang! In the distant sky, a loud dragon roar suddenly came, and a golden dragon several thousand meters long was seen flying across the mountains and winding along the bright starlight avenue. The slender body of the golden dragon was shining with dazzling golden light. At the dragon head of the dragon, a figure in white was standing quietly, and behind the figure in white, several golden dragons hundreds of meters long were circling and following. Not bad, they are all here. In the distant sky, Bai Ji was driving the golden dragon condensed by endless sunlight. When he saw that the emperor actually brought a large number of people together, Bai Ji felt very interesting. Originally, he was still considering how to complete this task as bloodlessly as possible. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person, but now it seems that the other party is very cooperative. The emperor summoned so many people to gather here, which just happened to facilitate him to show his invincible strength. Panic is contagious. When seeing his strength, as long as one person is afraid, it is easy to cause a chain reaction like pushing down dominoes. Ang! Under Bai Ji's control, the golden dragon meandered forward and soon arrived above the Sun and Moon Imperial City. The civilians below saw the golden dragon across the sky and knelt down one after another, as if they saw a god and worshipped him. When the golden dragon arrived at the palace, feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the golden dragon's body that were enough to destroy everything, almost all the soul masters present had changed their faces, including Emperor Su Zhen. But compared to a group of powerful soul masters, Chen Xiao, who was weak in strength, did not feel too much pressure. When he saw Bai Ji flying over with the golden dragon, although he knew that Bai Ji might be very powerful, his loyalty to the emperor made Chen Xiao fearless. He pointed at Bai Ji at the first time and shouted, "Shoot!" As a general promoted by Emperor Su Zhen, Chen Xiao was extremely loyal to Su Zhen. Even if he died, Chen Xiao vowed to wipe out the enemy for Su Zhen. Hearing Su Zhen's words, the royal musket team immediately raised the soul-guided muskets in their hands. Bang! 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 As the members of the royal musket team injected soul power into the muskets, bright streams of light immediately flowed along the soul-guided lines. After the soul power flowed into the core of the soul-guided muskets, dazzling light suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the musket. Amidst the roars, countless soul power shells with power comparable to grenades were fired. The soul power shells rained down. If an ordinary titled Douluo did not activate the body-protecting soul skills, he would definitely be in a mess under the attack of this shell. But for Bai Ji, this problem did not exist at all. Devouring Domain. Bai Ji's heart moved, and the dark devouring domain instantly expanded from his body, quickly covering a range of dozens of meters around him. After entering the devouring domain, the soul power shells were almost instantly devoured by the devouring domain. It's rude not to return the favor, so you guys should follow suit. Looking at the royal musketeers in front of the imperial study, Bai Ji stretched out his hand, and a golden dragon rushed out from behind him. With a roar, the golden dragon slammed into the royal musketeers, and the golden light of destruction burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground suddenly shook, and marble fragments and dust were blown up. Countless dust was swept in all directions by the strong wind like bullets, causing the worshippers to cover their faces with their long sleeves. When the golden color dissipated, there was only a deep and invisible place at the location of the royal musketeers. The huge pit at the bottom. The pupils of the royal worshippers shrank immediately. Do you want to live or die? Driving the golden dragon that was thousands of meters long, Bai Ji said in a deep voice. As Bai Ji spoke, several golden dragons hundreds of meters long behind him suddenly circled around Bai Ji. He looked at the golden dragon that was thousands of meters long under Bai Ji, and then looked at the bottomless pit that was blown out by the golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long that Bai Ji casually created beside him. Su Zhen's face changed for a while, and finally he lowered his head dejectedly. I want to live. Very good. Feeling the completion of the task in his mind, Bai Ji's face bloomed with a bright smile. Chapter 483 King of the Demonic Forest, First Update. After subduing Su Zhentian, Bai Ji directly used the method of changing the sky and striking the earth to pull Su Zhentian into the endless illusion and reincarnate, brainwashing Su Zhentian. Bai Ji's goal is to unify Douluo star, and Sun-Moon continent is naturally included in it. Now that Su Zhentian has been subdued, a lot of effort can be saved in the future. After subduing Su Zhentian, Bai Ji left Sun-Moon City and flew towards the Demon Forest. Now Bai Ji's mission is only the last Demon Forest. As long as the evil eye tyrant is killed, the final mission will be completed. Following the guidance of the map, after flying for half a day, Bai Ji finally arrived at the Demon Forest. The Demon Forest is like the Star Forest, which is an endless primeval forest, but it is different from the Star Forest. Because Douluo continent belongs to the tropics, the trees in the Star Forest are mostly tropical trees, while the Demon Forest is located in the Sun-Moon continent, which belongs to the temperate zone, so the trees in the Demon Forest are mostly coniferous forests. After arriving at the Demon Forest, Bai Ji is still flying on the sword. Although for most soul masters, flying through a place full of soul beasts is undoubtedly a death wish, Bai Ji is strong enough, so this taboo is useless to him. Ga. As soon as they entered the Demon Forest, a large number of grey blackbird soul beasts rushed up from the Demon Forest, gagging and rushing towards Bai Ji like sharp arrows. Shinra Tensei. Facing countless unknown grey blackbird soul beasts rushing over, and seeing the bloodthirstiness in their eyes, Bai Ji did not have any extra thoughts in his mind, and directly used a full power Shinra Tensei. As the invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted, the grey blackbird soul beasts that rushed over suddenly seemed to hit a large truck running at full speed, and were crushed in an instant. Broken meat, broken bones and broken feathers fell into the Demon Forest like rain, attracting a group of carnivorous soul beasts to fight for them. After dealing with this group of unknown blackbird soul beasts, Bai Ji continued to fly forward on his sword. Along the way, he encountered many soul beasts blocking his way, but all of them were crushed by Bai Ji with the Shinra Tensei. Finally, Bai Ji arrived at the core area of the Demon Forest, where the Evil Eye Tyrant clan lived and where the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord slept. Looking at the endless black forest in front of him, evil and depressing, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand directly. Moyantang. With Bai Ji's low shout, the Moyantang martial spirit suddenly emerged from his right hand. At the same time, 9 red soul rings also rose rapidly from Bai Ji's feet. Under Bai Ji's control, countless huge Moyantang grew out of the Demon Forest crazily. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the forest was covered by Moyantang. Sunshine Flame. Looking at the Demon Forest in front of him, Bai Ji's heart moved. As the 6th soul ring surrounding his body lit up, countless growing Moyantang suddenly bloomed with bright golden light. A large amount of sunlight quickly condensed on the Moyun vines, and the Moyun vines were immediately covered by golden light. As time passed, the golden light on the Moyun vines became brighter and brighter. Finally, the first dazzling beam of light finally burst out from a Moyun vine, instantly turning a piece of evil forest into a sea of fire. Boom! 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 After the first Moyun vine, the rest of the Moyun vines also shot out golden beams of light one after another. The golden beams full of high temperature and explosive energy instantly raised a large area of evil forest to the ground, and countless areas were turned into a sea of fire. The blazing flames quickly spread. Under the threat of the flames, countless soul beasts began to flee, but such a movement also awakened a sleeping strongman. Who is it? Suddenly, accompanied by a low and cold voice, a terrifying mental power suddenly rose from the evil forest. The majestic mental power pressed down like a mountain, and the whole space seemed to tremble violently. Who is it? Who dares to disturb my slumber? Who dares to kill in my demon forest? The deep voice suddenly became louder, and thick darkness suddenly enveloped covering the entire sky, the area shrouded in darkness, the space began to twist and gradually turned into a vortex, and in the vortex-shaped darkness, a huge eye suddenly tore through the void and appeared in the sky. This huge eye is the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord. Human, you dare to kill in the evil forest, you are looking for death. The huge eye stared at Bai Ji, and the terrifying mental power vibrated the air, making an angry low voice. Boom! Accompanied by the low roar of the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord, the terrifying mental power suddenly pressed down on Bai Ji like a landslide and tsunami. Under the impact of the mental power of the Evil Eye Tyrant Overlord, the space seemed to be unable to bear it and trembled. As the strongest spiritual soul beast, the mental power of the evil eye tyrant overlord is extremely terrifying. If it is only about quantity, even Bai Ge will not be its opponent. However, although Bai Ge is not the opponent of the evil eye tyrant overlord in the competition of mental power, he still has no problem protecting himself. When the evil eye tyrant master's mental power pressed down, Bai Ge also burst out all his mental power. The two powerful mental powers collided with each other in the air. Although Bai Ge was at a disadvantage, he still caught the mental impact of the evil eye tyrant master. Human, you. The evil eye tyrant master was shocked when he found that Bai Ge had burst out a mental power that was not inferior to his own. You know, as a spiritual beast, it has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to have the current mental power, but Bai Ge is just a human, and his lifespan is only 100 years. How could he have the same powerful mental power as it? It's impolite not to return the favor. Take it, the extreme cold assassination thorn spear. Bai Ge ignored the shock of the evil eye tyrant master, but shouted and directly launched the 8th soul skill, the extreme cold assassination thorn spear. As the 8th soul ring around him lit up, several Moyun vines quickly twisted behind Bai Ge and turned into an extremely sharp Moyun vine spear. Then, with a bang, the sharp Moyun vine spear shot out instantly, aiming directly at the evil demon tyrant ruler. Spiritual shock. Facing the Moyun vine spear that broke through the air, the evil demon tyrant ruler directly stirred up his almost substantial mental power, trying to crush the Moyun vine spear with his powerful mental power. However, after Bai Ge was promoted to a titled Douluo, the toughness of the Moyun vine had already reached an extreme. Unless it was a weapon of the artifact level, it would be impossible to hurt the Moyun vine. In addition, the Moyun vine spear was the 600,000 year soul ring soul skill of the Snow Emperor, and its toughness was once again raised to a higher level. The evil eye tyrant ruler actually wanted to use his mental power to crush the Moyun vine spear, which was undoubtedly a foolish dream. Chapter 484, Light of Space and Time, Update 2. Swish! The sharp Moyun Teng spear directly tore through the spiritual power of the evil eye tyrant lord, which was like a substance, and pierced through the huge single eye of the evil eye tyrant lord with a shrill whistle. How is it possible? Finding that his magnificent spiritual power did not crush the Moyun Teng spear, the evil eye tyrant lord's huge pupils shrank into needles, and a storm surged in his heart. The sharp Moyun Teng spear made a sharp explosion, and the biting cold solidified all the water vapor along the way, leaving a white line in the air. Feeling the power of the extreme cold thorn spear, the evil eye tyrant lord couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Although its spiritual power is extremely powerful, in terms of defense, it is the weakest among soul beasts of the same level. If the vital part is hit by the extreme cold thorn spear, even if it doesn't die, it will definitely lose half of its life in an instant, so the evil eye tyrant lord can't be careless. Hula! The majestic mental power stirred up the dark clouds and set off a storm. At the critical moment, the evil eye tyrant lord actually relied on the almost substantial mental power to push his body to the right for a distance and avoid the piercing of the extreme cold thorn spear. But, although the fatal vital part, that is, the eye of the main body, avoided the piercing of the extreme cold thorn spear, the huge tentacles on the left side of the evil eye tyrant lord could not avoid it because of insufficient time. In a burst of explosions, several huge tentacles were directly shot and exploded by the extreme cold thorn spear, and the extreme cold thorn spear burst out the extreme cold air that froze a large area of tentacles. For a while, the intense pain made the entire eye of the evil eye tyrant lord almost twisted and turned red. Human, you are courting death. The mighty mental power roared out, and the roar of the evil eye tyrant lord shook the entire evil forest. Mental paralysis ray. With a roar, the remaining more than 70 huge tentacles of the evil eye tyrant lord suddenly waved violently, and black rays continued to shoot out from the tentacles, bursting towards Bai Ge like a woman scattering flowers. Moyun Teng. Looking at the mental paralysis rays that were raining down from the sky, Bai Ge raised the Moyun Teng in his right hand high up. Yun Teng martial soul. In an instant, countless huge Moyun vines suddenly broke out from the ground in front of Bai Ge, twisting to form a vine wall, and dark paralysis rays shot onto the Moyun vine wall and were blocked. Moyun Sen Luo. With Bai Ge's low shout, the first soul ring around Bai Ge quickly lit up. In a burst of rumbling noises, countless giant Moyun vines continued to grow wildly around Bai Ge. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of meters around Bai Ge were all occupied by Moyun vines. The twisted giant moyun vines completely covered the coniferous forest of the demon forest, turning the surroundings into a primitive forest composed of moyun vines. Star-casting Dragon King, possess. After launching Moyun Senluo, Bai Ji shouted again and summoned the star-casting Dragon King martial soul. Amidst a faint dragon roar, a star curtain inlaid with bright stars suddenly rose from behind Bai Ji, and a slender and majestic star-blue dragon suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body, and then instantly sank into Bai Ji's body. With the possession of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, Bai Ji's body suddenly began to swell and rise, and the star-blue scales like a tide covered Bai Ji's body in the blink of an eye. Sharp dragon claws popped out from between his 10 fingers, dragon horns grew from the top of his head, and his eyes quickly turned into golden vertical pupils, and a majestic dragon power suddenly broke out. Because he was facing the evil eye tyrant lord, Bai Ji did not choose to perform a martial spirit fusion with a relatively low degree of fusion this time, but chose to perform a standard martial spirit possession. Compared with martial spirit fusion, the defense power will be greatly increased under martial spirit possession because of the dragon scales. On the other side, seeing that Bai Ji actually blocked his paralysis ray, the evil eye tyrant lord was even more shocked and angry. Go to hell! Amid the roar of the evil eye tyrant overlord, a dazzling crimson light suddenly burst out from the body of the evil eye tyrant overlord. Under the crimson light, the evil eye tyrant overlord's evil eye body with a diameter of more than 300 meters suddenly turned blood red. In the violent thoughts, a huge blood-red light column with a diameter of more than 300 meters suddenly burst out from the pupil of the evil eye tyrant overlord. The huge blood-red light column has a diameter of more than 300 meters. Facing the blood-red light column that blocks the sun, before being hit, the terrifying mental pressure has already surged, but Bai Ji was not affected by the mental pressure. When the blood-red light column was about to fall, Bai Ji directly transferred to 1,000 meters away through Moyun Senluo and appeared behind and below the evil eye tyrant overlord. In his heart, the fire of anger instantly ignited, and the surging star-casting soul power in Bai Ji's body was quickly transformed into ash soul power. Along with the transformation of soul power, Bai Ji's body also changed synchronously. The star-blue scales quickly turned into orange-red with a little gold, and the star-blue hair quickly turned into golden red. At the same time, a destructive breath suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body. All-seeing attraction. Looking at the evil eye tyrant lord in the air, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the full power all-seeing attraction was immediately activated. Although the body of the evil eye tyrant lord is very large, as a spiritual soul beast, the weight of the evil eye tyrant lord is actually very light. When pulled by the all-seeing attraction, the body of the evil eye tyrant lord flew down uncontrollably. Facing the sudden pull, the evil eye tyrant lord burst out all his mental power, trying to break free from the traction of this pulling force. But when the evil eye tyrant lord broke free from control, Bai Ji had already launched the Shinra sign and suddenly launched himself into the air. The push and assistance of the Shinra sign, coupled with Bai Ji's own burst of speed, now Bai Ji's speed even exceeds the extreme cold assassination spear. Star Dragon Shadow Clone. Star Dragon Claw. The huge one-eyed man in front of him was getting closer and closer. The second soul ring around Bai Ji suddenly burst into dazzling light. Under the dazzling light, a sharp edge suddenly blessed Bai Ji's right claw. At the same time, Bai Ji's figure suddenly split into 6, and a full 7 figures suddenly shot towards the evil eye tyrant lord like an arrow from a string. Behind him, a breath of destruction suddenly burst out, and the evil eye tyrant lord suddenly felt a fatal threat in his heart. Under the fatal threat, the evil eye tyrant lord immediately turned around. In the huge one-eyed man, a touch of deep blue suddenly bloomed from the depths of the pupil. Under the rendering of deep blue, the one-eyed man of the evil eye tyrant lord was quickly dyed into deep blue. Suddenly, a dazzling deep blue light suddenly burst out from the pupil of the evil eye tyrant lord. With the appearance of the deep blue light, everything seemed to fall into stillness. The Light of Time and Space. Chapter 485, Killing the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord, 3rd Update. The light of space and time is the ultimate mystery that the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord has comprehended. Relying on his own understanding of spirit and space, the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord has also comprehended the power of time. The combination of the 3 powers of time, space, and spirit eventually gave birth to the light of space and time. The light of space and time attacks the spirit with the power of space and time. The power of space and time derived from the origin of spirit can deprive all living things of their spiritual origin, causing their spiritual origin to wither instantly. No creature of the same level can withstand this trick of the evil eye tyrant overlord. The dark blue light of time and space spread rapidly in the air, and everything along the way fell into stillness in an instant after being stained with a layer of dark blue. Seeing that the light of time and space was about to hit Bai Ji, the evil eye tyrant overlord was relieved. From an ordinary evil eye tyrant to now, the evil eye tyrant overlord has not encountered enemies, but since it comprehended the light of time and space, all opponents who threatened it were killed under the light of time and space, and now the human in front of it will not be an exception. The dark blue light quickly enveloped Bai Ji, but Bai Ji did not fall into stillness, because on the surface of Bai Ji's body, a layer of faint golden light suddenly bloomed. Under the protection of the golden light, Bai Ji was immune to the light of time and space. Star Dragon Claws. In the shocked eyes of the evil eye tyrant overlord, 7 figures came to the one-eyed eye of the evil eye tyrant overlord like arrows from a bow, and 14 dragon claws wrapped with thick ash soul power swung at the one-eyed eye in front of them at the same time, and orange-red light blades instantly penetrated the huge one-eyed eye. Roar! As the orange-red light blades entered the eyes, the majestic mental power suddenly became violent like a landslide and tsunami, and the shrill roar made the entire demon forest tremble. As the ash blade emitting deadly high temperature, explosion, and radiation energy slashed into the single eye of the evil eye tyrant ruler, the terrifying high temperature instantly melted the huge single eye into 1,000 holes. The body of the evil eye tyrant ruler was shaking violently, and the terrifying blood threads on the huge single eye gradually spread and crisscrossed. Finally, the huge single eye suddenly broke into pieces, and blood and fragments fell like rain. Pa, pa, pa! Amidst the sound of falling, a large number of blood and flesh fragments fell on the trees, bushes, and the ground one after another. The pouring blood rain dyed a large area of the evil demon forest red. Although the evil eye tyrant ruler was dead, the terrifying mental pressure of the evil eye tyrant ruler had not dissipated. In addition, the huge movement caused by Bai Ji's previous battle with the evil eye tyrant ruler, even though there was a strong smell of blood here, no soul beast came for a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the final mission is completed, and the reward has been issued. After killing the evil eye tyrant ruler, the system's congratulations suddenly sounded in his mind. Finally completed. Bai Ji felt a little emotional. Although the final reward has been issued, Bai Ji did not use all the rewards of the final mission immediately because the evil eye tyrant ruler's soul ring still needs Bai Ji to absorb. Falling back to Lin from the air. In the open space, among a large number of blood and flesh fragments, a ball of blue light suddenly caught Bai Ji's attention. Walking quickly to the blue light ball, Bai Ji was surprised to find that the blue light ball turned out to be a dark blue pupil, only the size of a palm, but flashing with a bewitching brilliance. Is this the external soul bone of the evil eye tyrant ruler? In his mind, a memory suddenly emerged, and Bai Ji's heart moved, and the dark blue eyes suddenly floated up slowly, and were held in Bai Ji's hand. Zheng in his mind, memories of the soul bone in his hand kept emerging. Looking at the dark blue pupil-shaped soul bone in his hand, Bai Ji thought about it and put the soul bone on his forehead. With the infusion of true energy, the soul bone slowly merged into Bai Ji's forehead bone. When Bai Ji merged the evil eye external soul bone, the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant ruler finally condensed into shape. This is a huge soul ring with a diameter of more than 300 meters. The bright red light dyed a large area of the evil forest red. After fusing the evil eye soul bone, looking at the evil eye tyrant ruler soul ring above his head, Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the rein and began to operate the North Sea Divine Art. With the operation of the North Sea Divine Art, the huge red soul ring began to fall slowly. When it fell to the top of Bai Ji's head, the huge red soul ring suddenly shrank and was put on Bai Ji's body. In an instant, a large amount of soul power and mental power suddenly poured into Bai Ji's body. With the influx of majestic mental power and soul power, Bai Ji began to operate the North Sea Divine Art while operating the Transformation and Earth Strike method. The two major techniques continuously refined the spiritual power and soul power that flowed into the body, and Bai Ji's momentum began to become stronger and stronger. Finally, as the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant lord was completely refined, Bai Ji's soul power had risen to level 99, and the Yuan Shen had also reached a new realm, infinitely close to the soul. After absorbing the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant lord, the evil eye tyrant lord, as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, naturally brought two soul skills to Bai Ji. The first soul skill of the evil eye tyrant lord's soul ring is the Thorn Halo, which can convert 50% of the damage received into a spiritual attack and rebound to the opponent, while the second soul skill of the evil eye tyrant lord is the Light of Time and Space. However, after becoming the soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul, the light of time and space also changed. In the attributes of time and space and spirit, there are more star attributes, and the attack has changed from only targeting the spirit to targeting both the spirit and the body. And if Bai Ge is in the Lord of Ashes when the light of time and space is activated in this state, the physical power of the light of time and space should rise sharply, from the light of time and space to the light of time and space annihilation. After absorbing the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant ruler, Bai Ge stood up from the ground. Looking around, it was still the dark and depressing evil forest. Because the mental pressure of the evil eye tyrant ruler had not yet dissipated, no soul beasts approached for a while, but because the blood and body fragments of the evil eye tyrant ruler were everywhere, the strong smell of blood was really pungent, making people nauseous. This smell is too strong. Smelling the strong smell of blood, Bai Ge felt sick. No, I can't stay here, let's go somewhere else. The invisible gravitational field quickly expanded out of the body, Bai Ge moved, and the whole person rushed up instantly. Flying in the air, the ground was still covered with black forests, which made people feel a little depressed. After crossing most of the evil forest, Bai Ge finally found a beautiful place with mountains and clear waters. It was a lake on the top of a mountain. Although the foot of the mountain was still covered with grey-black coniferous forests, the lakeside on the top of the mountain was full of green shrubs and various colorful flowers. Chapter 486 Final Mission Reward, Super God Level Martial Soul Evolution, Chaos Green Ivy, First Update. Flying the sword and landing beside the mirror-like lake, Bai Ge sat cross-legged beside a cluster of colorful flowers, with the green grass under him. System, use up my final reward of 3 God-level lottery opportunities. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Ge said to the system in his mind. 3 God-level lottery opportunities have been used, and the system is extracting juice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a Super God-level Martial Soul Evolution opportunity. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the formation Zhou Xingdu formation. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Divine Power Clone. In his mind, the system's congratulations rang out one after another. Super God-level Martial Soul Evolution opportunity. Hearing the system's words, Bai Ge was stunned. He could understand the Zhou Xingdu formation and the Divine Power Clone, but what did the Super God-level Martial Soul Evolution opportunity mean? Super God-level Martial Soul Evolution opportunity means that the system can evolve one of the host's martial souls to the Super God level. As if sensing Bai Ge's doubts, the voice of the system explained in his mind. Super God level martial soul. Hearing the words of the system, Bai Ge couldn't help but suddenly remember that when Lian Chuo extracted the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, the level of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul seemed to be Super God level. And the facts later also proved the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul. Not only is the ordinary martial soul possession state equivalent to the martial soul true body of other martial souls, but it also has the Ash Lord state, which can directly increase its own combat power to the sub-god level, which is simply invincible. However, he only has 2 martial souls, among which the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul is already a Super God level martial soul, so this Super God level martial soul evolution opportunity must be given to Mo Yunteng. Without too much thought in his heart, Bai Ge made a decision directly to use this Super God level martial soul evolution opportunity on Mo Yunteng. Of course, he had no other choice. System, I want to use this Super God level martial soul evolution opportunity on the Mo Yunteng martial soul. After making the decision, Bai Ge said to the system in his mind. Ding! The Super God level martial soul evolution opportunity has been used. As soon as the system finished speaking, an invisible force suddenly pulled the Mo Yunteng martial soul out of Bai Ge's body, and then a golden light column instantly descended and enveloped the Mo Yunteng martial soul. Enshrouded by the golden light column, golden streams of light continued to flow into the black and purple Mo Yunteng. With the influx of golden streams, new patterns began to emerge on the Mo Yunteng. Originally, there were only 3 types of patterns on the Mo Yunteng, namely red, blue and purple, representing the 3 attributes of fire, ice and thunder, but with the influx of golden streams, golden patterns began to grow on the Mo Yunteng, and then brown. As the new 2-color pattern condensed and formed, the Mo Yun vine suddenly burst out with dazzling 5-color divine light. As the dazzling light bloomed, endless spiritual energy suddenly turned into a funnel shape and poured into the Mo Yun vine crazily. Under the infusion of endless spiritual energy, the 5-color patterns on the Mo Yun vine actually began to expand. In the end, the 5-color patterns were completely fused together, and the entire Moyun vine changed from its original black and purple to a colorful color. After changing the color, the Moyun vine suddenly began to shrink and curl up, and finally turned into a 5-color rattan ball. After turning into a 5-color rattan ball, the 5-color light burst out of the Moyun vine began to gradually fade. In this way, the 5-color rattan ball was once again shrouded in the golden light column, and endless golden light continued to pour into the 5-color rattan ball. With the influx of golden light, the 5-color divine light emitted by the 5-color rattan ball began to become weaker and weaker, or introverted. Finally, as the 5-colored divine light completely disappeared, the entire 5-colored rattan ball became dim, but the speed at which the 5-colored rattan ball absorbed the golden light did not slow down. As the light emitted by the 5-colored rattan ball became dim, a faint green divine light began to emanate from the rattan ball. At the beginning, the green divine light was still very weak, but as the rattan ball absorbed more and more golden light, the green divine light began to become dazzling. Finally, the dazzling green divine light completely disappeared. It burst out from the 7-color vine ball, and the 5-color vine ball completely exploded under the dazzling green light, and a slender green vine suddenly appeared. It was a green vine that seemed to be rooted in the void. It looked slender and weak, swaying gently in the air, but if you look closely at the seemingly smooth vine of the green vine, you can find that its vines are covered with mysterious patterns that are invisible to the naked eye. As the green vine swayed gently, the dazzling green light became more and more dazzling, and finally turned into a green light column that instantly shot straight into the sky. Ding! The Moyun vine has evolved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super God level Martial Soul, Chaos Green Vine. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Evolution is complete. Hearing the system's words, Bai Ge was slightly surprised. But as Bai Ge concentrated his mental power, the evolved Chaos Green Vine could indeed be sensed again. Bai Ge looked at the Chaos Green Ivy in the air. After the evolution, the slender green vine completely lost the ferocity of the Moyun vine, but became more mysterious. The emerald green vines were full of mysterious patterns. The slender vines took root in the void, as if they could support the ground. The faint green divine light was hazy, making the Chaos Green Ivy full of immortal flavor. Compared with the star-casting Dragon King Martial Soul, the Chaos Green Ivy Martial Soul gave Bai Ge a more powerful and mysterious feeling. However, this may also be due to the different life types of the two. After all, one is a plant and the other is an animal. And the main reason why the Galaxy Dragon Clan is so powerful is that the Galaxy Dragon Clan is born and raised. Because they are hatched from the eggs of the Galaxy Dragon Clan can exceed the planet when they are born. And it is precisely because of their huge size that the Galaxy Dragon Clan can quickly devour the planet and grow. However, when the Galaxy Dragon Clan turned into a martial spirit, this advantage could not be brought to the Soul Master. Without this advantage, although the Galaxy Dragon Clan's talent was still strong, its growth rate was wasted by more than half. As a plant, the Chaos Green Ivy did not have this disadvantage. Looking at the Chaos Green Ivy martial spirit rooted in the air, Bai Ge's heart moved, and the Chaos Green Ivy martial spirit immediately turned into a stream of light and returned to Bai Ge's body. System, what is the Zhou formation? After taking back the Chaos Green Ivy martial spirit, Bai Ge asked the system in his heart. The Zhou formation is simplified from the Zhou formation from the prehistoric world. It does not require Zhou to set up the formation, but it also has the ability to receive Zhou Gli. The system introduced. System, pass the Zhou formation to me. After listening to the system's introduction, Bai Ge touched his chin and said. Ding! The system is transmitting juice transmission completed. Along with the sound of transmission completion, a large amount of information suddenly poured into Bai Ge's mind. After quickly reading the relevant information of the Zhou formation, Bai Ge's eyes suddenly lit up. This Zhou formation seems to be just right for driving the virtual world. Chapter 487, Innate Magical Power Clone, Second Update. System, where does the innate magical power clone come from? After receiving the information of the Xiaozhou Tianxingdu formation, Bai Ge continued to ask. The innate magical power clone comes from the Devouring Star World. It is the innate magical power of the Golden Horned Beast in the Devouring Star World. It can breed 3 clones. The strength of the clones will not be limited by the main body, and the 3 clones in the main body share a consciousness. The system introduced. Is it the clone of the Golden Horned Beast? Hearing the introduction of the system, Bai Ge couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his memory, the clone ability of the golden horned beast in the Devouring Stars world seemed to have a particularly powerful point in addition to being able to breed 3 clones, that is, as long as the pronucleus in the body is not destroyed, the main body and the clone can be rebred, which is the most powerful. And since Bai Ge has the opportunity to travel through the heavens and the worlds, this clone ability will undoubtedly play a huge role. You should know that many worlds in the heavens and the worlds have such heaven-defying races and bloodlines, such as the god-devouring rat in Panlong, the innate saint body Dao Tai in Zhantian, the 10 evils in the perfect world, the heaven-defying beasts in the Chongsheng realm, etc. If you can use these existences to breed clones, and wait for the clones to grow up in the future, they will be invincible. Thinking that he would not have to take action in the future when facing the enemy, and that the 3 clones alone would be enough to dominate the world, Bai Ge was a little excited. System, I want to accept this magical power. After calming down, Bai Ge said to the system. In the void, endless golden light transformed into various mysterious runes, and finally condensed into a golden sphere covered with mysterious patterns in front of Bai Ge. Bai Ge could clearly feel that his soul had merged with the sphere. Is this my pronucleus? Looking at the golden sphere in front of him, Bai Ge muttered to himself. When the pronucleus condensed into shape, Bai Ge's soul also merged into the pronucleus. Now, Bai Ge's life has merged with the pronucleus. As long as the pronucleus is not destroyed, Bai Ge is immortal. Even if the body dies, Bai Ge can also be reborn in the pronucleus, but this requires a lot of resources. If the resources are not enough, it will take many years to be reborn, and the stronger the strength, the more so. Looking at the pronucleus in front of him, Bai Ge slowly stretched out his right hand, and his heart moved. The golden pronucleus suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into Bai Ge's right hand. Under Bai Ge's control, the pronucleus began to move in the body. The pronucleus of the golden horned beast has the ability to change size. It can be as small as dust or very large, but as a normal person, Bai Ge naturally makes the pronucleus become the smallest and then hide it. After hiding the pronucleus, Bai Ge turned his attention to other rewards in the final reward, system, what's the matter with the control of Douluo continent? This system has locked the origin of the Douluo continent plane. Now the host has 2 choices, one is to merge the origin, and the other is to control the origin. The system replied. Merge the origin? Control the origin? What is the difference between these 2 choices? Bai Ge was a little confused. The host of the fusion origin can be understood as the fusion of the Dao. If the host chooses to fuse the origin of Douluo continent, then as Douluo continent upgrades, the host will become stronger and stronger. In the Douluo continent plane, the host is equivalent to the master of the world and can suppress the enemy with the help of the laws of Douluo continent. Controlling the origin only means that the host has the ownership of Douluo continent, but no matter which one the host chooses, the system will separate the Douluo continent plane from the group of affiliated planes in the God realm. The system replied. Wait. System, since the fusion of the origin is similar to the fusion of the Dao, if I choose to fuse the origin, will I become the emotionless heavenly Dao like Hung Jun? Bai Ge frowned. Although the fusion of the origin seems to have many benefits, if the price is the loss of feelings, then Bai Ge can only refuse. The reason why people want eternal life and invincible power is to enjoy life freely. If you lose your feelings, then all this is meaningless, right? The host thinks too much. The Douluo plane and the Honghuang plane are different. The Honghuang plane is the highest plane and has its own heavenly way. Hung Jun Hedao is to merge the body with the heavenly way, which is to integrate oneself into the heavenly way, and the host is to merge the origin of the Douluo plane, which is to integrate the origin of the Douluo plane into the body. Among them, the host is in a dominant position, and the origin of the Douluo plane is unconscious, so the host does not have to worry about being affected. The system explained. System, fusion of the origin may be good, but it will not be without disadvantages. Since I have merged the origin of the Douluo plane, I will become stronger when the Douluo plane becomes stronger, but if there is a problem with the Douluo plane, such as destruction, will I not be affected? Bai Ge was still a little hesitant. The host still doesn't understand what this system means. This system has already said that the host is integrating the origin of the Douluo plane, refining the origin into the body, rather than integrating itself into the origin. The relationship between the host and the Douluo plane is actually like that between a master and a slave. Because the master controls the slave becomes stronger, which means the master becomes stronger. But if the slave is destroyed, will the master also be destroyed? The system asked. No. Bai Ge shook his head. But this is too good to be true. Isn't there any disadvantage? Bai Ge still couldn't believe it. It's just that the host is lucky. The Douluo plane is an extremely rare special plane in the multiverse. A middle thousand plane like the Douluo plane should have its own will, but because it is controlled by the God realm, the Douluo plane cannot give birth to its own will, so the host can pick up this bargain. And fusing the origin is not as simple as the host thinks. Without the help of this system, the host cannot enter the origin of the Douluo plane. Even if the host finds the origin of the Douluo plane, without the help of this system, the host cannot fuse the origin. The voice of the system sounded in Bai Ge's mind. Okay. Bai Ge was a little embarrassed when he heard the words of the system. By the way, system, if I choose to fuse the origin, and then the main body stays in the Douluo plane, and only sends the bred clone to perform the task, is it okay? Bai Ge suddenly thought of this question and couldn't help asking. Yes. The system answered with cold words. This system is bound to the host's true spirit. The host's main body and clone are no different to this system. As long as the host can ensure the completion of the system task, the system has no objection. Great. Hearing the system's answer, Bai Ge couldn't help but feel happy. The most amazing thing about the Golden Horned Beast's clone ability is that the original nucleus is indestructible and the clone is immortal. The original body guards the home while the clone goes out to play. It's stable. Chapter 488 Fusion of the Origin of the Douluo Plane, 3rd Update. System, send me to the origin of the Douluo Plane. I want to fuse the origin. After receiving the reward for the final task, Bai Ge couldn't help but say to the system. Now, Bai Ge has some can't wait to experience the feeling of controlling a plane. Ding! The system is anchoring time and space anchoring completed. Ding! The system is building a time and space channel construction completed. Please prepare the host, the system is about to start transmitting. Time and space change. The next second, Bai Ge suddenly appeared in a colorful and strange field. The space around him seemed infinitely far away and infinitely close. The colorful energy kept changing its form, condensing various mysterious runes for a while, and then disillusioned, and then condensing various objects and life forms, and then disillusioned again. Is this the origin? Looking at the surrounding scenes, Bai Ge muttered to himself. System, can I start to merge the origin now? Retracting his sight from the surroundings, Bai Ge asked the system. Please wait for a moment, the system needs to separate the Douluo plane from the God Realm plane group first, otherwise the host's fusion of the Douluo plane origin will attract the attention of the God Realm. In his mind, the system's voice prompted. Then system, separate the Douluo plane from the subordinate planes of the God Realm. Hearing the words of the system, Bai Ge said without thinking too much. System received, stripping juice. God Realm, Sea God Temple. The sea god who was practicing suddenly changed his expression. What's going on, why can't he sense the law of the sea? Although the sea god's throne is still there, the sea god's throne is forged by the thoughts of countless creatures, and countless creatures respect him as the sea god. He uses the thoughts of countless gods to attract the origin of the sea to forge the throne, and through the origin of the sea, he manipulates the law of the sea. Now the sea god's throne is still there, and the origin of the sea in the throne is still there, but why can't he sense the law of the sea? Just as Poseidon was horrified, the anxious voice of the priest outside the Poseidon temple suddenly came. Lord Poseidon, something happened, the God Realm Committee asked you to go quickly. God Realm Committee? I'll go right over. Hearing the priest's words, Poseidon stood up immediately. Took a step forward, and in an instant, time and space changed, and Poseidon appeared in a magnificent palace. Poseidon, you are here. In the palace, 5 people were already gathered around a round table. Seeing Poseidon coming, a woman in white said. What happened? Restraining his inner anxiety, Poseidon said. The Douluo plane is gone. A man in blood-stained clothes said in a low voice. What, the Douluo plane is gone? Hearing the words of the blood-stained man, Poseidon showed a face full of shock. At this time, he finally understood why he lost the sense of the law of the sea, because his place of enlightenment was gone. The most pitfall of the Shinto system is that the laws are borrowed from the world, not from one's own. After Douluo continent separated from the God Realm plane, I don't know how many gods from Douluo continent were affected. Is there no way to find it back? Poseidon asked with some luck in his heart. No, there is no trace at all. This is definitely not an accident, but an existence that we cannot understand has separated the Douluo plane from our God Realm plane group. The blood-stained man sighed. Douluo plane, the origin. Ding! The stripping is completed. In his mind, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Is it finally completed? Hearing the words of the system, Bai Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Excuse me, host, do you want to merge the origin of the Douluo plane? In his mind, the voice of the system sounded again. Merge. Because the decision had been made just now, now that there is no restriction from the God Realm, Bai Ge naturally chose to merge immediately. Boom! As soon as Bai Ge finished speaking, a dazzling golden divine light suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's body, filling the entire origin land. The dazzling golden light completely covered the originally shining 5-color 10 lights in the origin land, and the entire origin land seemed to have a tremor, and suddenly began to tremble violently. Endless 5-color light spots were constantly stripped from the origin land, and condensed into a vast and boundless 5-color dragon in front of Bai Ge. Wow! After the endless origin power condensed into a 5-color dragon, it suddenly rushed towards Bai Ge under the control of the system and instantly drilled into Bai Ge's body. As the 5-color dragon transformed by the endless origin energy entered the body, Bai Ge's body suddenly bloomed with dazzling 5-color divine light again. In the 5-color divine light, the Chaos Green Vine Martial Soul and the Star-Casting Dragon King Martial Soul emerged from Bai Ge's body uncontrollably. As the two martial souls emerged, 9 different soul rings suddenly rose from the two martial souls and surrounded them. At the same time, under the illumination of the 5-colored divine light, Bai Ge's soul rings also began to change. On the Chaos Green Ivy Martial Soul, the 9 red soul rings began to gradually transform into aquamarine gold, while the red gold red black red soul rings on the Star-Casting Dragon King Martial Soul began to transform into blue gold. Under the impetus of the origin land, the 9 soul rings on the Chaos Martial Soul soon all turned into aquamarine gold. As the 9 soul rings of the Chaos Green Ivy all transformed into divine rings, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and a blue-white bird suddenly emerged from the soul rings, and dazzling 5-color divine light burst out from the bodies of the 3 at the same time. In the 5-color divine light, the 3 figures quickly transformed from soul shadows into entities, which is the characteristic of gods. On the Star-Casting Dragon King Martial Soul, the 9 soul rings also quickly changed to blue gold, and the figure of the Ice Bear King also emerged from the soul rings, and turned into an entity under the dazzling 5-color light, also achieving a god. But this has not stopped. Under the catalysis of the 5-color origin, a circle of azure gold soul rings and a circle of blue gold soul rings actually began to slowly condense and form above the 9th soul ring of the 2 martial souls. The Chaos Green Vine Martial Soul and the Star-Casting Dragon King Martial Soul actually began to evolve the 10th divine ring on their own. While the martial soul and soul rings were changing, Bai Ge's body was also undergoing tremendous changes. Bai Ge had a total of 9 soul bones on his body, including the external soul bone, Evil Eye, Ice and Snow Girl Skull, Ice Wall Emperor Scorpion Trunk Bone, external soul bone, God Devouring Spear, external soul bone, 8 Spider Lance, Black Ice Thorn Shell Turtle Left Arm Bone, Ice Bear King Right Arm Bone, Deep Sea Demon Whale King Left Arm Bone and Dark Demon Snow Leopard Right Leg Bone. After the long dragon transformed by the 5-color origin entered the body, the rich original power almost turned into liquid and flowed in Bai Ge's body. Under the catalysis of the 5-color origin, Bai Ge's 9 soul bones were also changing. Chapter 489, Transforming Douluo Continent. First, the Snow Girl Skull. The Snow Girl Skull, which was originally attached to the skull, turned into an ice blue liquid with the influx of the original power, and slowly flowed out of Bai Ge's head, condensing a gorgeous helmet outside Bai Ge's head. At the same time, the external soul bone Evil Eye also quietly emerged from the frontal bone, and merged with the helmet transformed by the Snow Girl soul bone. The entire helmet only fixed the cheeks in the front, and the back was empty. Only the arc-shaped headband with gorgeous patterns derived from the temples fixed the helmet on the head, and the pupils on the forehead were like a strange ornament. On the other side, the trunk bone also turned into an ice blue liquid with the influx of the original power and flowed out of Bai Ge's body. A gorgeous armor slowly condensed outside Bai Ge's body, which was full of diamond-like scales. On the chest, there was a mighty and domineering, but not without beauty, scorpion chest guard. Behind him, the 8 spider lance stretched out of his body, bursting into a ball of blue gold mist under the influx of the original power, and then condensed into 8 wings, while the god-devouring spear truly transformed into a god-devouring spear emitting a strong evil spirit and left Bai Ji's body. While the skull, sternum, and external soul bones were changing, the left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone and right leg bone were also undergoing the same changes, all turning into gorgeous arm armor and leg armor, which were full of gorgeous patterns and had the characteristics of their respective soul beasts. Finally, the god armor parts transformed from each soul bone were completely connected together to form a god armor. At this moment, Bai Ji's body was floating in the void, with brilliant 5-color light all over his body. He was wearing a gorgeous divine outfit with blue and gold as the main color and emerald green as the decorative pattern. 4 pairs of blue and gold wings were stretched behind him, and a black god-devouring spear floated in his right hand. With the influx of the power of origin, while his strength was promoted to the god level, Bai Ji's consciousness also merged with the Douluo plane. The Douluo plane is not Douluo star, let alone Douluo continent. Douluo plane is also a cosmic worldview, but the origin of this cosmic world is concentrated on Douluo star. Only Douluo star has life. Even if other planets have life, they are just trees, flowers, and plants, without the most precious intelligent life for a world. Consciousness quickly passed from the edge of the desolate universe, from the vast and boundless galaxy to the most central galaxy, and finally arrived at the origin planet of the plain Douluo star. In the end, Bai Ji's consciousness finally merged with Douluo star. At this moment, Bai Ji seemed to have transformed into Douluo star, and everything was under Bai Ji's control. Bai Ji only needed to move his mind to make mountains and rivers break, the sea roar, land masses drift, volcanoes erupt. Everything, Bai Ji could do it as long as he wanted. But because the origin of the Douluo plane had been integrated, Bai Ji and Douluo continent had already prospered and suffered together, so naturally he would not do something that would harm others and not benefit himself. What Bai Ji should do now is how to make Douluo continent stronger, not destroy it. As for how to make Douluo continent stronger, Bai Ji actually had a plan in mind, which was to build his Huxingdo formation on Douluo star. By moving the continents and islands on Douluo star, arranging them in a Zhou-Xingdo formation, and then adding the eye of the formation, the Zhou-Xingdo formation can be built on Douluo star. As long as Bai Ji can successfully arrange the Zhou-Xingdo formation on Douluo star, the Zhou-Xingdo formation can continuously absorb the star power of the endless stars in the universe, convert it into spiritual energy, and increase the concentration of spiritual energy on Douluo star. The increase in the concentration of spiritual energy on Douluo star will make all life on Douluo star stronger, whether it is humans, soul beasts, or flowers, plants and trees. They will usher in further development in a high concentration spiritual energy environment. More strong people will emerge among soul masters and soul beasts, while ordinary humans will have longer lifespans and stronger physical fitness, and flowers, plants, and trees will become taller. The strengthening of life on Douluo star will make the origin of the Douluo plane grow accordingly, and the growth of the origin will be fed back to the Douluo plane. Not only can it make Douluo star larger and accommodate more life, but it can also give birth to more life planets in the universe. This is like an infinite loop of positive feedback. If Bai Ji succeeds in building the Zhou-Xingdo formation, then various factors will interact with each other, and the origin of the Douluo plane will begin to grow stronger. As the master of the Douluo plane, Bai Ji will naturally become more powerful. To build the Zhou-Xingdo formation on Douluo star, Bai Ji does not need to pay any price. He only needs to change the position of the existing continents and islands on Douluo star to arrange the Zhou-Xingdo formation. Then use the yin-yang eye of ice and fire as the formation eye to drive the Zhou-Xingdo formation and pull the Zhou-Xing force. This is a very cost-effective deal. Bai Ji has no reason not to do it. Because at this moment Bai Ji's consciousness has been integrated into Douluo star. Now Bai Ji can not only feel Douluo star itself, but also all living beings on Douluo star, whether it is human, soul beast or flowers and trees. Although humans are indeed the largest component of the origin of the Douluo plane, soul beasts and flowers and trees are still one of the components of the origin of the Douluo plane. This is undeniable. Because Douluo star needs to be transformed, there will be various disasters on Douluo star, such as mountain fractures, land drift, etc. In order not to cause panic among all living beings, Bai Ji decided to tell all living beings on Douluo star everything that will happen next as a ghost. Whether it is human or soul beast, hello, I am the master of this world, and I am also in your mouth. Next, I will transform this world. On Douluo star, a low voice suddenly sounded in the minds of all humans and soul beasts. While Bai Ji was talking, in an ordinary village, a villager carrying a hoe suddenly stopped and asked the villagers around him hesitantly. "Zhang-san, did you hear it? Just now, there seemed to be a voice calling in my mind. It wants to transform this world. Li Si, did you hear it too?" Villager Li Si showed a look of shock on his face. "It is, could it be the master? My, is it really the master? The master is alive." On Douluo Star, Bai Ji's words definitely affected more than just ordinary people. The nobles who were eating, drinking and having fun, the soul masters who were practicing, the soul beasts who were hunting, all the lives were shocked at the same time. Master. On the Sea God Island, Bo Sixi, who was watching Ning Rongrong and other women passing through the Sea God Light trial, was also shocked. For a top powerhouse like her, it is impossible to transmit a voice in her mind without a trace unless it is a god. But gods will not hide their identities. The voice in her mind just now is. She knows that there are gods in this world, but are there really any more? Chapter 490 Pantheon, New Era, End of Douluo Volume. Just as countless lives were shocked and confused, the entire Douluo Star suddenly shook violently. Douluo continent, the entire continent began to rise, and at the edge, countless lands were lifted up to the sea surface, and a large amount of sea water poured down. In many primitive forests on the Douluo continent, with a series of loud tremors, the mountains and the earth were broken, and countless trees and rocks rolled into the dark cracks. Although the entire Douluo continent has a lot more area due to the elevation, more areas have been split into pieces of islands and moved out, and the same is true for the Sun and Moon continent. In the ocean, countless islands are also constantly moving, and the entire Douluo Star seems to be alive at this moment. Feeling the changes in Douluo Star, whether it is the earth shaking, the breaking of mountains and rivers, or the drifting of land masses, it seems like the end of the world is coming. The faces of countless people living on land turned pale in an instant, and many people knelt down on the rain uncontrollably, and began to tremble and pray to Kang. Finally done. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. After 3 nights of arrangement, he finally completed this Huxingdo formation. The entire Huxingdo formation is based on the main elements of the Douluo continent and the Sun and Moon continent. The body is the Sun and the Moon, and the countless islands and land masses are the Zhou Xing Chen. As long as it can be activated, the formation can be put into operation. However, just as Bai Ji was about to activate the formation, Bai Ji suddenly realized a problem. The Zhou Xingdo formation can indeed use the continents and islands as Zhou Xing Chen, but without the ground veins, the energy cannot flow between the Zhou Xing Chen, and the formation cannot be activated at all. And the ground veins are something that only the prehistoric world or some fairy worlds have, and the Douluo continent does not have them at all. It's not easy to get to the last step. Is it going to fail? Bai Ji was very unwilling in his heart. Although there is no ground vein, can it be replaced by something else, to be able to connect to the Zhou Xing Chen as a channel for the flow of energy? Bai Ji began to think hard. Suddenly, Bai Ji's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and he thought of a way. Chaos Green Ivy, he can completely use Chaos Green Ivy as a ground vein. After he became a god, the Chaos Green Ivy also underwent a transformation, from a martial soul to a form of existence that could be a divine soul, and now it can exist independently of him. As long as he integrates the Chaos Green Ivy into Douluo Star, and uses the origin of the Douluo plane to promote the growth and spread of the Chaos Green Ivy, and uses the Chaos Green Ivy soil to connect all the Zhou Xing Chen, isn't this equivalent to the ground vein? Discovering that it is entirely possible to integrate the Chaos Green Ivy into Douluo Star as a ground vein, Bai Ji excitedly summoned the Chaos Green Ivy, then integrated the Chaos Green Ivy into Douluo Star, and then used the origin to promote the growth and spread of the Chaos Green Ivy. Under the urging of the power of the origin, the Chaos Green Ivy integrated into Douluo Star began to grow wildly, and soon it changed from less than the thickness of a wrist when it was just summoned to a size like a mountain range, and then shuttled like a long dragon in the underground at a depth of 10,000 meters. The Chaos Green Ivy, as thick as a mountain range, kept shuttling underground, first passing the Sun, then the Moon, and finally to other Zhou Xing Chen, and soon passed through the shadow Zhou Xing Chen. Very good. Bai Ji was a little excited when he found that Chaos Green Ivy really perfectly replaced the role of Lin Mei. The spiritual energy of Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire began to flow in Chaos Green Ivy. But just when Bai Ji was looking forward to it, an accident happened again. The spiritual energy of Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire was exhausted after flowing through half of Zhou Xing Chen, which was not enough to drive the operation of the entire Zhou Xingdo formation. What should I do now? The energy is not enough. I need another energy source. Bai Ji was a little anxious. He pondered in his heart, and suddenly, Bai Ji thought of the star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul. The star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul can draw Zhou Xingli, which can be used as a second energy source. Go! Thinking of this, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he sent the star-forging Dragon King Martial Spirit out of the origin. Douluo Star, Sun and Moon Continent, Demon Forest. The void suddenly rippled, and a slender star-blue dragon suddenly broke through the void and appeared above the demon forest. The slender star-blue dragon hovered over the demon forest and chanted for a long time. A huge pillar of starlight suddenly descended and fell into the demon forest Zheng. It's moving. In the origin, under Bai Ji's excited gaze, the Zhou Xingdu formation began to operate slowly. With the operation of the Zhou Xingdu formation, the endless star power near Douluo Star in the universe was immediately drawn to Douluo Star by the Zhou Xingdu formation, and then quickly transformed into spiritual energy. It can be seen that as the endless star power was drawn to Douluo Star by the Zhou Xingdu formation, the sky of the entire Douluo Star was suddenly covered with a layer of star blue. The establishment of the Zhou Xingdu formation is crucial to the Douluo plane. But although the Zhou Xingdu formation was successfully built, Bai Ji's goal has not been completed. Although the establishment of the Zhou Xingdu formation does allow Douluo Star to have the ability to continue to grow, perhaps one day, Douluo Star can even develop to the point comparable to the God realm. However, if a plane wants to develop, in addition to being able to continue to grow itself, it actually needs qualified managers. As the master of the Douluo plane, Bai Ji can only grasp the general development direction of the plane, but for more specific details, more professional people are undoubtedly needed to act. The existence that manages the world here is naturally God, but Bai Ji doesn't want the kind of God in the God realm. The God in the God realm only knows how to find more subsidiary planes, but doesn't want to develop them. It's really too brainless. The God that Bai Ji wants is a God who can help the world grow. The world gives people the position of God, so that people can live forever, but in return, God also needs to assist the development of the world. Only like this, God manages the world, assists the development of the world, and after the world grows, it gives God more powerful power. This is the correct system of Shinto development. Because Bai Ji has integrated the origin of the Douluo plane, compared to the sea god and Shura god, when they become gods, they must also use the faith of endless creatures to activate the origin and cast the position of God. Bai Ji doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. As long as someone can reach the standard of becoming a god and then get Bai Ji's approval, Bai Ji can directly condense the position of God with the origin. However, although it is relatively simple for Bai Ji to condense the position of God, it also consumes the origin to condense the position of God. Moreover, the current Douluo plane cannot bear the power of the gods, so for the Douluo plane's development, the activities of the gods still need Bai Ji to restrain, so Bai Ji can't create too many god positions at once. Let's put the issue of god positions aside for now. Bai Ji has already made plans for the management of the gods. That is to imitate the D&D universe and let the gods build an independent space as the kingdom of God. The main body lives in the kingdom of God to avoid destroying the world. If you want to go out, create an avatar to walk in the outside world, and important meetings are held in the pantheon. Although the gods of the Douluo plane are relatively weak, it is still possible to create an independent space as the kingdom of God. And creating an avatar is also very simple for the gods of the Douluo plane, but the pantheon is more difficult to imitate, but Bai Ji also has a solution. In the origin land, Bai Ji stretched out his hand to summon the different dimensional castle. Different dimensional castle, this is the pantheon that Bai Ji wants to build. Refine it for me. Looking at the different dimensional castle in front of him, Bai Ji shouted. Under Bai Ji's control, a large amount of origin power suddenly poured into the alternate dimension castle. Under the transformation of the origin power, the alternate dimension castle, which was originally in the shape of a castle, gradually changed from a castle to a magnificent palace. Finally, under the transformation of a large amount of origin power, the alternate dimension castle completely turned into a magnificent palace. At the entrance of the palace, a golden plaque was engraved with 3 large characters, Pantheon. Not bad. Looking at the Pantheon shining with golden light in front of him, Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Under Bai Ji's control, the Pantheon shrank quickly, and then instantly turned into a golden light that broke through the void and left the origin land. Looking at the Pantheon leaving, Bai Ji seemed to see a brand new era. That was a new era belonging to Douluo continent, Perhaps it should be called the era of 10,000 gods? Extra 1, the era of 10,000 gods, over time, choose to watch. Time flies, and the years are long. Since Bai Ge established the Xiaozhou Tianxing Do Great Array and created the Pantheon, 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After this 100 years, today, Douluo star has officially entered a new era, called the Pantheon era. In the morning, the sky is high and the air is refreshing. Douluo continent, Dawn City, a certain block. Xiaohu, it's time to get up. If you don't get up, you will be late. Outside the room, the mother's still loud shouting woke Chen Xiaohu from his sleep. Opening his eyes a little dazedly, Chen Xiaohu rubbed his sleepy eyes and responded, "Mom, I'll get up right away." After saying that, Chen Xiaohu lifted the quilt on his body and sat up suddenly. After waiting for several seconds, the cold air in the air fully contacted his body, and Chen Xiaohu's consciousness finally woke up completely. After quickly getting dressed, Chen Xiaohu got out of bed and went to the living room. His mother had already prepared breakfast. After wolfing it down, Chen Xiaohu quickly finished his breakfast and put on his backpack. "Mom, I'm going to school." After changing his shoes, Chen Xiaohu waved to his mother at the door. "Be careful on the road." "I know." Chen Xiaohu responded while quickly leaving the house and running towards the nearest bus stop near his home. He looked at the time on the Tangman brand Seoul Guide watch on his wrist. It was almost 8 o'clock and the school bus was almost here. Not long after Chen Xiaohu arrived at the bus stop, the school bus arrived. This is a completely black vehicle that looks a bit like a bus on Earth. It is covered with Soul Guide magic patterns and driven by full soul power. Only one soul master is needed to make the school bus move. On the body of the school bus, the words "The 4th National Primary School of the City of Dawn" are painted in golden paint. The school bus stopped at the bus stop, and then the door opened automatically. Chen Xiaohu went up to the school bus and found an empty seat to sit down. After Chen Xiaohu got on the bus, the school bus closed the door and continued to drive slowly. Sitting on the school bus, Chen Xiaohu looked at the scenery outside the window while silently reviewing the knowledge taught by the teacher yesterday. 10 minutes later, the school bus finally arrived at the destination. A tall white marble arch suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Next to the white marble arch, there was a huge stone with several large characters carefully carved on it, Limingcheng National 4th Primary School. After the school bus arrived at the destination, all the students got off the bus, including Chen Xiaohu. But Chen Xiaohu had just gotten off the bus and walked a few steps when a shout suddenly came from behind him, "Xiaohu, wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Xiaohu stopped and turned his head to see a little boy panting violently and trotting over quickly. After arriving next to Chen Xiaohu, the little boy slowed down his pace, but was still panting. "Xiaohu, how are you preparing for the exam?" "It's okay. My parents are not like your parents. My parents don't. It's a soul master. According to the rules of martial soul inheritance, the probability of me becoming a soul master is too low. If I don't study hard, what can I do in the future?" Chen Xiaohu shook his head and said. "I know, Xiaohu, you must have reviewed well, so don't forget to show me the answers when you take the exam." Hearing Chen Xiaohu's words, the little boy said with a shameless face. "Let's talk about it later. If possible, I will try my best." Chen Xiaohu said helplessly. "Then thank you, Xiaohu, you are really my good friend. I will bring you snacks in the future." Hearing Chen Xiaohu's promise, the little boy grinned. All the way to the classroom, not long after, a teacher in a black uniform walked in. "Class. Hello, teacher." All the students stood up. "Okay, please sit down." The teacher nodded, and all the students sat down. "Today, we are studying modern history. Does anyone know what our Douluo continent was like before the 10,000 gods calendar?" the teacher asked. "Chen Xiaohu, you answer." Seeing that no one raised their hands for a long time, the teacher looked at Chen Xiaohu, who was the best student in the class. Hearing that the teacher called on him, Chen Xiaohu stood up. "Report to the teacher, before the 10,000 gods calendar, our Douluo continent followed the Douluo calendar. At that time, there were 2 countries on our Douluo continent, one called the Tiandu Empire and the other called the Xingluo Empire. These 2 countries often fought, so many people suffered terribly. At that time, ordinary people also suffered from the oppression of the nobles, and they couldn't even get enough food. In addition, soul masters and soul beasts would hurt each other. It was a very dark era, Chen Xiaohu said with his head held high. Yes, Chen Xiaohu is right, but Xiaohu, do you know who opened the Pantheon calendar, and what changes did the Pantheon calendar bring to our Douluo continent? The teacher changed the subject and continued to ask. The Pantheon calendar was opened by the great Lord God. Before becoming a god, the Lord God was the Duke of the Tiandu Empire and established our Dawn city. After becoming a god, the Lord God controlled and transformed our world. Those days were called the God Creation Day. After the Lord God transformed the world, the virtual world expanded rapidly and covered the entire planet, changing the way we humans connect with each other and the relationship between us humans and soul beasts. From then on, our Douluo continent became stronger and stronger, and many gods appeared afterwards, so it was called the Pantheon calendar. Chen Xiaohu replied. Very good. The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Although Chen Xiaohu's explanation was not very complete and many key points were not mentioned, as a child who was not yet 6 years old, it was very good to know so much. So, classmate Chen Xiaohu, how many names of gods that appeared in that era can you name? The teacher continued to ask. Well, His Majesty the Lord of Gods Bai Ji, His Majesty the Goddess of Wealth Ning Rongrong, His Majesty the Angel God Qian Rongxiu, His Majesty the God of Casting Tang San, His Majesty the God of Flame Ma Hung Jun, His Majesty the God of Food Oscar, His Majesty the Phoenix Goddess Shui Binger, and... Chen Xiaohu thought hard. Classmate Chen Xiaohu, these are all gods of our human beings. Can classmate Chen Xiaohu give a few examples of gods of soul beasts? The teacher asked again. Yes. Chen Xiaohu nodded. I also know some gods of soul beasts, including His Majesty the Dragon God Guyuina, His Majesty the Ice Goddess Bingdi, His Majesty the Snow Goddess Suidi, His Majesty the Beast God Dityen, and His Majesty the Goddess of Life Baiji. Very good, classmate Chen Xiaohu knows a lot and speaks very well. On the podium, the teacher said with great appreciation. Before the 10,000 gods calendar, the status of ordinary people was very low. Not to mention going to school, many ordinary people could not even get enough food. It was His Majesty the Lord that changed our future. Not only did He formulate the college entrance examination, giving ordinary people like us room to rise, but He also advocated the development of soul guide technology, allowing us to have the convenient and fast life we have now. The virtual world has changed our current way of communication and resolved the contradictions between us humans and soul beasts. Now our lives are completely inseparable from the virtual world. These are all the gifts of His Majesty the Lord. At this point, the teacher couldn't help but reveal a trace of reverence on his face. And there is one thing you don't know, that is, before the 10,000 gods calendar, whether it was humans or soul beasts, it was very difficult to become a god. Many geniuses who originally had the qualifications to become gods died in vain because of the harsh conditions for becoming gods. After His Majesty the God took control of the world, He greatly lowered the difficulty of becoming a god, and gave ordinary people the qualification to become a god. As long as they can make outstanding contributions to the world, they have the hope of becoming a god after death. As you know, the famous master of martial soul theory and soul guide research and development Master Yu Xiaogang was canonized as a god by His Majesty the God because of his outstanding contributions to our world. After that, many such masters were canonized as gods. This was unimaginable before the 10,000 gods calendar. The teacher's face was full of sighs. In 1 month, you will have your martial soul awakening. Coming back to his senses, the teacher looked at the children in the classroom. If any of you can awaken your martial soul and become a soul master, then the teacher would like to congratulate you in advance. If anyone can't, please don't be disappointed. Now is different from the past. Even if you can't become a soul master, you can still become a soul instructor. The reason why our soul guide technology has been able to develop to this point is the credit of the hard work of countless soul instructors. His Majesty the Lord once predicted that our soul guide technology will go through 4 stages, the soul guide era, the space era, the aerospace era and the interstellar era. 100 years ago, the Lord God brought the world into the soul guidance era. Countless masters who made outstanding contributions to the world and helped the world enter the soul guidance era were deified. Now, almost all people of the same era as the Lord God have passed away, and the world is moving towards the space age. I hope that one of you can bring the world into the space age and become the first batch of deified people to enter the temple of knowledge in the space age. Extra 2, the clone is completed, overwhelming, must see. Douluo Plain, the origin. The dreamy and gorgeous origin seems to be boundless, but it seems to be only a corner. Endless laws are intertwined here, and countless avenue runes condense here and disappear again. Bai Ji sits quietly in the origin, and his consciousness is immersed in the pronucleus in his body. In the pronucleus, there is also a vast and boundless space, but this space is filled with golden mist everywhere, and in the center of the space, the endless mist condenses into a golden egg. Because it is condensed from mist, the golden egg looks somewhat transparent. Through the transparent shell of the golden egg, you can faintly see a human figure, which is the clone that Bai Ji is nurturing. The clone ability of the golden horned beast is different from most clone abilities. Most clones differentiated by the clone ability have zero strength at the beginning, so it is very fast and simple to nurture. But the clone ability of the golden horned beast is different. The clone ability of the golden horned beast is essentially replication, which is a complete replication of genes and a complete replication of the body. Only a complete gene is needed, whether it is a hair, a piece of meat, or a piece of skin that carries this gene. The clone ability of the golden horned beast can nurture a clone. But because it is a complete replication, if the replicated gene is very powerful, it will take a lot of time and resources. For example, in Devouring the Stars, the protagonist Luo Feng nurtured a clone in units of thousands and tens of thousands of years. Bai Ji originally planned to use the blood of the star-forging Dragon King to breed a clone, but Bai Ji found that in order to breed a clone with the blood of the star-forging Dragon King, at least 10,000 years of continuous input of the original power would be required to breed successfully. Because the time required was too long, Bai Ji finally gave up and chose to use the human body after becoming a god as the material for breeding a clone. Although Bai Ji became a god, because the copy of the golden horned beast could not copy the godhood and cultivation, and the soul power system of the Douluo plane did not involve genetic cultivation at all, Bai Ji used his own genes to breed a clone. The clone bred was not very strong, but it was also bred very quickly. However, as the master of the Douluo plane, Bai Ji could not only breed a clone. While breeding a clone, Bai Ji also planned to create the strongest martial soul for the clone. Because the clone had no cultivation, and the martial soul system of the Douluo continent was very special, it could condense the cultivation in the martial soul. Of course, ordinary martial souls could not do this, but if it was a martial soul after becoming a god, or a divine soul. In order to maintain the strength of the martial soul and make full use of the advantages of the Douluo plane, Bai Ji finally determined the type of the clone martial soul, that is, the main body martial soul. If it is just to breed an ordinary clone, Bai Ji can actually succeed in less than 10 years, after all, the genes of humans on the Douluo continent are really weak. But for long-term development, Bai Ji will not do this. Since he obviously has the ability to create the strongest martial soul for the clone, no matter how much time it takes, Bai Ji will do his best to create the strongest martial soul and then give it to the clone, so as not to waste a precious clone quota. Because he has integrated the origin of the Douluo plane, Bai Ji has mastered everything in the Douluo plane, so Bai Ji has many abilities, including the ability to create all the martial souls that have appeared in the history of the Douluo plane. However, the special nature of the star-casting Dragon King martial soul and the Chaos Green Ivy martial soul requires too much source energy, so Bai Ji did not choose these two strongest martial souls. But Bai Ji was not satisfied with the martial spirits that had appeared in the history of the Douluo plane, although Bai Ji found the six-winged angel, six-winged fallen angel, Earth Titan, and Shura King, the strongest martial spirits. Fortunately, after completing the final mission of the King of Food, Bai Ji got a chance to draw a card from the Yu-Gi-Oh world, Fusion. This card can be said to have perfectly solved Bai Ji's troubles, because the level of the fusion card is God level, and the ability is to fuse materials and create the most perfect product can be fused to form the strongest super God level martial soul. Although Bai Ji can also make martial souls fuse and mutate, this mutation is uncontrollable. It is almost impossible to create a martial soul of the same level as Chaos Green Vine and Star Casting Dragon King martial souls, but with the fusion card, everything is not a problem. In the end, Bai Ji finalized the fusion materials, which are the six-winged angel, the six-winged fallen angel, the Earth Titan and the three-headed and six-armed Shura Emperor, and this is only the main body of the final martial soul in Bai Ji's plan, and the attached part also has the weapon part. Because of the existence of the Shura Emperor martial soul, the martial soul produced by the final fusion must also have 3 heads and 6 arms, and since it has 3 heads and 6 arms, it is natural to have the most powerful weapon. As for the weapons of the final martial soul, Bai Ji has already made a choice. The first 4 are ready made, namely, the Clear Sky Hammer, the 7 Killing Sword, the 9 spirit begonia and the 9 treasures glazed tower, and the types of the remaining 2 weapons, Bai Ji has also chosen, respectively, the shield and the bow. However, because there were no powerful shield and bow spirits in the history of Douluo continent, Bai Ji spent his own time to fuse different spirits again and again, and finally created a top shield spirit and a top bow spirit. The shield spirit is called Suanmu shield, which is formed by Bai Ji's fusion of the top spirit Suantai shield and the top defensive beast spirit Suanmu turtle. The reason why Suanmu spirit is not used to replace Suanmu turtle is that the quality of Suanmu spirit is too high, and it is easy to swallow Suantai shield spirit, and only 2 spirits with similar qualities can be fused and mutated, rather than the strong swallowing the weak. As for the bow spirit, Bai Ji named it Zushan Bao, which was formed by Bai Ji's fusion of the spirit Zushan Bao and the spirit Blue Silver Emperor. Using Zushan Bao does not require arrows, just pull the bowstring to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into arrows. Of course, you can also use your own energy. Crack, crack. Suddenly, in the proto-nuclear space, the suspended golden giant egg began to crack continuously, and dense cracks soon covered the entire surface of the golden egg. Then, with a burst of shattering sounds, the entire golden egg suddenly exploded, and a figure appeared in the hazy golden mist. Finally, it was successfully bred. In the origin land, Bai Ji's face showed a trace of excitement. With a thought in his heart, a figure in white clothes suddenly crossed the void and appeared in the origin land. Because they shared a consciousness, there was no communication between the 2 bodies. Bai Ji in white clothes naturally summoned the final fused martial spirit. In an instant, a tall black shadow suddenly rose from behind Bai Ji in white clothes, from 3 meters to 30 meters to more than 300 meters, and finally soared into the sky. This is a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads are the head of an angel, the head of Shura, and the head of a titan. The 6 arms hold the clear sky hammer, the 7 killing sword, the black tortoise shield, the 9 spirit begonia, the 9 treasure glazed tower, and the heaven slaying bow. Should it be possible to change the size? As Beg Bai muttered to himself, the giant behind him suddenly began to shrink, and finally changed from more than 100 meters to only 2 meters high. It really works. Beg Bai nodded with satisfaction. Let's see how many soul rings can be added. As Beg's heart moved, endless source power suddenly surged to Beg Bai, and soon 10 golden divine rings condensed on Beg Bai. Except for the 7th soul ring, the remaining soul rings have only 1 soul skill, which is the all-round physical fitness enhancement. Because Beg chose all soul rings with the same soul skill, and it is a strength enhancement soul skill, so 1 soul ring can only have 1 soul skill. Because it is a divine ring, the amplification multiplier is 400%, that is, 4 times. If all 9 divine rings are activated, it will be 36 times. If the martial soul body is activated, it will be 72 times. It seems that it can be added. Although there are already 10 soul rings attached to the body, Bai Ji feels that he can still add soul rings to the martial soul, but it can only be added to 6 weapon martial souls. Keep adding. Do it as soon as you think of it. Bai Ji mobilized the power of the origin again and began to continue to bless the soul rings. The first clear sky hammer martial soul, 10 divine rings, all 4 times the weight, under the 100 level soul power, the weight of the clear sky hammer is 20,000 jin. If all 10 soul rings are activated, the weight multiplied by 72 times is 1,400,000 jin. The second 7 killing sword martial soul, 10 divine rings, all 4 times the sharpness is improved, 10 soul rings are activated, 72 times the armor breaking and demon breaking penetration. The third Suanmu shield martial soul, 10 divine rings, all of which are 4 times the defense improvement, 10 soul rings are activated, and the defense improvement is 72 times. The fourth Zhuling Haitang martial soul, 10 divine rings, all 4 times the full recovery ability improvement, recovery of physical strength, recovery of mental strength and recovery of injuries, all 10 soul rings are activated, 72 times based on the improvement of the recovery ability of the martial soul itself. The fifth Jubeo Liulai Tower martial soul, 10 divine rings, strength, agility, cultivation, defense, attack, attributes, Jubeo true body, Jubeo possession divine light, Jubeo invincible divine light and resurrection, amplification soul skills, all are 4 times the amplification. The sixth Haoyi Bao martial soul, 10 soul rings, all of which are 4 times the penetration improvement, 10 divine rings are activated together, and the armor breaking and magic breaking penetration improvement is 72 times. After adding divine rings to all martial souls, Bai Ji thought about it and a name came to his mind, looking at the giant behind him with the body of a titan, the wings of an angel of light and darkness, and the body of an Asura. You can call yourself the holy demon titan Asura king. Looking at the giant behind him, Bai Ji thought about it and said, I should leave now. I will leave the Douluo plain to you in the future. Bai Ji in white said to the original Bai Ji in divine clothes. Well, be careful. The original Bai Ji nodded. System, send me to the next world. After taking the holy demon titan Asura king martial soul into his body, Bai Ji in white said to the system in his mind. The system is matching the world immediately. Ding! The world matching is complete. Start teleporting. Along with the voice of the system, the figure of Bai Ji instantly disappeared in the origin. Chapter 491, Coming to Douluo. Douluo World, Jiama Empire. The Gobi Desert is continuous, the wind is raging, and the yellow sand is everywhere. In the vast desert, the climate is hot, and the rolling yellow sand is hot under the scorching sun, like hot iron sand, and at the bottom of the deep yellow sand, countless pale skeletons are buried, some of which are human and some are monsters. This is the Tiger Desert. At this moment, in the Tiger Desert, the void suddenly rippled, and then a white figure slowly walked out of the void. Ding! Welcome the host to the Douluo Kangsheng world. Because the novice protection period has ended, the system is about to start upgrading. The estimated upgrade time is 12 hours. In my mind, the sound of the system upgrade suddenly sounded. There really is a novice protection period. Hearing what the system said, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin. It turned out that what he thought before was really right. At the beginning, it might be because his strength was relatively low, so many of the system's lottery opportunities were equivalent to free gifts. During this period, the system should be in a state of losing money, so later when his strength increased, the system stopped losses in time and rarely showed up. Now that he has become stronger and has passed the novice protection period, the system has begun to upgrade. It is estimated that after the upgrade, the conditions for the lottery will change to a certain extent. Although I don't know what it will become, it should not be as simple as before. Is this the world of Douluo Kangsheng? Standing in the vast desert, Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, shielding his head from the scorching and dazzling sun with his hands, and slowly looked around. All around, the wind was raging, and the yellow sand in the sky was carried by the wind, constantly hitting Bai Ji's back of his hands, cheeks and exposed skin on his body. Although with Bai Ji's physical fitness, even if the sand blown by the typhoon hits his body, there will be no problem at all, but it is still very uncomfortable to be hit by the yellow sand carried by the raging wind. And because there is no cultivation in the body, Bai Ji can't use soul power to form a shield around his body. Of course, Bai Ji can also summon the martial soul Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor and use the soul power in the martial soul, but this is unnecessary. Desert. Is this the Tiger Desert? Slowly taking a step forward, looking at the vast desert in front of him, Bai Ji expanded the gravity field from the Earth Titan out of his body while thinking in his heart. All around, the raging yellow sand seemed to encounter an invisible pulling force after entering the gravity field, and the height began to drop rapidly. It continued to fly less than half a meter and fell on the sand, burying the footprints of Bai Ji on the sand. At this moment, if someone was nearby, they could clearly see the scene of the yellow sand falling like waves after entering the gravity field. Moving forward in the vast desert, according to Bai Ji's memory, in the world of Douluo Kangsheng, the only desert that appeared was the Tiger Desert, but this was only seen in it after all. If it was changed to a real world, there might be more than one desert. After all, in a real world, the geographical environment must be complex and diverse, and there must be many deserts. This is not necessarily the Tiger Desert, it is also possible to be other deserts. But where this place is determines Bai Ji's next action, so Bai Ji feels that it is still necessary to find out where he is now as soon as possible. The system should be upgraded tonight, and then we can arrange the next trip directly. Swish! Swish! Walking in the desert, there was a sudden noise under his feet. Bai Ji frowned slightly and stopped suddenly. Swish! He stretched out his hand and a blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. After his mental power quickly locked the source of the abnormal movement under his feet, Bai Ji's eyes were like lightning, and he clenched the long sword in his hand, and then instantly shot into the yellow sand. Hiss! Suddenly, accompanied by a painful and sharp hiss, the yellow sand under his feet suddenly rolled, and a brown giant scorpion with a body size of more than 3 meters suddenly drilled out of the yellow sand, shaking its body wildly. In the head of the giant scorpion, there was a blood-red long sword. The blade of the long sword and most of the sword had already sunk deeply into the giant scorpion's head. After getting out of the yellow sand, the giant scorpion kept shaking its body frantically, trying to throw the long sword out of its body, but the long sword was inserted too deep and it couldn't be thrown out at all. In the end, the giant scorpion failed and fell down with a bang after a painful struggle. Is this a demon beast? It's really huge. Looking at the giant scorpion in front of him, Bai Ji was a little amazed. In the Douluo plain, insect soul beasts rarely grow to such a large size. Walking forward to the head of the giant scorpion, Bai Ji leaned over and grasped the hilt of the 7-killing sword inserted into the giant scorpion's head, and then with a strong flick of his right hand, the sharp 7-killing sword directly split the giant scorpion's head open. While a large amount of green blood was spilled, a yellow crystal core also fell out of the sticky green blood and fell to the ground with a snap. Good luck, there is a magic core. He leaned over to pick up the magic core that fell on the yellow sand, twisted the yellow crystal core with his fingers, and looked at the crystal clear crystal core on his fingertips, and a smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. In the Douluo world, although there are magic beasts, not every magic beast has a magic core in its body. Only extremely powerful magic beasts have magic cores in their bodies. As for the weaker magic beasts, the possibility of having a magic core in their bodies is more of a test of luck. The giant scorpion in front of him, according to the division of the Douluo Kangsheng world, is at most level 2, which is almost equivalent to the Doshi among the Dahi. The possibility of having a crystal core is very low. Bai Ji can explode the crystal core, which can be said to be very lucky. Putting away the crystal core, Bai Ji continued to walk in the vast desert. While walking, Bai Ji was also using his mental power to explore the surroundings. The mental power of the soul level was enough to cover tens or even nearly a million miles in radius, and the range of exploration was extremely wide. All the way forward, suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Bai Ji's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked up in one direction, and under the exploration of his mental power, Bai Ji suddenly found a gathering point of humans hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was a small town in an oasis. After locking the position, the majestic mental power instantly tore the space apart, and Bai Ji stepped out. In a blink of an eye, time and space changed, and Bai Ji's figure appeared in front of a small town called Shachhen hundreds of thousands of miles away. Entering the scope of the town, because it is an oasis, the original sand around has become land. Although it is still dry and cracked, some trees like sand willows have finally grown, and there are some green grass on the ground, adding a bit of vitality to this piece of dead land. Looking ahead, Bai Ji raised his head. At the end of Bai Ji's sight, there stood a wooden archway, on which hung a plaque with 2 big characters Shachhen engraved on it, and behind the archway were all kinds of rough-styled wooden houses of different sizes. Looking at the exotic town in front of him, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of expectation emerged in his heart. A world of fighting spirit? I wonder what it looks like. Chapter 492 This is the Tiger Desert. Walking into the sand town, the surroundings suddenly became lively. However, because it is in the desert, the whole town is still very sparsely populated. On both sides of the wide Lois Avenue, except for various shops like shops, herbal medicine shops and weapon shops, there are ordinary people in the streets. Basically, the people coming and going on the street are mercenaries with a certain level of cultivation. Hey, I heard that Lao Wang's mercenary group was extremely lucky yesterday. Not only did they find a wounded sand snake, but after hunting it, they also found an earth-type magic core and sold it for dozens of gold coins. Lao Wang may have drunk enough in the tavern today. On the street, a group of mercenaries carried weapons and prepared to head towards the desert. Among them, a tall and thin mercenary wearing tattered leather armor shook his head and sighed with envy. Come on, if Lao Wang spends all the money he gets on drinking today, who knows, there might be Lao Wang among the bodies buried in the yellow sand tomorrow. A bald man with a scar on his face sneered with disdain. Hey, I say Baldy Chiang, why are you so mean? The thin and tall mercenary said unhappily. Okay, stop arguing. You guys are arguing about these trivial matters every day, are you free? We are here to make money, not to quarrel. A dark, thin and capable mercenary frowned. Make money? I say, Black Panther, stop kidding. The thin and tall mercenary sneered. We work so hard every day, but we can only earn a dozen gold coins at most. How can we make money? I say, we are both risking our lives. Instead of searching for treasures and killing monsters, we might as well see if we can get snakemen. If we are lucky, we can get a high-quality snake woman beauty. That would be a big profit. Tisk tisk, I remember that a snake woman beauty sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. Those nobles are richer than us poor people. The tall and thin mercenary sighed. Thin monkey, don't drag us down if you want to die. Our strength is not even up to the level of a fighting master. We can't even get a high-quality snake woman beauty. You can't even beat those ordinary snake warriors, and you want to capture snake people, isn't that courting death? Black Panther's face changed. I'm just joking, I'm so timid, how dare I do that? Skinny Monkey scratched his head awkwardly. Snake people, could this really be the Tiger Desert? Walking past this group of mercenaries and hearing their conversation, Bai Ge frowned. Tiger Desert? It's really a familiar place, but I don't know what time it is now, and whether Xiaoyan has arrived here. Let's wait and see until the system is upgraded. After thinking for a while, Bai Ge made a decision. Strolling on the street. Because Bai Ge was only 16 years old when he became a god, his appearance was fixed to this time period after he became a god, and the same was true for the clone he bred. And because of the nature of the gods, Bai Ge's body is very perfect, whether it is appearance or temperament, but Bai Ge has no fighting spirit in his body. He looks like a lone noble young master, and he is also a useless person without any strength. In the Tiger Desert, there are mercenaries everywhere who carry their heads on their belts. For most mercenaries, they come to the Tiger Desert to make money, and they don't care about the law. For money, they even dare to take risks to attack the snake village and rob the snake people. Now they encounter a goods that may be easier to sell than the snake beauty, and this goods has no self-protection ability. They can't care about conscience or bad conscience, let alone the identity of the goods. So along the way, many mercenaries cast malicious eyes at Bai Ge. But Shachhen is a place of order after all, and no mercenary dared to kidnap people in public. But from the few little tales following behind, Bai Ge knew that there were still many people thinking about him. But Bai Ge didn't take it seriously. After all, they were just some bugs, and he could crush them at any time. But it would be too boring to do it now. He wanted to see how many mercenaries would come to die, so he could deal with them together at that time. At that time, it must be very interesting to see their extremely surprised looks. Alas, the life of a strong man is so boring and tedious. Walking on the street, Bai Ge suddenly stopped. A shop on the side of the road attracted Bai Ge's attention. This is a shop called Louis Shop. On the banner in front of the shop door, it is written that medicinal materials and magic cores are purchased. Thinking of the magic core in his hand and his empty pockets, Bai Ge turned and walked towards the shop. Hello, sir, what do you want to buy? As soon as Bai Ge stepped into the shop, a shopkeeper in brocade clothes came up and greeted him enthusiastically. Do you accept magic cores here? Bai Ge ignored the shopkeeper's enthusiasm and asked. Yes. Definitely. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and laughed. How could he not accept magic cores? In the Duki continent, magic cores are hard currency. Whether it is made into jewelry, weapons, or sold to alchemists, they are very popular. How could there be a shop that does not accept magic cores? Look at how much this magic core costs. Hearing the shopkeeper say that he wanted to collect magic cores, Bai Ge took out the magic core he got after hunting the giant scorpion and put it on the counter. This earth-attributed magic core should be the magic core of the yellow sand giant scorpion. The yellow sand giant scorpion is a first-level magic beast. The magic core of a first-level magic beast has different prices according to its scarcity. In the Tiger Desert, there are more magic cores with earth and rock attributes, and they are not scarce, so this magic core can only be sold for 20 gold coins. The shopkeeper carefully examined the magic core in his hand, looked at Bai Ge, his eyes suddenly turned, and he said to Bai Ge with regret, and stretched out 2 fingers. 20 gold coins. Bai Ge was speechless. The price of a first-level magic core is obviously at least 40 gold coins, and there may be a lot of earth-attributed magic cores in the Tiger Desert, but do you only sell things in the Tiger Desert? These crystal cores will eventually be sold in other places, and the final price will not be much different. It's really bullying him for not understanding. Shopkeeper, do you think I'm stupid? Bai Ge smiled lightly, and casually stretched out his hand to touch the counter, and Bai Ji directly removed a corner of the counter made of hard red sandalwood. Glancing at the shopkeeper casually, Bai Ji rubbed the block of wood in his hand, and the hard red sandalwood corner was directly crushed, and the red sawdust flew down. Seeing Bai Ji's action, the shopkeeper, who was originally smiling, suddenly stiffened his face, and his face turned from rosy to pale, and a lot of sweat continued to seep from the shopkeeper's face. Isn't this an ordinary person? How could he have such good skills? The shopkeeper wailed in his heart. Suddenly, the shopkeeper had an idea, and quickly slapped himself hard with his hand. He shook his head and laughed dryly, "Look at me, I'm really old and have a bad memory. I even remembered the price of the magic core wrong. The price of a first-level magic core is 50. Oh no. It's 60 gold coins. I remembered it as the price of a pound of pyrite. I'm really sorry." After saying that, the shopkeeper quickly took out a purse and handed it to Bai Ji with an apologetic smile. "You have a good memory." After taking the purse and weighing it, Bai Ji glanced at the shopkeeper and turned to leave the shop. Seeing Bai Ji leave, the shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally sent him away. "I thought he was a fat sheep, but I didn't expect him to be a ruthless character. But doesn't this boy have no fighting spirit in his body?" Looking at Bai Ji's departing back, the shopkeeper was still a little confused. After leaving Louis's shop, Bai Ji put away the purse, glanced at the few tails following behind him, and continued to wander around the town. The streets were still crowded with people. Although the sun was high and the weather was hot, this was not a problem for the mercenaries who were used to trekking in the sun and sand. In the shops on both sides, the hawking and shouting continued. With money, Bai Ji began to look for an inn on the roadside. Since he decided to stay here for one night, he naturally needed to find an inn to stay. However, after a quick glance, Bai Ji did not find an inn, but found a tavern called the Mercenaries' House. Chapter 493 Tavern Conflict. Tavern. Bai Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. No matter what world it is, taverns have always been the most mixed places, and the places that best reflect the characteristics of a world. In Douluo continent, the Douluo plane has a low power system. Unless the soul master cultivates to a very high level, he cannot fight against violent institutions such as the state. Therefore, the public security of taverns on Douluo continent is okay, but I don't know how it is in the Dopokangsheng world. Thinking of this, Bai Ji smiled. He turned around and walked towards the mercenary house. Before Bai Ji got close to the mercenary house, bursts of laughter and the clinking of wine glasses came out. "Ha ha, drink! Let's drink! Don't go home until you are drunk today!" Crack dash! Bai Ji pushed open the door of the tavern. As soon as the door was opened, pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. The owners of the site were all mercenaries, tall, short, fat and thin. Seeing Bai Ji, all the mercenaries were very surprised. Where did this noble young master come from? He is so delicate and daring to enter our mercenary tavern without any cultivation. Is he here for fun? But why is there no one behind him? Aren't you afraid of anything happening? You don't understand. Maybe we are weak and didn't notice it. Impossible. Who can let a noble young master with no cultivation come here? He must be protected. As soon as Bai Ji entered the door, some mercenaries who were puzzled in their hearts immediately started to talk about it, but Bai Ji didn't take it seriously and walked straight to the counter. "What kind of wine do you have here?" Sitting on a high stool in front of the counter, Bai Ji was a little thirsty. He scanned the wine in the wine cabinet and looked at the bartender and asked, "Sir, we have a lot of wine here. Do you want strong or weak wine?" Looking at Bai Ji, the bartender smiled politely. "Come on. Boy, with your small arms and legs, you'll get drunk after just one glass. You'd better drink boiled water." "What kind of wine is that? If you get drunk here, be careful that someone will pick you up." Before Bai Ji could answer, a mercenary started to make a noise, and then a group of mercenaries burst into laughter. "What kind of wine are they drinking? Give me one too." Bai Ji glanced at the mercenaries and said, "Sir, are you sure? These gentlemen are drinking Bloody Mary, which ordinary people are not used to, and this wine is very strong. If you drink it for the first time, it's easy to get drunk." The bartender advised tactfully. "No, just give me a glass of Bloody Mary." Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Hearing Bai Ji's insistence, the bartender sighed, but he could only bring a bottle of Bloody Mary, opened it and filled it for Bai Ji. When he saw the wine in the glass was full, Bai Ji picked it up and drank it all. After drinking, Bai Ji smiled faintly and wiped the corner of his mouth with his white hand. A little red wine was stained on the back of his hand. With his godlike face, all the mercenaries were stunned. Good, great. Seeing that Bai Ji actually drank a large glass of Bloody Mary in one gulp, and his face was still normal after drinking it, although Bai Ji's appearance was a little unpleasant, some more genuine mercenaries still applauded and looked at Bai Ji with some respect. Tisk. It's just a glass of Bloody Mary, what's that? If you have the ability, drink a glass of Shahazi Wihun brew. In the corner of the tavern, a mercenary wearing black leather armor, with a dark and thin figure and a pair of triangular eyes, said sarcastically. Zone. Li, you can't say that. This little brother has no cultivation. It's good enough for him to drink a glass of Bloody Mary. Sansi Drunken Soul Brew is made from the nectar of the drunken heart flower. Even if we drink a glass, we will get drunk. How can this little brother drink it? Said a tall mercenary. This mercenary brother, I can drink this Sansi Drunken Soul Brew, but it's too boring to drink it alone. Why don't we make a bet and drink it together? If anyone gets drunk, he will kneel down and kowtow to the other person and call him grandpa, how about it? Bai Ji gently turned the wine glass in his hand and asked with interest. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Zhongli's face was obviously a little unnatural. It's not that he doesn't dare to drink, but a glass of Sansi Drunken Soul Brew costs 10 gold coins, and he doesn't want to spend his money on it. Why is this mercenary brother silent? Is he afraid? Bai Ji asked in a puzzled manner. Hey, I thought this mercenary brother looked down on me for drinking Bloody Mary because he could drink more, but it turns out he is just a silver-clad gunhead. Bai Ji glanced at Zhongli, shook his head, and sighed. Boy, who do you think is the silver-clad gunhead? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Zhongli suddenly jumped up in a rage, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Who is the silver-clad gunhead? Doesn't anyone know it? Bai Ji's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of sarcasm. Under his mental power, he easily discovered Zhongli's fatal flaw. Silver-shaped gunhead? Oh, I was wondering why we didn't see Zhongli every time we went to King Hualu. So that's the case, haha. Hehe, could it be that what the proprietress of the herbal medicine store said was true? Haha. This is really explosive news. It would be fun if Dazwai and the others knew about it. After hearing Bai Ji's words and seeing Zhongli's angry look, the mercenaries seemed to realize something and started talking about it one after another. Compared to women, mercenaries who lick blood on the edge of a knife are also very keen on gossip, especially gossip about their peers. After all, this is also a good pastime. Feeling the pairs of teasing and pitying eyes shot from all around, Zhongli's face flushed. Looking at Bai Ji, Zhongli gritted his teeth and uttered a few words, "You are looking for death." The anger in his heart soared to the sky. Zhongli suddenly stomped on the ground, and the whole person rushed out in an instant, attacking Bai Ji. Boy, I will let you know today that there are some people you can't afford to offend. On the way, Zhongli roared with a ferocious face, clenched his fist, and suddenly a bright yellow light burst out from his hand. Yellow level intermediate fighting skill, Broken Mountain Fist. The fist with a bright yellow light rushed straight to Bai Ji's chest with a sharp sound of wind. Looking at Zhongli who was getting closer and closer, Bai Ji's mouth showed a hint of teasing. But just when Bai Ji was about to show some strength, a red shadow suddenly rushed over from the side and kicked Zhongli away in an instant. After being kicked, Zhongli's body flew high up, then fell heavily onto a table, smashing it into pieces in an instant. After falling to the ground, Zhongli couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time that Zhongli fell, Hong Ying also revealed his figure. It turned out that it was a woman who helped Bai Ji. The woman was wearing a tight red skirt, with a slim and sexy figure. In terms of appearance, although the woman was not stunning, she was also a standard beauty. Moreover, her charming face, combined with a finger-long diagonal scar on the left cheek, looked both charming and heroic, and looked even more attractive. Zhongli, Yu Yinshi mercenary group are really disgusting. Looking at Zhongli, the red-dressed beauty pinched her waist, with a trace of disgust on her face. Chapter 494 Zhongli's Conspiracy. Well, you are worthy of being the Blood Lady, you fight well. The Blood Lady is mighty, don't be timid, fuck him. Come on, Blood Lady, I will always support you. On the side, seeing the red-dressed beauty kicking Zhong Li away, a group of mercenaries cheered. "Are you okay?" Moving her eyes away from Zhong Li, who was lying on the ground and groaning, Blood Lady looked back at Bai Ji. A trace of tenderness flashed across her charming but heroic face, and she asked softly. I'm fine." Bai Ji put down his hand that was about to be raised with some embarrassment. He was originally ready to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that someone would come to save the hero, but this feeling is quite interesting. "Yang Mei, you dare to hit me, just wait, our leader will not let you go." On the side, Zhong Li endured the pain in his chest and climbed up from the ground. Looking at Yang Mei, Zhong Li's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment, and he said hatefully. "Humph! Don't think that anyone they are all afraid of your Yin Snake mercenary group, but our Blood Rose mercenary group is not afraid." Hearing Zhong Li's words, Blood Lady Yang Mei snorted coldly. "Not afraid? Of course we were not afraid when your leader Zi Megui was here, but I heard that your leader seemed to be bitten by a Shamamba snake and is now lying in your Blood Rose's base. Do you Blood Roses still want to fight with our Yin Snake mercenary group now?" Zhong Li suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Nonsense! Our leader is obviously practicing in the base now, trying to break through the 5-star fighting master. When did he get injured?" Blood Lady Yang Mei retorted with disdain on her face. But beside Yang Mei, Bai Ji saw a hint of unnaturalness in the eyes of this righteous and heroic beauty, which made Bai Ji think about something. It seems that the situation of the power where this kind-hearted Blood Lady is now is a bit bad. "Really?" Zhong Li smiled sinisterly, but stopped asking. But Zhong Li's words aroused the curiosity of many mercenaries with ulterior motives. It is true that many mercenaries are men of true character, but more mercenaries are just here for the money. As the saying goes, the world is bustling, all for profit, the world is bustling, all for profit, this is an eternal truth. The famous Blood Rose mercenary group in Shatown has a problem, and the leader is suspected to be injured, and the members of the most powerful Yin Snake mercenary group happen to know the news, and they also said it in public. The information contained in it is not ordinary. Many mercenaries couldn't help but have small thoughts in their hearts. The big guys eat meat, can they take the opportunity to drink some soup? Yang Mei, and you kid, you wait. Zhong Li smiled coldly, covered his chest, and limped to the door of the tavern. Behind him, a tall and thin figure suddenly stood up and hurriedly followed. "Brother, wait for me." Watching Zhong Li and the tall and thin mercenary disappear outside the tavern, Yang Mei's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. But when she turned her head to look at Bai Ji, Yang Mei's face returned to normal. "Little brother, I'm sorry, I got you involved." Looking at Bai Ji, Yang Mei's face showed a trace of guilt, and she apologized. "Little brother." Bai Ji was stunned, and then after a moment, Bai Ji recovered. "Sister, you are joking. What's the point of getting involved? I have already made an enemy with that Zhong Li. If it weren't for your help, I might have been beaten." Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. He hit the snake while the stick was still there. Such a kind beauty was in trouble, so he naturally wanted to help. "Sister." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yang Mei couldn't help but show a smile on her face. This little guy in front of her was quite good at talking. It seemed that having such a handsome little brother was not bad. "Anyway, little brother, you are now hated by Zhong Li. The people of their Yin Snake mercenary group always hold grudges, and they have great power in Shatown. You are just an ordinary person. The lowest strength of their Yin Snake mercenary group is fighter. If you are too dangerous alone, why don't you come to our Blood Rose mercenary group's base to temporarily avoid the limelight?" Yang Mei said with concern. "The Blood Rose mercenary group there should be beauties like you, sister. As a man, isn't it a bit inconvenient for me?" Bai Ji was a little hesitant. "Man? No, you are not a man yet, but a child, not yet an adult, I don't mind, what are you afraid of?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yang Mei burst into laughter. "Not yet an adult." Bai Ji suddenly wanted to say that I was actually over 100 years old, but after thinking about it, Bai Ji still shut up. After all, with his current appearance, let alone over 100 years old, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he was in his 20s. "Let's go, I'll take you to our Blood Rose's base." On the other side, on the street. "Base, I was beaten by that tigress just now, why didn't you stand up and help me?" Walking on the road, Zhong Li covered his chest, frowned, and looked at the tall and thin mercenary beside him angrily. and asked. Boss, I can't do anything about this. You see, I'm only a 3-star fighter, and that tigress is 8 stars. How can I beat her? If I go, won't I be beaten like you? Base replied with a dry laugh. Humph. Coward. Zhongli was very upset. Boss, what should we do? Are we going to be beaten for nothing? Base quickly changed the subject. Being beaten for nothing, how could it be possible? Am I the kind of person who would swallow my anger? I will go back and report to the leader. The leader has been making arrangements for this Blood Rose mercenary group for a long time. Now is a good opportunity. Zhongli smiled coldly. Boss, but didn't the leader say that the Samamba snake venom of Purple Rose has not yet fully exploded? Send it out. If we attack now, Purple Rose will fight to the death and our mercenary group will suffer heavy losses. The leader should not start a war against Blood Rose now, right? Base hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he certainly won't, but have you forgotten that kid? Zhongli suddenly smiled sinisterly. Doesn't the leader like to play this kind of tune? This kid is a top-notch guy, much better looking than the dark blue one next to the leader. I don't believe that the leader is not tempted. If we don't act now, maybe this kid will run away in a few days. While the silly woman in Blood Rose still believes in what the leader said, if we don't act now, maybe everything will be in vain in the future. Anyway, I will definitely persuade the leader when I go back. I won't swallow this breath so easily. Zhongli, never wait overnight for revenge. As if thinking of the happy scene of his revenge, Zhongli couldn't help showing a smug smile on his face. The two of them returned to the Yin Snake Mercenary Corps base. The Yin Snake Mercenary Corps base is located deep in the town of Shat, surrounded by green trees, and there is a small lake not far away. As soon as he entered the base, Zhongli pretended to be dying, and with the help of base, he limped to the tent of the leader Yin Snake Mu Huan. Chapter 495 Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. Ouch! Before he reached the tent, Zhongli's screams of pain had already spread far away. In the tent, a man in white clothes and a feminine appearance was sitting at the table reading a book. He was the leader of the Yin Snake Mercenary Corps, Mu Huan. Behind Mu Huan, a beautiful girl in a blue dress was rubbing Mu Huan's shoulders, and a beautiful girl in a red dress was fanning Mu Huan. It's just a little strange that the chests of the two little beauties are a little too flat, and there are some slight bulges on the throat. If someone with insight sees it, he will definitely find that the true identity of these two little beauties is clearly blue boys. Hearing Zhongli's groan of pain, Mu Huan frowned and put down the book in his hand. Get out of the way, I want to see the leader, I have something important to tell the leader. Zhongli's voice came from outside the tent. Let him in. Mu Huan said lightly. Yes. With two respectful responses, Zhongli and Bas were let in. Walking into the tent, Zhongli quickly broke free from Bas's support, half knelt in front of the feminine man, and respectfully bowed his hands and said, Greetings to the leader. Zhongli, you were beaten again? Didn't I say that this trivial matter, you can ask your brothers to solve it yourself, don't bother me if there is nothing to do. Mu Huan's face showed a trace of gloom, frowning. Captain, it's not like that. Although I was beaten, I did it for you. And I reported your name, but who knows, that bitch won't give you face. Zhongli said hurriedly. Oh, for me? And it's related to the people of Blood Rose. Mu Huan's face moved slightly, and his lips curled up with a hint of playfulness, and asked. Captain, it's like this. Didn't I go to the tavern to drink today? Who knew that a very good-looking boy suddenly came in, who was more beautiful than your Emolan? I was going to take him down and present him to you, but who knew that the Tigress of Blood Rose stopped me? Not only did she take the man away, she also beat me up, and said you were disgusting before leaving. Zhongli exaggerated and said in anger at the end. Humph! Hearing Zhongli's words, Mu Huan's face suddenly darkened. What he hates most is that others say he is disgusting. If it were someone else, he might not believe it because no one has the courage. But for the Blood Lady of the Blood Rose mercenary group who dares to say anything, Mu Huan has to believe it a little. Did she really say that? Mu Huan's face was filled with anger. She really said that, and not only you, but also our entire Yin Snake mercenary group is disgusting. Zhongli was indignant. Disgusting. Mu Huan sneered a few times, suddenly turned around and picked up the blue-dressed girl behind him named Emolan and hugged him. Is that boy really more beautiful than Emolan? Mu Huan said lightly while gently stroking the girl's face with his fingers. The girl looked a little terrified, but thinking of the terrifying man in front of her, the girl had to force herself to remain calm, but her face was still pale. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Base. Zhongli was full of indignation. Base, is what he said true? Mu Huan looked at the tall and thin Base, who quickly smiled and said, Captain, what Brother Zhongli said is true. Prettier than Mo Lan, then I, Mu Huan, am really lucky. Mu Huan licked his lips, and a hint of expectation and lust flashed in his eyes. Zhongli, tell Lao Ma and Fei Ying to get ready, we will attack Blood Rose today. On the other side, the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base. Like the Yin Snake Mercenary Group's base, the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base is located deep in the oasis where Sha Town is located, which is convenient for supplying food and water. However, unlike the Yin Snake Mercenary Group's base, the Blood Rose's base has many colorful flowers in addition to green trees, which looks vibrant and full of life. Perhaps this is the romance of women. Sister Hong, you are back. Hello, Sister Hong. After entering the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base, the female mercenaries they met along the way all greeted Yang Mei enthusiastically. Although they were a little confused about Bai Ji who was following Yang Mei, perhaps because Yang Mei's identity and status in the Blood Rose Mercenary Group were relatively high, no one dared to ask for a while. Sister Hong, you're back. When passing by a tent, accompanied by a surprised cry, a girl in a green dress suddenly rushed over. The girl looked about the same age as Bai Ji, with a well-proportioned figure, a pure and elegant face, full of the youthful breath of a girl. Seeing Bai Ji, the girl was obviously a little confused. Sister Hong, who is he? His name is Bai Ji, I met him in the town, because there was an accident when he was riding an airship, so he drifted here. Before in the town, I caused him to offend the people of the Yinshi mercenary group, so I brought him here to avoid the limelight. Yang Mei explained with a smile. So that's the case. The girl nodded. My name is Bai Ji, please be happy to meet you. Looking at the girl's innocent appearance, Bai Ji smiled and said. My name is Suye, very nice to meet you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the girl's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she said shyly. Then as if she realized something, the girl suddenly hurriedly said, Sister Hong, no more, I have something to do now, I'll leave first. After that, without waiting for Bai Ji to answer, the girl hurried away. What a little girl, you are shy now. Yang Mei shook her head with some amusement. By the way, Sister Hong, Suya looks so young, she shouldn't be a mercenary in your mercenary group, right? Bai Ji asked with some doubts. She is indeed not a mercenary in our mercenary group, but a doctor in our mercenary group. Don't look at her young age, in fact, her medical skills are superb. Yang Mei said with a smile. Doctor. Bai Ji was thinking in his heart. Sister Hong, I see Suya is in such a hurry, is it because someone in your mercenary group is injured? Bai Ji asked with concern. Hey! Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yang Mei couldn't help but sigh and nodded gently, with a trace of sadness passing through her charming face. Yes, what Zhongli said in the tavern today is actually true. Our leader was injured and was bitten by a first-level highly poisonous monster, the Shamamba snake. If our leader's strength had not reached the level of a fighting master, and if the little girl Suya had not helped to prepare medicine to suppress the poison, he would not have been able to hold on until now. But even so, our leader's situation is not optimistic. Today, I was going to go to the herbal medicine shop in town to see if there are any herbs that can specifically remove snake venom, but unfortunately there are none, so I went to the tavern to drink to relieve my sorrow. A bitter smile passed through Yang Mei's face. That actually, I know a little about pharmacology. Can you let me take a look? Looking at Yang Mei, Bai Ji hesitated for a while and said. Chapter 496 The Crisis of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group. Are you also a doctor? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yang Mei couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Bai Ji. It can be considered as such, but not completely. It's just that I have read some medical books and have done some research on pharmacology. Although it's a bit presumptuous, if I give it a try, maybe it will be a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. This. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yang Mei frowned. Isn't this just half a bucket of water? But what Bai Ji said was not wrong. Anyway, the current situation is already very bad. Let him try. Maybe there will be a turnaround? But after thinking about it, Yang Mei shook her head. Bai Ji, thank you for your concern, but things have not reached the worst point. Now the leader can still hold on, and the worsening of the condition is almost stable. Let's wait a little longer. If the situation is really out of control, then... After that, Yang Mei didn't say anything else. But Bai Ji understood what Yang Mei meant. He was too modest. Yang Mei didn't trust his ability very much. It seems that only when he waits until the last step will he be given the possibility of saving the situation. But it doesn't matter. Bai Ji's way of saving people is quite special. As long as the patient is not dead, he is sure that he can pull people back from the gates of hell. However, I can take you to meet our leader. Our leader also has a younger brother. No, after not seeing each other for many years, maybe she will feel better when she sees you. Yang Mei's face showed a hint of smile. On the way, Bai Ji learned about the general situation of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group. The leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group is named Ziai Lan. Of course, more people like to call her Purple Rose. 10 years ago, Yang Mei and Ziai Lan came to the Tagar Desert together. During the process of adventure, the two gathered a large number of female mercenaries and finally formed the Blood Rose Mercenary Group, which stood firm in Sha Town. But a few months ago, during an outing to hunt monsters, the leader Ziai Lan was accidentally bitten by a Samamba snake. The Samamba snake is a very poisonous monster in the Tagar Desert. For the poison of the Samamba snake, ordinary antidotes are difficult to work. Since being bitten by the Samamba snake, in order to prevent the snake venom from spreading, Ziai Lan can only receive treatment at the station of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group until now. However, they obviously hid this news very well, and announced to the outside that the leader Ziai Megui was practicing to break through the 5-star fighting master. How could the Yin Snake Mercenary Group know the truth? This made Yang Mei very confused. They came to the tent where the leader Ziai Lan was. Under the guidance of Yang Mei, Bai Ji entered the tent. In the tent, a woman in white was feeding a purple-dressed beauty lying on the bed with medicine. Although she was feeding the medicine, the woman in white seemed absent-minded and didn't even notice Yang Mei and Bai Ji coming in. "Mayor, are you back?" Seeing Yang Mei, the purple-dressed beauty lying on the bed smiled slightly. "Sister Mei, you're back." Hearing Ziai Lan's words, the woman in white came back to her senses and said to Yang Mei, "Qinglian, you have been taking care of the leader for a long time. You have worked hard. You should go back and rest first. I will do the rest." Looking at the woman in white, Yang Mei said with some pity, "No need, Sister Mei, I can do it. Sister Lan is sick now. Our Blood Rose Mercenary Group depends on you. Leave these small things to me. Sister Mei doesn't need to help." The woman named Qinglian shook her head quickly. Yang Mei wanted to say something, but Qinglian had already fed the last spoonful of medicine in the bowl to Zilan, then turned around and said to Yang Mei a little stiffly, "Sister Mei, I have finished feeding the medicine, now I should go to boil the medicine." After that, Qinglian took the bowl and left. Bai Ji was a little confused just looking at Qinglian's back. "Why, do you like Qinglian?" Seeing Bai Ji staring at Qinglian's back, Yang Mei said with some amusement. "No." Bai Ji shook his head. He didn't fancy this girl named Qinglian, but his poison-inducing supernatural power has always been sensitive to poison, and the bowl of medicine fed to Zilan seems to have some poison in it. But medicine and poison are inseparable, and medicine is 3-point poison. Bai Ji is not sure whether the prescription is like this. Let's not talk about the problem of medicine for now, but Bai Ji always feels that Qinglian seems to be a little too restrained, and even seems a little panicked, as if she has something to hide. This makes Bai Ji have to pay attention. "Mayor, who is this handsome little brother?" While Bai Ji was thinking in his heart, Ziai Lan, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, suddenly asked with a smile. His name is Bai Ji, I met him in the town. When he was riding an airship across the Tagar Desert, the airship encountered a large sandstorm, so he drifted here. In the town, I caused him to offend the people of the Yin Snake Mercenary Group, so I brought him to our Blood Rose Mercenary Group to avoid trouble. Yang Mei sat at the head of the bed and answered with a chuckle. "So that's how it is, but the Yin Snake Mercenary Group has been getting more and more excessive in recent years." Ziai Lan nodded gently, a trace of worry flashed across her pretty face, sat up from the bed and sighed. "The Yin Snake Mercenary Group has always been like this, I'm used to it, but we obviously hid your affairs very well, and no sister should tell it out, but how did the Yin Snake mercenary group's Zhong Li know that you were injured? I'm very worried that they will take the opportunity to harm us. Yang Mei was a little worried. Don't worry too much. Although I'm poisoned now, I'm not powerless to resist. If they really come over, I'll make them suffer even if I have to poison their hearts. With his strength, Mu Huan is not my opponent. Zilan grabbed Yang Mei's hand and comforted her. On the other side, not far from the Blood Rose mercenary group's base, there was a forest. This is the border area between the Blood Rose mercenary group and the Yin Snake mercenary group, the source of life of the oasis, and a small lake is next to the forest. In fact, many mercenary groups in Shattown are stationed around this small lake in the oasis, but the Blood Rose mercenary group and the Yin Snake mercenary group occupy the largest area. At this moment, in the woods, two figures came together stealthily. The figures are a man and a woman. The man is dark and thin, wearing a black leather armor, and the woman is wearing a white dress. She looked a little nervous. If Bai Ji was here, he would definitely find out that the two of them were acquaintances. One was Zhong Li from the Yin Snake mercenary group, and the other was Qing Lian from the Blood Rose mercenary group. Why did you ask me to come so early? It's still daytime, and it's easy to be discovered. After looking around and finding no one, Qing Lian complained. The leader decided to take action today. This is the Sanling flower. When you go back, secretly add this to the medicine of Purple Rose. As long as she drinks the medicine brewed with this Sanling flower, her fighting spirit will be like dissipated and cannot be used within 3 hours. Zhong Li handed a red flower to Qing Lian and said with a sinister smile. Why do you have to take action today? Didn't we agree to wait for a while? Qing Lian asked hesitantly after taking the Sanling flower. Because something happened, but don't worry, as long as you help solve the Blood Rose mercenary group, our leader will definitely marry you afterwards. Zhong Li said vaguely, but he did not forget to give Qing Lian a shot of chicken blood. I will definitely help Brother Huan get the Blood Rose mercenary group. Hearing Zhong Li's words, Qing Lian was immediately refreshed and said firmly. Okay, you go first, be careful not to show your feet. Seeing Qing Lian's expectant look, Zhong Li's mouth corners faintly pulled out a few traces of sarcasm, but his face still quietly urged Qing Lian to go back as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll go back. After collecting the scattered spirit flowers, Qing Lian turned and left the woods, walking towards the station where the Blood Rose mercenary group was located. But looking at Qing Lian's leaving back, Zhong Li's sarcasm on his face became deeper. Chapter 497 System Upgrade completed. Time soon came to night. Around the campfire, while preparing for the barbecue dinner, Bai Ji fully enjoyed what it means to be a little green among thousands of flowers. However, Bai Ji was really overwhelmed by these enthusiastic female mercenaries. After dinner, Bai Ji hurriedly fled the scene, and entered a tent that Yang Mei had specially prepared for him, using the excuse that he was tired after a busy day. After entering the tent and sitting on the bed, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. A group of women surrounded him and asked him questions. He felt like he was at a blind date on Earth in his previous life. Who could stand this? Ding! The system upgrade has been completed. Just as Bai Ji was secretly relieved, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Upgrade completed. Hearing the system's voice, Bai Ji was stunned. But after calculating the time, it seemed that it was almost 12 hours. System, do you have any additional functions after the upgrade? Lying on the bed, Bai Ji rested his head on his arm and asked the system in his mind. The system does not have any additional functions. Although some functions of this system have not been activated, this is because the system currently has insufficient source energy reserves, so it cannot be activated for the time being. In his mind, the system answered. Source energy. Hearing this new term, Bai Ji's heart was moved immediately. But Bai Ji did not immediately ask what source energy was, but asked, System, what changes have occurred after your upgrade? After this upgrade, the system's lottery function has changed. The task lottery mode in the Douluo continent world has been cancelled and changed to free trigger mode. The system answered. Free trigger mode? What does this mean? Bai Ji was still a little puzzled. Free trigger mode means that the host triggers the task himself and then completes it, instead of the system issuing the task. There are many reasons for the change in the task mode. First of all, the host must understand the lottery mechanism of this system. The system explained. The mechanism of the lottery, then system, what is the mechanism of your lottery? Bai Ji was a little curious. First of all, the host should understand that the relationship between this system and the host is a cooperative relationship. The system brings a different life to the host, allowing the host to escape from mediocrity, and the host obtains rewards from the system by working for the system. Because the core element of the system is lottery, the rewards will be issued in the form of lottery. As for the lottery mechanism of this system, it is exchange, not creation out of nothing. This system transmits the obtained source energy to the master, and then randomly draws the corresponding rewards for the host from the master's treasure house. The system knows that the host should now ask what source energy is. Source energy is the original energy of a world. Since the birth of a world, it has been accompanied by the generation of original energy. The world itself has a fixed destiny trajectory. If it follows this trajectory, then the source energy will not be lost. However, if the fate of the world deviates from the original trajectory, whether it is good or bad, the world will produce source energy dissipation, and then be intercepted by this system. For source energy, the host can understand it this way. If the fate of the world itself is a river, the river water is source energy. If the river flows normally, the source energy will not flow away, but if the trajectory of the river changes, there will be some waves leaving the normal river channel, which is the source energy that this system can absorb. The voice of the system explained. System, you said you were created by a certain existence. Although he already had a hunch in his heart, Bai Ji still couldn't help asking. The host's question is ridiculous. This system was naturally created. Otherwise, would it be born out of thin air? The purpose of the system being created is to collect source energy, but please don't worry too much. The system has no ill will towards the host. For the master, the host is just an employee, responsible for harvesting source energy for the master. The master is very fair, at least he will not threaten the host with death. For example, in the multiverse, there are many grazing harvesting organizations including Infinite Space, Lord God Space, Nightmare Space, and Samsara Paradise recorded in the database of this system. The host can be lucky to get this system instead of being selected by these grazing spaces. The host should feel lucky. The system replied. System, you mean that if I am not chosen by you, then I will be chosen by these spaces? Why? Bai Ji suddenly noticed this problem. Because the host's soul has the essence of time and space. In the infinite multiverse, not every soul can travel through time and space. Only souls with the essence of time and space can do so. Every soul with the essence of time and space will not dissipate easily, but will enter the void. Every soul with the essence of time and space is a treasure of the multiverse. If the host's soul is not chosen by this system, then one day, the host's soul will be captured by some passing space while drifting in the void. The system's voice was very cold, but what it said made Bai Ji a little frightened. System, you said we still have enemies? Although he has achieved certain achievements in the Douluo plane, Bai Ji is still a little nervous when he thinks that he may encounter various spaces that were once famous and the fourth disaster that is famous in the multiverse. Host, please don't worry. There are countless worlds in the infinite multiverse. With the detection and avoidance of this system, the host will not be so lucky to encounter these guys. The system was silent for a while and comforted. However, if the host's strength reaches a sufficient level, this system may consider sending the host to seize territory for the master. The system added another sentence. Bai Ji. System, according to what you said, I may still encounter enemies, so what level of strength am I now? Taking a deep breath to calm down, thinking that the current enemies are no longer limited to one world, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. According to the records of this system database, because the power system in the multiverse is chaotic, the recognized realms in the multiverse are roughly divided into two realms for the division of extraordinary strength, namely the mortal realm and the god and demon realm. The mortal realm is divided into 5 levels, comparing the technological system. The first level is the mortal realm, which has extraordinary abilities, but cannot resist thermal weapons. The second level is the extraordinary realm, which can ignore most thermal weapons, but cannot fight against large-scale legions. The third level is the suppression realm, which can resist large-scale legions head-on. The fourth level is the state-guarding realm, which can easily suppress a large-scale legion and is an existence that suppresses the country's destiny. The fifth level is the demigod, and the standard of the demigod is that it can withstand the attack of nuclear bombs, but if it resists head-on, there is still a certain probability that it will be killed by nuclear bombs. These are all the realms of mortals. Chapter 498 Multiverse Gods and Demons. After the 5th stage, they enter the realm of gods and demons, and the 6th stage is multiverse gods and demons. Multiverse gods and demons often complete a fundamental transformation in their physique. For example, the Eastern immortal Douluo system transforms into an immortal body through tribulation and becomes immortal. The Western Shinto system ignites the divine fire and creates a godhood, which makes them immortal. Most multiverse gods and demons can ignore nuclear bombs. And the 7th stage is the origin level gods and demons. The origin level gods and demons have penetrated the origin of the world. For the materials in the world, the origin level gods and demons can fabricate them, but the 6th and 7th levels need to rely on the world. If the world is destroyed, the 6th and 7th level gods and demons will also fall. The 8th level is called the law level gods and demons. Law level gods and demons have transformed into bodies of laws. Even if the world they depend on is destroyed, law level gods and demons can still go to another world. In addition to souls with the essence of time and space, only those who have reached the law level gods and demons can survive in the void. Compared with souls with the essence of time and space, 8th level gods and demons can cross the endless void in their physical bodies. And after the law level is the Great Douluo. This Great Douluo is not the Great Douluo that the host understands. The Great Douluo is condensed by gods and demons with their own laws. In the Eastern immortal Douluo system, it is the Douluo fruit. The Great Douluo level existence often controls most of the laws including time and space, and can create the world by itself. Even if you look at the entire multiverse, the Great Douluo level existences are all absolute giants. After the Great Douluo is the transcendent level. There are two ways for Great Douluo level gods and demons to advance to the transcendent level. One is to raise one's own Great Douluo to the extreme, and use one's own Great Douluo to pry the long river of time and space and destiny, and thus transcend the multiverse. The other is to develop one's own world to the Great Thousand World level, and use one's own world as a basis to pry the long river of time and space and destiny, and transcend the multiverse. Only by reaching the transcendent level can one become an absolute powerhouse in the multiverse, and become a chess player, not a chess piece. The transcendent level is the Hunyuan Douluo Jingxian in the Eastern immortal Douluo system. It is said that there is a return to one realm above the transcendent level, but no one has reached it yet, at least according to the records of this system database, no one has reached it yet. The above is a general strength division summarized by some powerful forces in the multiverse compared with the scientific and technological system, but according to the different cultivation systems of their respective worlds, the cultivation realms are also very different, and do not necessarily fully conform to the general strength division mentioned by the system. The system explained. What about me? If we divide it according to the universal realm of the multiverse, which realm do I belong to? Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Because the host's body has integrated the origin of Douluo continent, the host's realm is equivalent to the 8th level in the Douluo plane. However, because the Douluo plane is currently relatively weak, the host can only suppress the 7th level at most. However, if the Douluo plane grows and becomes stronger, the host's Bodhis strength in the Douluo plane will also grow accordingly, and the host's current Bodhis strength is only equivalent to the 4th level of suppression. The system replied. After listening to the system's words, Bai Ji was a little choked. It turned out that he was still a weak chicken in the multiverse, whether it was his body or his current body. System, the Soul Master system of Douluo continent is indeed not very strong. I can understand that I only have the 4th level of suppression. Then what level does the Doudi in the Dopo Kangsheng world belong to? Bai Ji was a little curious. According to the comparison of the technological system, the Doudi in the Dopo Kangsheng world has reached the 6th level, but according to the comparison of the extraordinary system, the Doudi has not yet completed the fundamental transformation of the body, so it can only be regarded as the peak of the 5th level. After a moment of silence, the system answered. Then should I switch to the Duki system of Dopo? Bai Ji couldn't help asking. The system recommends that the host switch to the system. The only advantage of the Soul Master system is the martial soul, which the host has already obtained, but in terms of destructive power and the ability to sense the world, the Duki system is stronger than the Soul Master system, so switching to the Duki system is more in the interests of the host. And this system recommends that the host practice the burning technique. Each world has its own unique treasures, and some are unique in the multiverse, such as, the martial soul of Douluo continent, the strange fire of Dopo Kangsheng, the devil fruit of One Piece world, the Zanpakuto of Death God world, etc. The strange fire is the unique treasure of Dopo Kangsheng world. The system recommends that the host practice the burning technique, which will be very beneficial to the host in the future. The system suggested. Okay, I understand. After listening to the system, Bai Ge nodded thoughtfully. System, you said that the lottery mode has changed. What should I do if I want to get a chance to draw a lottery now? Should I change the fate of this world? But how should I change it? Should I change the general trend of the world, or change Xiao Yan's fate? Bai Ge was still a little confused. It's all right. The key to the lottery is that the host changes the fate of the world so that the system can obtain source energy. Only after the system obtains source energy can the system give the host a chance to draw a lottery. So there are actually 3 main ways for the host to get a chance to draw a lottery. The first is to change the plot, the second is to change the fate of some important characters, and the third is to conquer or establish power. The system replied. Changing the plot is to directly change the fate of the world, changing the fate of important characters is to indirectly change the fate, and establishing power increases the degree of influence on the level of the former. Bai Ge thought in his heart and nodded. By the way, system, do you know what world node the Douluo world is in now? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Bai Ge couldn't help asking. Ding! Host, please wait, the system is checking. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the system suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the system's voice sounded again. After system detection, the host is now in the time point 2 years before the protagonist Xiao Yan was born. Ah! Xiao Yan is not born yet? Bai Ge couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then how can I change the plot? Can I only change the fate of some important characters now, but won't this affect the subsequent plot? Bai Ge couldn't help but have a headache. Ding! After system detection, the host's current timeline is in the special episode of Douluo Kangsheng that the host watched in his previous life, Song of the Waves of Sand. Please pay attention to the host. The system reminded. Song of the Waves of Sand? But doesn't this special episode have a bug? Bai Ge frowned. Host, please pay attention. Now that the host has traveled to the real Douluo Kangsheng world, many things may not develop completely according to the plot that the host knows. Please pay attention to the host. In his mind, the system reminded him again. I know, Shaz Highland Ge. It seems that we can try the snake tribe. Bai Ge pondered in his heart. Besides, since Xiao Yan is not born yet, Xiao Suner should not be born yet, let alone come to the Xiao family. Xiao Yan, since I am here, you should stop thinking about playing the lowly training game. Bai Ge said secretly in his heart. Chapter 499 Yin Snake Mercenary Group Attacks. It was night, and the stars were few. Deep in the oasis of Sha Town, a team of about 30 people holding sporadic torches quietly drilled through the woods and marched towards the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base. Turn off the fire. When approaching the entrance of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base, under Mu Huan's low command, the team extinguished the torches, and then several mercenaries who were good at archery walked to the front and took off the bows and arrows on their backs. Shoot arrows and get rid of the guards. Looking at the female mercenaries guarding the gate of the garrison, Mu Huan said in a low voice. Yes, Captain. Accompanied by a few low voices, several mercenaries with bows and arrows took out arrows from the quivers on their waists, then bent their bows and put arrows on them, aiming the arrows at the 2 female mercenaries who were ready to guard. Swish! 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 Accompanied by a few whistling sounds that broke through the air, several arrows suddenly shot out, instantly piercing the necks and chests of the 2 female mercenaries on guard. The 2 female mercenaries had no time to shout that there was an enemy, and they fell down weakly. Go, follow me in. Watching the 2 female mercenaries on guard being shot to death, Mu Huan smiled coldly and took out a roll of drawings from his arms. The drawings inside were the guard distribution map of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group. With his mercenaries, Mu Huan quietly entered the Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base, beheaded the patrolling female mercenaries along the way, and quietly approached the tent of the leader Zi Lan in the center. Zi Lan is the leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group and the only variable. As long as Zi Lan is killed, the fate of the Blood Rose Mercenary Group is basically determined. But plans can't keep up with changes. When dealing with a guard, Mu Huan and others' traces were finally discovered by a female mercenary who got up at night. The piercing call instantly cut through the sky. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! With the shouting of the female mercenary, the entire Blood Rose Mercenary Group's base suddenly became agitated. One by one, the female mercenaries who were sleeping in the tent quickly put on their leather armor, picked up their weapons, and ran out of the tent. Kill her! Under Mu Huan's command, Fei Ying, a capable general, immediately drew out the scimitar at his waist, his eyes condensed, and he activated the wind-fighting spirit in his body. His whole body flashed, and he instantly cut the throat of the female mercenary who called out, but the entire Blood Rose mercenary group had been alarmed. Everyone, quickly draw your weapons for me, no need to hide anymore, tonight, let's kill to your heart's content, this Sha town should belong to our Yin Snake mercenary group. Charge! Kill! Under Mu Huan's roar, the mercenaries of the Yin Snake mercenary group shouted, drew their weapons, and rushed towards the tents, trying to kill the female mercenaries who had not yet rushed out of the tents. But the female mercenaries were not easy to deal with. As women, they were able to survive in the Tagar Desert and make a name for themselves in the Blood Rose mercenary group. They did not lack combat qualities. Although there are physical differences between male and female individuals, fighting spirit and fighting skills are enough to make up for the differences between male and female individuals. Kill! Kill! Amidst the shouts of killing, the Blood Rose mercenary group and the Yin Snake mercenary group fought together. Although the Blood Rose mercenary group had the upper hand in numbers, they were passively fighting, and Mu Huan brought the elite of the Yin Snake mercenary group. Every mercenary from the Yin Snake mercenary group who came here had a cultivation level of at least 5-star fighters, and with the momentum of charging, the Blood Rose mercenary group was no match at all. How is it possible? How did they break through our guards and get here? Yang Mei gritted her teeth and swung the long sword in her hand tightly, shooting out sword energy to kill or repel the mercenaries around her, and then leaned back against another female mercenary. Looking at the deafening shouts of killing and the sisters who were killed one by one, Yang Mei's eyes were a little red. I don't know. They seem to know our guards' arrangement. They killed our guards and patrol sisters silently. That's why they came all the way here without alarming us. I suspect someone gave them the distribution map of our guards. The female mercenary said in a deep voice. Are you saying that there are traitors in our Blood Rose mercenary group? Yang Mei clenched the long sword in her hand. On her white wrist, veins popped out. Looking at the sisters lying in the pool of blood around her, thinking of the laughter and joy in the past, Yang Mei clenched her silver teeth. Her teeth were almost broken. At this moment, her heart was full of anger and unwillingness. Who was it and why did he betray them? In the center of the base, in the tent. Sister Zilan, don't move. Dr. Suya carefully untied the bandage on Zilan's left arm, revealing the wound bitten by the Samamba snake, and then applied the prepared ointment to the wound. The venom of the Samamba snake is very strong. It will not only damage the organs and blood in the body, but also cause the wound to be unable to heal and tissue necrosis. Therefore, in addition to taking medicine orally to suppress the snake venom, it is also necessary to apply ointment on the wound to prevent the injury from worsening. However, compared with external injuries, internal injuries are more difficult to heal. Because the external wound medicine can act directly, but in the body, the venom of the Samamba snake has long been integrated into the blood and some organs. If it is not the legendary elixir, it is difficult for ordinary medicine to completely remove the snake venom that has been integrated into the blood and some organs. Sister Lan, drink the medicine. While Suya was applying ointment to Zi Lan, Qing Lian was feeding her medicine. However, Zi Lan was a little surprised to see that the brown medicine in the ceramic bowl was actually a little red. Qing Lian, why is the color of the medicine a little wrong today? It's like this, Sister Lan. Sister Mei tasted the medicine before and said it was a little bitter, so she brought me some brown sugar from the town. On the one hand, she said it would replenish your blood, and on the other hand, the sweetness of brown sugar can also neutralize the bitterness of some of the medicine, making it less bitter. Qing Lian explained with a smile. Is Mei so careful? Zi Lan was a little confused after listening to Qing Lian's words. The Yang Mei she knew was a carefree person. Would she be so careful, knowing that her medicine was bitter, and buying her brown sugar? Haha, it seems that Mei has become much more sensible during the time I was injured. Zi Lan said with some relief. Yes. Yes. Qing Lian also smiled in agreement. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from outside the tent, which made Zilan's heart tense. There is an enemy attack. Zilan hurriedly prepared to lift the quilt and go out to fight, but was pressed down on the bed by the nervous Qing Lian. Sister Lan, don't be nervous, drink the medicine first, and then go out after drinking the medicine. If you don't drink it, what if your injury worsens when you go out? Qinglian seemed to be concerned. Without saying much, Zilan grabbed the medicine bowl in Qinglian's hand, drank the soup in it in one breath, and then quickly put on leather armor, while saying to Qinglian and Suya, "You two hide well, don't come out." After that, Zilan had put on leather armor, picked up the weapon, and ran out of the tent quickly. But for some reason, Zilan suddenly had a thought, the soup I just drank doesn't seem sweet. Chapter 500 The Fate of the Traitor. In the Blood Rose mercenary group's base, the burning torches illuminated the camp. Under the dark night, the two mercenary groups fought together, but under the deliberate calculation, the Yin Snake mercenary group finally prevailed. Yellow level high level fighting skills, Yin Snake Palm. Looking at Yang Mei who was waving a long sword in the battle not far away, Mu Huan sneered and whispered in his heart. A faint chill suddenly lingered on Mu Huan's palm, forming a series of snakes, hissing sharply. Looking at Yang Mei, Mu Huan's figure flashed out, and his palm surrounded by chill drew a clear white line in the air, and slapped directly towards Yang Mei's heart. With Yang Mei's strength as an 8-star fighter, she could not possibly be a match for Mu Huan, a 2-star fighter, in terms of fighting spirit. If she was hit by Mu Huan's Yin Snake Palm, the cold air would quickly invade Yang Mei's heart and kill her. Be careful! Seeing Mu Huan rushing over from the side, the female mercenary who was fighting side by side with Yang Mei quickly pushed Yang Mei away, allowing Yang Mei to avoid Mu Huan's sneak attack. Mu Huan, you are also a well-known figure, but you actually sneak attacked, it's too despicable. After being pushed away by the female mercenary, Yang Mei staggered for a while, and finally stabilized her body. Looking at Mu Huan's sneak attack, Yang Mei's heart was full of contempt. Sneak attack? Mu Huan, don't talk about this. As long as it can kill people, any method is a good method in my opinion. Mu Huan sneered and raised his palm again. The cold air turned into snakes again, circling and hissing on his palm. Stop talking nonsense, take it. Mu Huan flashed again and rushed towards Yang Mei. Seeing Mu Huan rushing over, Yang Mei's face became serious and she raised the long sword in her hand, yellow level intermediate fighting skill, blood rain sword technique. Waving the long sword in her hand, Yang Mei kept stabbing Mu Huan with the long sword like raindrops, but as a fighting master, Mu Huan was much stronger than Yang Mei in both strength and reaction ability. Although the blood rain sword technique was a fast sword with an extremely fast speed, Mu Huan was able to catch it. The trajectory of Yang Mei's sword constantly slapped the flesh palm wrapped in cold air onto the back of the sword, and the cold air was transmitted to Yang Mei's hand through the sword body. The biting coldness made Yang Mei unable to hold the sword. Even if Yang Mei tried her best to stab Mu Huan a few times, a fighter at the Dushi level could already condense Duki gauze on his body. Yang Mei's full-strength blood rain sword technique could only barely pierce Mu Huan's Duki gauze, and could not cause fatal damage to Mu Huan at all. Give up, in your Blood Rose mercenary group, only your leader Purple Rose is my opponent, the rest, save your energy. While slapping his palms quickly, Mu Huan opened his mouth and showed a proud and cold smile. Finally, after Mu Huan ducked and circled to avoid Yang Mei's sword, he slapped Yang Mei's back with one palm. The powerful palm power and cold air made Yang Mei spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out and fell to the ground. If your leader doesn't come out, we will kill all of your Blood Rose mercenary group, haha. Looking at the injured Yang Mei, Mu Huan laughed wildly. You want to kill all of our Blood Rose mercenary group? No way. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud shout, a purple shadow quickly passed through the tents, and fell from the sky like a startled wild goose, landing in front of Yang Mei who fell to the ground and vomited blood. Leader. Seeing Zilan coming, the female mercenaries of the Blood Rose mercenary group were immediately cheered up. Although the Yin Snake mercenary group has the most powerful power in Sha-Town, the strongest person in Sha-Town is still the leader of their Blood Rose mercenary group, Zai Megui. Zai Megui, you are finally here. Seeing Zilan, Mu Huan smiled coldly. Yin Snake, you attacked our Blood Rose mercenary group's base at night, are you trying to provoke a war? Looking around, a trace of anger flashed in Zilan's eyes. Provoke a war? That's right. I am going to provoke a war. This Sha-Town should belong to our Yinshi mercenary group. You Blood Rose mercenary group should just go and cool off. If you don't surrender, tonight is the day when the Blood Rose mercenary group will be expelled. Ha ha ha. Mu Huan's mouth cracked, and a trace of madness flashed across his feminine face, and he laughed wildly. If you want us to be expelled, I want to see if you have the ability. Zi Lan's pretty face flashed a trace of anger. Purple Rose, don't bluff anymore. Do you think you are still the same Purple Rose? It's not pleasant to be bitten by a shamamba snake. It takes a lot of your fighting spirit to suppress the snake venom. What can you use to fight me now? Mu Huan sneered. That's right. I am injured, but the blood rose is my hard work all the time. If you insist on destroying it today, I will take you with me even if I die. Zi Lan clenched her fists and said unwillingly. Fight to death, do you think you still have a chance to fight to death? A trace of sarcasm flashed across Mu Huan's face. Purple Rose, try to use your Do Chi again and see if it can still work. Zi Lan frowned when she heard Mu Huan's words. But after trying to use the Do Chi in her body, she found that the Do Chi suddenly couldn't work, as if it didn't exist at all. Zi Lan couldn't help but change her face. Yin Snake, what did you do? Why can't my Do Chi work? Haha. What did I do? No, it's not me, it's your own people. A trace of sarcasm flashed across Mu Huan's face. As soon as Mu Huan finished speaking, a white shadow suddenly rushed over, panting and coming to Mu Huan, and said excitedly, Brother Huan, I succeeded. Purple Rose has taken the Sanling flower, wait until you eliminate the Blood Rose and marry me, okay? Qinglian, how could it be you? Seeing the identity of the white shadow, Zi Lan was full of astonishment. Marry you? Haha, your usefulness has been used up, so get out of here, you stinky woman, you are not even worthy of touching me. Mu Huan sneered and kicked Qinglian to the ground. Why, Brother Huan, didn't you agree that you would marry me as long as I helped you take down the Blood Rose mercenary group? Qinglian's face was pale, and her face was full of disbelief. You are still really stupid, I was lying to you, just using you, but you really took it seriously, but fortunately because of you, our Yinchi mercenary group was able to take down the Blood Rose mercenary group so easily, and from now on, this Sha town is our world. Haha. Mu Huan laughed wildly. Impossible. This is not true, how could you lie to me, you must be joking with me, right? Hearing Mu Huan's words, Qinglian's face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly crawled to Mu Huan's feet, grabbed Mu Huan's trouser legs, and begged. A joke? I'm not kidding, I'm just kidding you. You're an ungrateful woman. I feel sick just by looking at you. Mu Huan sneered and put his head next to Qinglian's ear, full of malice. Authentic. No. This is not true, you must be lying to me. Qinglian suddenly hugged Mu Huan's legs tightly and begged. Get out. Mu Huan kicked Qinglian out, then patted his trouser legs in disgust. Catch her for me, don't let her come over again.